The story began with Kim SeoJoon, a 27-year-old who was identified as a natural awakener. He explained that as a natural awakener, he was born with strength superior to others, but had to use it to pay off the debt left by his parents, who had died in a mysterious accident. For 9 long years, he had been transporting hunted monsters, a harsh job he endured because of one singular motivation. His ultimate dream was to become a professional hunter. One day, a colleague asked him how his savings for hunter training were coming along, suggesting he take a break and mentioning that he had been researching affordable hunter academies. Another worker scoffed at the idea that awakening alone was enough, reminding him that the pro hunter exam had existed for 50 years, making academies an absolute necessity. The first colleague had to agree, adding that most professors at these academies were either active or retired hunters themselves. This was proven by advertisements that boasted record-breaking numbers of successful candidates passing the hunter exam. Because of this, a massive gap had formed between educated and uneducated hunters, creating an era where attending an academy was the only path to becoming a hunter. Against this backdrop, SeoJoon felt a sense of triumph, for he had finally accomplished his goal. A glance at his bank account confirmed it. He had saved exactly $40,000, enough to attend 1 year of classes at a hunter academy. He acknowledged that while he would have preferred a more prestigious academy, the cost was prohibitive, and he reasoned that his chosen school was still a decent option. As he browsed online, he stumbled upon a strange advertisement for a Transcension Academy, an institution he had never heard of before. The ad made grandiose claims about shifting paradigms, wisdom from professors tens of thousands of years old, and personalized tasks for every student. A student testimonial featured someone who had passed a 9th class swordmaster exam and declared that registering had been the best decision of their life. Another interview showed a student who passed a 5th class Sage Ascension exam tearfully thanking the academy for completely turning their life around. The ad concluded with a powerful and direct promise, that the viewer could also become a transcended being. SeoJoon immediately dismissed it as the work of some nutjob. He noted that while the website itself looked like any other academies, the list of professors included unbelievable names like Buddha, Hercules, Merlin, and one that caught his eye, Heaven's Great Sage. The video lecture began with a cheerful, monkey-like character waving brightly at the screen. This figure introduced himself as Heaven's Great Sage, though his original name was Sun Wukong, and he explained that his Rui staff was fundamentally similar to staves and spears. SeoJoon found the lecture surprisingly normal given its bizarre premise, and the instructor then offered a practical demonstration to clarify his points. The instructor began by demonstrating a movement to deflect an attack outwards, followed by a technique to twirl the staff back inwards. The next motion was a firm and decisive grasp of the weapon. Finally, he executed the last move, a powerful thrust designed to pierce an enemy at a single point. SeoJoon gasped in utter shock as he watched an entire mountain vanish in the wake of the attack. He wondered if it was just clever CGI, but it looked far too real, a feat he knew was impossible even for the world's most powerful S-class hunters. A prompt then appeared on his screen, asking if he wanted to register for the lecture to obtain a skill called Great Sage's DGP rated S. The young man stared at his tablet, his expression a mixture of concern and deep thought. When he tried to proceed, an error message informed him he was not a member and asked if he wished to register for an account, warning that he would be billed for it. The system began calculating his registration fee based on something called causality, which confused him, before displaying the shocking total of $40,000. He slowly counted the zeros, his eyes widening as he processed the enormous sum. His disbelief turned to certainty as he confirmed the fee was indeed $40,000. SeoJoon cursed under his breath, convinced that the entire operation was nothing but a scam. Sometime later, a colleague approached him at work, asking if he was finally going to register for an academy. His friend commented on his good mood and asked which academy he had chosen, to which SeoJoon replied that it was a place called Art Hunter Academy, reputed to have good teachers. The friend playfully told him not to forget about him once he became famous, and SeoJoon laughingly promised he wouldn't, even offering his friend the job of handling the monsters he would hunt. Continuing the joke, SeoJoon boasted that he would let his friend do more than just handle dragons, he could even play soccer with a lich's skull. At that moment, a famous quote came to his mind about how life, when seen from a distance, appears to be a comedy. But the second part of that quote was that life, when seen up close, is a tragedy. The peaceful moment was shattered by a piercing scream of his name. A vivid red symbol flashed across a fractured, black background, signaling a moment of disaster. The next time he was seen, SeoJoon wore a bandage on his cheek and a somber, hollow expression. A doctor's voice explained his grim situation. The nerves in his legs were undergoing necrosis because his awakener's accelerated healing had caused broken bones to tangle with them. His boss callously refused to file for workers' compensation, worried about his company's reputation, leaving SeoJoon with a crippling $40,000 surgery bill. The doctor stressed the urgency of the surgery to prevent irreversible damage, handing him a pamphlet as a distant thought reminded SeoJoon of the need to look far into the future. He reflected bitterly that he had been looking toward the future while enduring hardship for 9 years, all for nothing. His entire life's savings had been spent on the surgery, and all that remained was $3,000 given to him by his former boss, Mr. Manchel. Overwhelmed by despair, he wondered if he possessed the strength to start all over again. In his moment of darkness, the Transcension Academy website suddenly reappeared on his phone, advertising a special sale for new students with a free pass. He recalled how he had been unable to find the mysterious site again after he first closed it. This time, the registration fee was recalculated based on his capacity and came to exactly $3,000, a drastic drop from the previous $40,000. He then had a sudden realization: $40,000 had been everything he had before, and $3,000 was everything he had now, leading him to wonder if the academy simply demanded all of a person's assets. Figuring he had nothing left to lose, he decided to go through with the registration since the money wasn't in a bank account anyway. The instant he confirmed his membership, the physical cash flew out of the envelope in his hands as a message on his phone congratulated him on joining Transcension Academy. He cried out in pain as a strange sensation coursed through him, completely bewildered by what was happening. To his astonishment, a small figure popped out of his phone, cheerfully greeting him and confirming his identity as Kim SeoJoon. The being introduced himself as the mentor for SeoJoon's initial education, leaving the injured young man to wonder if he had suffered a head injury. The figure simply and clearly repeated his title, mentor. SeoJoon, struggling to comprehend the impossible situation, started to form a question. He tried to make sense of what the little man was trying to tell him. He cautiously asked if the man's actual name was Mentor, and the man confirmed it, stating that he, Mentor, was indeed his mentor. The mentor reiterated the confusing statement that he, whose name was Mentor, was the mentor assigned to mentor him. A spark of recognition hit SeoJoon, and he asked if he was the legendary mentor from Greek mythology who taught Odysseus, a fact the man happily confirmed, stunning SeoJoon into silence. Brushing aside the monumental revelation, Mentor quickly moved on to the next topic. He explained that the Transcension Academy was an institution that taught individuals who wished to surpass the inherent limits of their race. SeoJoon, surprised, asked if this meant it was an academy for transcended beings rather than for hunters. Mentor scoffed at the very idea of comparing a transcended with a hunter, stating they were on completely different levels. SeoJoon attempted to argue his point, bringing up the immense power of S-class hunters. With dead seriousness, Mentor claimed that their instructors could defeat any hunter with just their fingers, then abruptly changed the subject and asked him to fill out a survey. The survey was a transcended aptitude test, designed to create a personalized curriculum, starting with a question about his desired field of transcension. Mentor explained that the purpose of the test was to gauge his ambitions and current abilities, which SeoJoon seemed to slowly comprehend. As Mentor urged him to answer honestly for the best results, SeoJoon was still mentally reeling, trying to process everything that was happening. His finger hovered uncertainly over the screen of his smartphone as he prepared to answer. Noticing his pause, Mentor kindly asked if there was a problem. SeoJoon admitted he was stuck on the second question, which presented absurdly high skill levels, and Mentor simply advised him to pick the option that literally described what he could do. Mentor went through the options with him, confirming that SeoJoon could neither plow a plane with a punch nor split a mountain with an attack. When asked if he could pull out a mountain, SeoJoon retorted that it would be weirder if he actually could perform such a feat. Mentor quietly wondered to himself how such an absolute beginner managed to enroll in their elite academy. However, he quickly put on a cheerful face and reassured SeoJoon not to worry, as the academy had a policy of never expelling a member. With a burst of energy, he encouraged SeoJoon to continue answering the rest of the questions. After finally completing all 108 questions, SeoJoon let out a long sigh of exhaustion. Mentor reminded him of his free pass and said he would recommend some lectures after analyzing his profile, an offer SeoJoon accepted. Reviewing the results, Mentor noted SeoJoon's preference for spearmanship and mused that Oriental Ki cultivation would be a better fit for him than mana cultivation. He considered the Heaven's Great Sages course but quickly dismissed it as far too advanced for someone who couldn't even perform the basic feat of uprooting a mountain. He then presented two ideal options for the free pass lecture, one on mental fortitude by Siddhartha Gautama and an introductory combat course by Ch1. Mentor perceptively noted that SeoJoon was suffering from not just physical injuries, but also emotional turmoil. He suggested starting with Siddhartha Gautama's lecture, which prompted a stunned SeoJoon to ask if he meant the actual Buddha. Mentor confirmed that he was, indeed, referring to Buddha, adding that while the instructor himself rejected the title, all the students called him that. SeoJoon learned that instructor Gautama was famous for his mentality lectures, a required subject for the Transcension exam, and offered his course cheaply to save troubled souls, a fact that left SeoJoon utterly bewildered. The reward for completing this lecture was a skill called Unwavering Heart, which Mentor explained was powerful enough to allow one to break through the limits of most Transcension fields. Mentor's tone then grew serious as he warned SeoJoon to watch the entire lecture, even if it felt like he was losing his mind, cryptically adding that he would understand once he began. Promising to contact him again after finishing the profile analysis, Mentor vanished before SeoJoon could ask him to wait. Left alone in his hospital room, SeoJoon shrugged and decided to give the strange lecture a try. The screen on his phone displayed a simple prompt, inviting him to press a button to begin playing the video. The lecture opened with the instructor, a golden figure, posing a profound question about the very existence of the world. SeoJoon stared in awe, thinking the instructor looked like a living golden statue and wondering if he could truly be the real Buddha. As the lecture delved into the non-existence of the self, SeoJoon found the concepts profoundly difficult and far beyond his understanding. The instructor continued the dense philosophical lesson, questioning how a being could even be defined if there was nothing to compare it against. SeoJoon suddenly understood Mentor's ominous warning as the lecture proposed that the entire universe was created simultaneously with his own birth. The lesson concluded with the mind-bending idea that he did not exist as an individual but was the world itself, a concept so overwhelming he felt his sanity slipping. A progress bar on the screen showed that he had only managed to get through a tiny fraction of the lecture, just 0.06%. 1 week later, a much happier SeoJoon sat on his hospital bed while the small, translucent form of Mentor hovered beside him. His doctor expressed complete amazement at his incredible recovery speed, admitting it was remarkable even for an awakener. The physician, who had 30 years of experience, confessed that he had never witnessed such a rapid healing process in his entire career. SeoJoon knew with absolute certainty that this miraculous recovery was no figment of his imagination. He attributed the accelerated healing to the tranquility granted by Gautama's lecture, which, despite feeling maddening, was incredibly effective even at only 1.3% completion. While the doctor suggested he stay for another week as a precaution, SeoJoon could only wonder what amazing things would happen when he reached 100%. He cheerfully agreed to stay, now fully convinced that the Transcension Academy was an unbelievably real and powerful entity. Now that he could move his body freely, he decided to start Ch1's introductory combat course, which promised to grant an A-rank skill called Metamorphosis. He reasoned that while an A-class skill was lower than the SSS class Unwavering Heart, the latter was likely just an exceptionally powerful and rare skill. The next lecture began, and a new instructor appeared on the screen, introducing himself as Ch1. The instructor was a centaur, a mythological being with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a horse. SeoJoon recognized him as the legendary teacher who had trained nearly every major hero in Greek mythology, from Hercules to Achilles. Ch1 explained that the lecture was designed to prepare students for the initial stages of achieving transcension. He clarified that this course wouldn't teach in-depth combat techniques, a fact SeoJoon accepted without surprise, now accustomed to meeting mythological figures. Ch1 then announced that it was time to begin the very first step toward becoming a transcended. A jarring image flashed on screen, showing a close-up of a person gritting their teeth in furious anger. A harsh voice suddenly bellowed from his phone, screaming at him to get up and move immediately. The aggressive and unexpected command caused SeoJoon to jolt in shock. A harsh, commanding voice suddenly screamed at him to get up and move, causing SeoJoon to cry out in startled confusion. His eyes flew wide open, fixed in a state of utter shock from the unexpected verbal assault. A notification then chimed through the silence, announcing the arrival of a daily individual task. The system explained that it had formulated a suitable task after calculating his current level and causality. An intimidating list of exercises appeared, demanding a 30-kilometer run, 1,000 squats, and hundreds of other reps. SeoJoon stared at the unbelievable requirements, his mind struggling to comprehend the task before him. He scoffed internally at the extreme difficulty, thinking it was more of a superhero's training regimen than a simple daily routine. This directly contradicted his doctor's recent advice, which had strictly forbidden any form of overexertion for the next week. Deciding to focus on lectures until his discharge, he tried to skip the workout but was blocked by a persistent notification demanding its completion. He tapped the screen in confusion, but the unyielding message to complete his task remained. Frustration mounted as he wondered how the system could possibly know he hadn't done the exercises yet. Dressed in his plain hospital gown, SeoJoon bowed his head, admitting defeat. He reluctantly conceded to the system, reasoning that resting for just one more week was the more sensible choice. He then opted to return to Gautama's lecture, only to be surprised by a new detail: his access pass was set to expire in 83 days. The screen prominently displayed the countdown, making it clear that his free access was limited. A wave of panic washed over him as he processed the sudden revelation of an expiration date. However, he quickly rationalized that it made sense for an academy, even a mystical one, to impose time limits on its courses. Doing the math, he deduced that the free pass had likely been for a full 90 days, or roughly 3 months. His concern deepened when he noticed his lecture progress was still stuck at 1.3%, despite him having attended the lesson. Surrounded by a holographic interface in his hospital bed, he stared at his tablet, trying to understand the lack of progress. He grew dismayed realizing that after an entire week of rewatching the lecture, his progress had barely budged at all. Doubting he could finish the course in 83 days, he suspected the free pass was just a trial and decided he had no choice but to start exercising. He drew upon his 9 years of experience hauling heavy monster corpses and began the first of the required push-ups. He reasoned that carrying carcasses weighing over 70 kilograms daily meant he hadn't needed a separate workout routine. Tapping into his confidence as an awakener with a sturdy body, he pushed through what he believed to be the final, 300th rep. Feeling a surge of accomplishment from his years of struggle, he prepared to victoriously move on to the next exercise. But then, he paused abruptly, a look of pure confusion spreading across his face. He stared in disbelief at the counter on his screen, which registered only 81 push-ups instead of the 300 he had performed. A dreadful realization began to slowly dawn on him as he considered the discrepancy. He performed one more push-up with absolutely perfect form, watching as the counter ticked up by a single point. Gasping for air, he finally understood the system's cruel logic: only flawless repetitions would be counted. He raged internally at the impossible standard, realizing that every single exercise had to be performed with perfect form to make any progress. After an immense struggle, he somehow managed to complete the entire brutal regimen, fulfilling all requirements. He collapsed to the ground in a heap of pure exhaustion, gasping that the task was insane as nearby people stared at him. Despairing at the thought of repeating this daily, he wondered how he'd ever find time for lectures, only for Ch1's voice to coldly state that it was his problem. Some time later, an elderly woman in his neighborhood looked at him with an expression of pleasant surprise. The woman complimented his noticeably improved physique and asked if he was exercising again, and he politely confirmed he was. She praised his dedication and commented on the wonderful energy of youth. Nearby, a television broadcast breaking news about a 4-star monster, a behemoth, that had appeared in Seoul early that morning. The newscaster reported that a single, quick-thinking individual had managed to subdue the creature, preventing any casualties. This hero was identified as a cadet from the prestigious Ch1 Academy, prompting the old woman to praise the life-saving work of hunters. She called them grand people before her attention shifted back to SeoJoon. Recalling their previous conversation, she asked if he, as an awakener, would also become a famous hunter who appeared on television. Before SeoJoon could respond, a man in a wheelchair cynically interjected, questioning if just anyone could get on TV. SeoJoon stood silently, facing the skeptical man and the curious grandmother. The man explained that becoming a pro hunter these days was a 1-in-a-million shot, far more difficult than it used to be. He then turned his dismissive gaze directly toward SeoJoon, addressing him as a mere student. He condescendingly advised SeoJoon to give up, claiming that exercising to become a hunter was pointless since he wasn't even a cadet. The man insisted that he shouldn't waste his youth chasing an impossible dream. When the grandmother protested his harsh words, the man defended himself, claiming he was only offering helpful life advice. SeoJoon calmly replied that he would decide his own future, which only angered the man who felt his wisdom was being rejected. With a sharp tone, SeoJoon suggested the man should worry about his own life first. The blunt retort left the man completely speechless and stunned. The grandmother then chided SeoJoon for his disrespectful attitude, reminding him to listen when his elders offer advice. Internally, SeoJoon dismissed the man's discouraging words as nonsense, reaffirming his true identity as a cadet of the Transcension Academy. He knew becoming a pro hunter was not impossible for him, as he had already felt the powerful effects of the Academy's lectures. A fire of determination ignited within him as he made a silent, resolute vow to become a hunter no matter what. Far away, in an ornate office, a man complained loudly about how much he detested being a hunter. He continued his rant by questioning the very purpose of establishing an academy in the first place. His complaints then shifted to the practical matter of finances, as he grumbled about how everything costs so much money. He then shouted in frustration that despite all their efforts, they still had no cadets to show for it. Overwhelmed, he let out a long, defeated sigh. He muttered that the constant stream of annoyances was going to be the death of him. Meanwhile, in a dark and desolate place, a massive, clawed monster's foot stepped firmly onto a blood-stained surface. Under the quiet veil of night, a cluster of apartment buildings stood silent, their windows like 1,000 sleeping eyes. A young man's voice echoed with relief as he announced his long-awaited return home. After 2 long weeks in the hospital, he mused that even his small house felt like the best place in the world. He lay on his back, eyes wide open, his mind racing with the weight of his new reality. A stark realization dawned on him: the hunter exam was only a year away. His thoughts then drifted anxiously to his finances, wondering just how much money he had left. A heavy silence fell as the grim truth of his situation settled in. He concluded with a sinking feeling that he truly had nothing to his name. But then, a sudden memory sparked in his mind: he had successfully completed his daily tasks today. He recalled that he previously couldn't access the next lecture because time would run out, but now, a new possibility flickered before him. An option to register for the next lecture appeared, and a jolt of excitement coursed through him. The disembodied voice of his instructor offered a single word of approval. The instructor, Ch1, remarked that SeoJoon finally possessed enough strength to begin toddling, leaving the young man to wonder if he had been considered a mere baby until now. Ch1 continued, instructing that since he now had the ability, he should indeed start, revealing the first step for a transcended being. The lesson began, introducing the fundamental concept of sense as his lecture progress ticked up to 5.7%. The next morning, SeoJoon's former boss dismissed the incident, assuming it hadn't been a major surgery after all. The man warned SeoJoon for having the audacity to show his face again, threatening his life if such a thing reoccurred, while SeoJoon internally admitted he was only there because he had no other choice. SeoJoon observed that the man's blustering behavior suggested a hint of guilt, which was immediately contradicted when the man loudly denied any knowledge of industrial compensation, calling him a winner. A quiet, frustrated sigh escaped SeoJoon's lips. He contemplated his difficult dilemma. Without work, he couldn't afford to eat, but with work, he had no time to listen to the lectures. He knew that failing to complete Ch1's daily tasks would lock him out of the lectures entirely. Feeling stuck, he decided to review the last lesson, trying to recall what instructor Ch1 had said about the concept of sense. He remembered the instructor's words, explaining that 5 specific senses played an absolute role in combat. Ch1 had listed them as sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell, collectively known as the 5 senses. The instructor had then criticized the slow process of perceiving and judging each stimulus, promising a method to drastically shrink that delay. Ch1 had hinted at something completely separate from the known senses, a power hidden within. He had revealed this power to be the 6th sense, intuition. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out his name, playfully teasing him for appearing without announcing himself. A split-second instinct took over, and he moved with startling speed to evade an unseen approach. His coworker stared in disbelief, asking how he managed to dodge it, joking if he had eyes in the back of his head. The coworker gave him a thumbs up and then brusquely told him to get to work. Another worker voiced his concern, questioning if SeoJoon would be okay lifting the 3 massive carcasses that weighed a good 200 kilograms. SeoJoon confidently assured him that he was fine and calmly instructed them to load the weight onto his back. With a surprising smile, he walked away effortlessly, bearing the impossibly large backpack. 2 of his co-workers could only watch in stunned silence as he carried the immense load away. One of them noted that SeoJoon seemed perfectly fine and decided it was a good time for everyone else to take a break. As he worked, SeoJoon felt a strange surge of power coursing through him, while the others complained about how much harder the job was becoming. A brilliant idea struck him: he could complete his daily tasks during work, and he immediately dropped into a deep squat. He paused for a moment, deciding to check his system to see if the exercise had been properly counted. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at the progress notification on his screen. He couldn't believe it, a single squat had registered as 3. He quickly theorized that the added weight must be increasing the effectiveness of each repetition, just as someone called out for him to stop and rest. A thrill shot through him as he realized the incredible potential of this discovery. Filled with newfound energy, SeoJoon eagerly ran to his co-workers, offering to carry their heavy loads for them. He understood now that he no longer needed to set aside separate time for his tasks. As long as the exercise was effective, even with different form, it would count. He pushed himself harder, realizing that the heavier the weight, the more his repetition count would multiply. He celebrated this perfect method of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, earning money while saving time, and immediately moved on to his pull-ups. Later, he collapsed in exhaustion, feeling as though he was on the verge of death. He reflected that while doing his tasks during work was brutally hard, it was also incredibly efficient, chuckling at the absurdity of exercising while carrying monster corpses. Despite the difficulty, he knew it was all worth it. A glance at his status showed incredible progress on his daily tasks, with his running and squats already completed. Thanks to his new method, he had saved a significant amount of time and successfully finished all his required exercises. After listening to both available lectures, he noticed it was still only 10 o'clock and felt it would be a waste to end his training for the day. He initially considered reviewing the lectures but then decided it would be more productive to add a new lesson, since reviewing wouldn't increase his progress. Since regular lessons were costly, he navigated to the list of free pass lectures he could take at no charge. An intriguing lecture from an instructor named SeoJoon caught his eye, promising strength great enough to pull mountains from the ground. He immediately recognized the name, wondering if it was referring to the legendary Hegemon king, SeoJoon. He recalled the stories of the historical figure, a man renowned for his overwhelming power and the ability to oppose 10,000 foes. Convinced it was a good choice, especially since it was free, he registered for the lecture to learn mountain-pulling spearmanship. A booming, contemptuous voice suddenly filled his mind, calling all students trash and questioning if such weaklings truly wished to learn the spear, causing him to flinch. The Hegemon king, SeoJoon, declared he would teach them anyway, commanding the idiots to forget complex techniques and simply swing their weapons until the very concept of the spear was carved into their bodies. Immediately, a new personal daily task appeared, assigning him a suitable challenge based on his data: swing a spear-type weapon 5,000 times. SeoJoon was left bewildered, wondering if those few harsh words were truly the entirety of the lecture. He stared at the daunting new task, the instructor's dismissive tone still echoing in his head. He let out a weary sigh, frustrated that every new lesson seemed to come with yet another grueling daily task. Elsewhere, a man in charge of a monster processing facility assured a visitor that his business was perfectly safe, citing thorough management and safety regulations. The visitor, a B-class hunter named Park SeoJoon, referenced the recent behemoth incident and requested another thorough inspection, despite having already checked it herself. The manager hastily and enthusiastically agreed to her request. Nearby workers whispered among themselves, noting how the manager was practically on his knees for her and wondering about her identity. One of them identified her as Park SeoJoon, the granddaughter of the legendary Sword Star, a name that instantly commanded their attention. The legend's full name was Sword Star Park Minchul. 100 years ago, he had been one of the first awakeners, active during the chaotic era when gates first began to appear. Unlike the present day, with its systematic knowledge of awakeners, the monsters of that time were far more brutal. In an age when monstrous beasts roamed the streets, human survival itself was not guaranteed. A flash of energy crackled violently through the air. A lone figure, bathed in blue light, was shown protecting a terrified young boy from the surrounding chaos. It was in this dangerous world that Park Minchul had been active as an awakener. He stood as one of the pivotal figures who fought to return civilization to a world on the brink of collapse. In the eyes of the people, he was nothing less than a hero, a true savior of the world. Though time had passed and he was now an old man, he remained a heavyweight on the global stage, his power undiminished. Back at the worksite, SeoJoon briefly considered the unfolding scene. He quickly decided it was none of his business and resumed his intense training, shouting out his count as he swung a makeshift spear. A few onlookers wondered what he was doing, but another worker explained that he had been acting like a madman for the past week. Someone questioned his sanity as SeoJoon relentlessly continued counting his repetitions. SeoJoon shouted to an older worker named Minchul, telling him he was leaving another monster corpse before roaring out his 60th rep. The tired worker simply acknowledged him with a weary grunt. The older man asked how long he planned to keep up this punishing routine, to which SeoJoon replied that he had to see it through to the end. Unseen in the distance, a horned, white-furred beast with a black snout slowly turned its head, its attention drawn by the commotion. SeoJoon insisted there was a purpose to his madness, but his co-worker sighed that such meaning would get him killed, telling him to leave as SeoJoon cheerfully promised to bring more. Now visibly more muscular, SeoJoon stood confidently over a growing pile of defeated monster carcasses. One of the workers could only stare in utter disbelief at the sight. His attention was suddenly snapped elsewhere by a fleeting movement. In a flash, a large, winged monster was struck with incredible force, its blood spraying through the air. SeoJoon stood over the defeated beast as it let out a final, pained scream. From afar, a desperate and urgent shout for the old worker echoed across the yard. A dark-haired woman closed her eyes, letting out a weary sigh of frustration. She inwardly celebrated her escape from the fawning work leader, who had insisted she deserved a grander welcome than this rundown worksite. She privately wondered just how much longer she had to endure this tedious ordeal. Nearby, a worker whispered to his colleague, trying to confirm if she was indeed the Sword Star's granddaughter. His friend hushed him for fear of being overheard, but the man dismissed the concern and asked about her hunter rank, all of which she heard with perfect clarity. Internally, she lamented how the title of Sword Star's granddaughter, so revered by the people, felt like a heavy, inescapable burden to her. She reflected on her past, recalling how her grandfather trained her from youth, yet his legendary status created a wall she could never seem to surmount. Her true dream had always been to become an educator, an ambition her grandfather had stubbornly refused to acknowledge. Because of her famous lineage, she was denied the chance to live a normal life, forever trapped by his reputation. As a compromise, she had established a hunter academy, only for prospective students to express their disappointment that the Sword Star himself wasn't teaching. She had tried to assert her own authority as the instructor, but the students felt utterly tricked, believing they had been lured in under false pretenses. The moment it became widely known that her grandfather was not part of the faculty, the academy's future took a disastrous turn. Disillusioned and no longer interested, every single student had simply left. She came to the painful realization that they had enrolled for his legendary name, not for her own skills as a teacher. To make matters worse, her grandfather had seemingly driven away any remaining cadets, dooming her academy to obscurity. All she wanted was just one dedicated cadet to prove her academy's worth. Suddenly, a panicked shout for everyone to run shattered the quiet moment. A worker screamed that a monster was on the loose, catching her completely by surprise. The frantic shouts were directed toward the old worker, desperately trying to get his attention. One of the men yelled in confusion, questioning how the manticore they transported, believed to be dead, had suddenly reanimated. The old man, Minchul, urgently implored SeoJoon to run for his life. But SeoJoon stood his ground, telling the old man to save himself, as a nearby worker grimly concluded the boy was about to die. The fleeing men shared a grim certainty that SeoJoon's fate was already sealed. They knew an ordinary person stood no chance against a formidable 4-star manticore that could challenge even professional hunters. Amidst the chaos, someone cried out, asking where the hunter Park SeoJoon had gone. Another worker shot back that it was already too late, without a hunter present, the boy was doomed to a meaningless death. The gravity of the situation settled in as they realized someone had to act immediately. The calls grew more desperate, stressing that immediate intervention was needed to save the old man. But in the face of such a terrifying creature, the unspoken question hung in the air: who would be brave enough to step forward? In that moment, the manticore let out a guttural roar, not of fury, but of intense pain. A hand was seen gripping a metal pole, forcefully scraping it against a wooden surface to break it loose. With a loud crack, the makeshift weapon was freed as SeoJoon's feet pounded against the ground in a desperate sprint. He let out a ferocious war cry, charging headfirst toward the monster. Minchul, armed with a large scythe, swung at the manticore to create a diversion. He shouted SeoJoon's name, but the young man only yelled back for the old man to run to safety. Minchul insisted SeoJoon should flee as well, but SeoJoon knew they would both be overtaken if he didn't make a stand. With grim determination, SeoJoon resolved that he was the only one who could stall for time until professional hunters arrived. He stood his ground, a lone human facing the towering, shadowy beast with its menacing crimson eyes. Cursing his own fear, he commanded himself to move without hesitation, recalling a lesson that taught him he was the universe itself. A profound sense of purpose sharpened his features as he focused his mind for the coming confrontation. He centered himself with the teachings of Siddhartha Gautama, contemplating his place in the world and the nature of his existence. Unbeknownst to him, the manticore let out a low, predatory growl, preparing to strike him from behind. SeoJoon pushed his emotions aside, embracing a cosmic perspective to see his path forward clearly. He acknowledged the terror that caused his heart to hammer against his ribs. Through sheer force of will, a calm began to wash over him, steadying his resolve. The manticore's massive clawed foot slammed down, shaking the very ground beneath him. It then unleashed a deafening roar directly at SeoJoon, a clear challenge to its defiant prey. SeoJoon understood that conscious thought would be too slow, he had to entrust his actions entirely to his senses. The beast's razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, whipping past his face as he barely recoiled in time. Instincts took over as he twisted his body, fluidly dodging the lethal strike and setting himself up to counter. Another monstrous, rock-like arm swung with overwhelming force, aiming to crush him completely. He reminded himself that even before his mind could fully process the threat, he had to surrender completely to the flow of his instincts. The manticore's head lunged forward in a vicious, blurry motion, its fanged maw snapping shut. In that split second, his senses screamed out, highlighting a critical weak point on the beast. A fleeting moment of doubt crossed his mind as he wondered how he could possibly exploit the opening. He then recalled a different teaching: the power of uprooting mountains was not a measure of simple physical strength. It was the embodiment of courage and momentum, and he had to believe without a shred of doubt that his blow could shatter mountains. His hands constricted around the metal pole, his knuckles turning white from the sheer force of his grip. A powerful wave of conviction washed over him as he told himself that he could break through its defense. He immediately corrected the thought with absolute certainty: he must break through. A brilliant white energy erupted around the manticore as it snarled, sensing the sudden, overwhelming threat. SeoJoon gathered the very essence of the technique, recognizing this as the power to unearth mountains. He channeled this incredible, mountain uprooting might into a single, decisive blow. A colossal explosion of force rocked the entire worksite, the impact blurring the surrounding area with its power. From a safe distance, Park SeoJoon jumped in alarm, startled by the sudden and tremendous racket. Her expression immediately shifted to one of deep concern as she looked toward the source of the commotion. As the thick dust cloud began to settle, a lone figure in a worker's uniform stood firm, still clutching the metal pole. An eerie moment of stunned silence hung in the air, the aftermath of the powerful blow yet to be fully seen. SeoJoon's face was a mask of utter disbelief, a single bead of sweat tracing a line down his temple. He quietly questioned if his impossible, desperate gambit had actually worked. In his vision, a system window materialized, confirming massive progress gains in his various lectures from the life-or-death battle. The next chapter of his grueling ascent had begun. Back at the worksite, the authorities were left to wonder what in the world had transpired there. They questioned how a mere corpse mover, lacking any hunter status or proper weapon, could have felled such a beast with only a steel pipe. A sudden flicker of recognition crossed an official's face. Meanwhile, Park SeoJoon anxiously called out to the man at the center of the chaos. She rushed to his side, urgently asking if he was hurt while brushing off his concern for her own safety. SeoJoon calmly reassured her, attributing his resilience to his intense exercise regimen and insisting they visit a hospital for her sake. She reluctantly agreed to prioritize the hospital, commending him for his incredible performance. Unseen by the pair, a group of workers had found them amidst the wreckage. The general chatter of the crew signaled the end of the day's work, their minds shifting to going home and collecting their pay. SeoJoon's attention was suddenly captured by an unexpected notification. He stared in shock as he realized his lecture progress rates had skyrocketed, an increase that far surpassed what he gained from merely listening. He quickly deduced that catching the manticore was the cause, understanding that real experience was an unparalleled teacher. From this, he concluded that applying his learnings in actual combat was the key to progress, though this presented a new set of problems. He lamented that without a temporary license from a recognized hunter academy, he was barred from dungeons, and the Transcendent Academy couldn't help him. Just as he was lost in thought, a woman's voice suddenly called out to him. He recognized her as the granddaughter of the Sword Star and wondered why such an important figure would want to speak with him. Granting her his attention, he listened as she stated she would be direct with her proposal. She formally invited him to accompany her for a meeting with her grandfather. SeoJoon met her offer with a look of complete indifference and bluntly refused. SeoJoon was utterly floored by his immediate rejection as he turned to leave without a second thought. She desperately called out for him to wait, but his mind was already focused on getting home to continue his studies. Thrown into a situation she had never encountered in her 31 years, Park SeoJoon tried to compose herself. She then pitched her proposal, asking him to join her Hunter Academy, which, despite being officially registered, had no other cadets. She mentally reviewed his unbelievable power, recalling how he had sliced a 4-star manticore in half despite its weakened state. Trying to persuade him, she boasted about the Academy's excellent facilities and even offered her personal tutelage, but he simply repeated that he had no need for it. As a last resort, she played her strongest card, asking if he would change his mind if the legendary Sword Star himself offered to be his teacher. To her absolute astonishment, he remained completely unfazed, turning down an opportunity that any pro-hunter would covet. SeoJoon steeled her resolve, refusing to let such a prodigious talent simply walk away. She tried a new angle, questioning how he would handle the mandatory written exam, but he confidently assured her he could manage it alone. She argued that his skills were ready for dungeons and that it would be a waste not to join an academy, which was a prerequisite for raiding. When he pointed out her academy's current status, she revealed a crucial detail: they had already secured government authorization and could issue him a temporary license immediately. SeoJoon paused, looking down in contemplation as he weighed this new information. Seizing the moment of hesitation, SeoJoon pressed her advantage, promising him complete autonomy in his training and a private facility. As the final piece of her offer, she declared that he would not have to pay for anything, not even tuition. Now genuinely interested, SeoJoon asked what duties would be expected of him in exchange for these remarkable benefits. She explained that he would only need to attend several competitions under their academy's name and acknowledge his affiliation until he passed the pro-hunter exams. He admitted the offer was tempting, as it solved all his problems with very few strings attached, but he remained curious about her motivations. With unwavering certainty, she met his gaze and told him it was because she had recognized his extraordinary potential. Her intense expression left no doubt about her complete faith in his future success. After a moment of consideration, SeoJoon decided that her proposition was not a bad one. With a slight smile, he accepted the terms of their mutually beneficial relationship and introduced himself as Kim SeoJoon. Park SeoJoon smiled warmly in return, extending her hand to seal their new partnership. A feeling washed over her that this arrangement would someday blossom into something far more meaningful, a bond of true camaraderie. The following day, SeoJoon received an irate phone call from his coworker, Manhwa, who demanded to know what he had done to get their work leader suddenly replaced. SeoJoon recalled asking SeoJoon to lodge a complaint against the leader for his negligence, never imagining it would lead to the man's immediate dismissal. Manhwa dismissed the official story of resignation, knowing the man's character, but conceded that his absence was a welcome change for the entire crew. He then asked if SeoJoon was heading to the academy, at which point SeoJoon's voice called out to him. She greeted him with a smile, handing over his freshly printed temporary hunter's license. He took the card, amazed that she had managed to get it issued in just one day. Holding the license, he felt a surge of pride, realizing he had just taken the first tangible step toward achieving his lifelong dream. Eager to begin, he asked SeoJoon if she could now teach him the basics of dungeon raiding. She cryptically replied that there would be no need for that. She instead led him to a rack of weapons, instructing him to choose one so they could depart immediately. A self-assured smile graced her lips as she prepared to reveal her next move. She confessed that, anticipating his eagerness, she had already scheduled a dungeon raid for them. In a flash of action, a brilliant ray of light slammed into the head of a monstrous kobold. SeoJoon turned to SeoJoon, questioning why she had followed him into the dungeon against their agreement, but she insisted she couldn't neglect the academy's sole cadet. She cheekily described her presence as a special one-on-one session for their prized student, and he sarcastically replied that he was honored. She advised him to consider her a safety net during his first raid, noting that the dungeon filled with 2-star kobolds was a perfect training ground for him. He quickly discovered that his attacks sliced through the kobolds' mana defenses with the same ease as they had with the manticore. This was perplexing, as standard doctrine stated that attacks without mana should be repelled by such barriers. As SeoJoon yelled a warning of approaching danger, he remained fixated on this strange phenomenon. His eyes began to glow as he readied another attack against a pouncing kobold. He couldn't help but wonder why his mana-less strikes were so uniquely effective. Just then, a system window appeared, showing his various lecture progress rates all ticking upward. The gains were smaller than before, but he recognized that this consistent progress, combined with the raid's monetary rewards, made the endeavor incredibly worthwhile. A newfound determination filled him, and he decided to pick up his pace significantly. He came to a startlingly simple realization: this whole process was just like grinding for experience points in a game. SeoJoon found SeoJoon's sheer craziness to be beyond imagination, a terrifying quality that reminded her of a dire warning to avoid a hydra's poison. From her perspective, his strangeness was on full display as he returned from the raid only to stare vacantly at a blank screen for hours on end. The bigger issue was that his bizarre actions were constant, leaving her perpetually wondering how he managed to accomplish anything. It baffled her that a cadet with no formal training could massacre kobolds on his first raid with the skill of a 10-year veteran hunter. He had even rejected a professional corpse disposal service to save money, opting instead to perform a strange set of exercises while hauling the monster carcasses himself. SeoJoon fretted over how much longer she could hide the existence of her eccentric new cadet from her grandfather, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. Her anxiety only grew when he blasted his lectures late into the night, making her seriously question if she had made the correct decision in recruiting him. Meanwhile, SeoJoon's eyes glistened with delight as he tallied up his impressive earnings. He was in awe of how much money he had managed to accumulate in just a single day of work. The profit was so high because he had personally handled the arduous tasks of moving and dismantling the corpses, making all the effort worthwhile. However, he acknowledged the downside was the immense time commitment, which had caused him to fall behind on his lecture schedule for the previous day. He briefly considered asking Mr. Manchel to partner with him, viewing it as both a trustworthy arrangement and a potential new business for the older man. Putting that thought aside for later, SeoJoon focused on how to best utilize the nearly $10,000 he had earned. He realized that while the dungeon raid earned him money and progress, the rate of growth was slowing down, with the final kobold kill yielding no increase at all. This prompted him to wonder if a faster method existed to gain power, hoping to become as strong as the legendary great sage, Sun Wukong. An imposing image of the fabled warrior appeared in his mind, his back turned as he cast a long, powerful shadow. Then, a sudden jolt of inspiration struck him as he remembered a crucial detail about Sun Wukong. He recalled seeing a sneak peek for a lecture on staff and spear arts taught by the great sage himself, a course that now seemed within his financial reach. With newfound determination, he immediately selected the option to register for the prestigious lecture. His excitement was instantly extinguished when the system displayed the registration fee, a staggering $27 million. He could only let out a small gasp of utter disbelief at the price. The astronomical sum of $27 million left him completely speechless and stunned. He cursed the insane cost, which transcended all imagination, ironically fitting for the Transcension Academy, and knew even a pro hunter couldn't afford it. Setting the impossible lecture aside, he decided to search the Academy's system for items or equipment instead. He reasoned that if lectures were out, gear was the next best thing, and soon discovered a Transcendent shop selling equipment made by other students. As the shop's inventory loaded, his eyes widened in absolute shock at what was for sale. He saw mythic-level items like the elixir, the Aegis shield, and even the lance of Longinus, all casually listed as mere training equipment. Even with his limited knowledge, he knew these weapons were special, deducing that if students made them, those students must be the Transcended themselves. The idea that he could simply purchase god-tier items was mind-blowing, and he immediately began searching for something he could use. He settled on a copy of the Lance of Longinus, the Holy Spear of Legend, and hit purchase, watching as the system began to calculate its price. He held his breath as the cost began to rapidly climb, the numbers flashing upwards in an intimidating blur. While he expected it to be expensive, knowing a real-world replica would be worth millions, he felt he had calculated the risk as the numbers continued their ascent. His hopes were utterly obliterated when the price settled at $100,000, a figure so high he cried out in frustration at his own poor math skills. He briefly entertained and then quickly dismissed the absurd idea of taking out a massive loan just to buy and resell the item. Just as he was despairing that everything came down to money, SeoJoon approached and asked if he had a moment to spare. She brought up a topic called the Academy contention, inquiring if he had ever heard of it before. He confirmed he had heard the name but was unaware of the details, so she explained it was a grand competition for academies to showcase their supremacy. She handed him a data file, clarifying that the event was essentially a platform to evaluate and rank an academy's overall level. She continued, explaining the competition's league system and its importance for government authorization, which led SeoJoon to correctly guess her motive for telling him. With a simple nod, SeoJoon affirmed that his conclusion was exactly right. She then formally asked SeoJoon to participate in the upcoming contention as the official representative of the Dream Hunter Academy. SeoJoon's mind immediately went to the potential benefits, realizing the contention could be a fantastic opportunity to boost his lecture progress rate. Seeing it as just another form of experience grinding, he enthusiastically agreed to participate. Though slightly surprised by his quick acceptance, she reminded him it was part of their agreement before he asked what the contention typically involved. She explained that the final evaluation was a combined score from two main events, a dungeon raid and a cadet tournament. This gave SeoJoon pause, as he realized his combat experience was limited to a few monster types and he had never once fought another cadet. Determined to be prepared, he decided he needed practice and began to look around for a sparring partner. His staff appeared in his hand as he turned his gaze toward an unsuspecting and quite surprised SeoJoon. He then formally asked if she would be willing to spar with him, a request that left her completely dumbfounded. Seeing her hesitation, he cheekily challenged her, asking if she was perhaps afraid to face him in a duel. In SeoJoon's mind, this was a golden opportunity he couldn't possibly pass up. He knew she was a formidable B-rank hunter trained by the famous Sword Star, and despite being a mere novice, he was intensely curious. His heart pounded with excitement at the prospect of finding out how strong she really was, even as she nervously asked if he was certain about his request. She felt the need to remind him of her B-rank status, a fact he calmly confirmed he was well aware of. He then broke the tension with a grin, cheekily requesting that she please go easy on him. Letting out a resigned sigh, SeoJoon agreed and condescendingly offered him the first blow, telling him to attack whenever he was ready. The silent tension in the air seemed to manifest physically as a tiny crack appeared on a nearby metal surface. SeoJoon boldly declared that he would not turn down her generous offer. SeoJoon watched with an air of tired acceptance as he readied himself for the attack. A brilliant, radiant energy began to coalesce and glow at the very tip of his weapon. As he moved forward, her first impression of his stance was that it was incredibly awkward. She observed that while his charge was fast, his steps were clumsy and lacked any refined technique. Furthermore, his posture was so obvious that it clearly telegraphed exactly where he was planning to strike. She began to think she had greatly overestimated him after the Kobold dungeon, concluding that a cadet was, in the end, still just a cadet. His earlier confidence and taunts now seemed utterly baseless to her. She felt certain that this fight would be over the moment his telegraphed attack was launched. Just as she moved to end the duel, an unexpected development gave her pause and a flicker of confusion crossed her face. Their weapons met in a blinding flash of blue energy, the resulting clash far more powerful than she had anticipated. A shocked grunt escaped her lips as she struggled against the immense force of his block, finding it surprisingly difficult to withstand. She was completely baffled, unable to comprehend how he had just blocked a strike that she had fully infused with her own mana. The attack was designed to disarm him instantly, leaving him open for her to place her sword at his throat. Her entire strategy had been predicated on the fight ending in that single, decisive moment. From his low stance, SeoJoon held his staff firm and looked up at his stunned opponent. A new wave of determination washed over him as he prepared for his next move. He then announced that it was his turn to get serious and attack for real. The 7th chapter of the first season began. From his low defensive stance, SeoJoon confidently looked up at his stunned opponent. And then, the true nature of the fight was revealed. He declared that he, too, would now begin to fight for real. SeoJoon was inwardly shocked, feeling the entire momentum of the duel suddenly shift against her. She registered with alarm that his attacks had become unervingly faster and sharper. It was an astonishing and stark difference from his clumsy form just moments before. He recalled his master's lesson, which instructed him to begin with obvious, telegraphed attacks. The memory of that harsh lecture continued, rebuking the idea of mixing in equally obvious feints and stressing that a thinking opponent required a more sophisticated tactic. His mentor's voice echoed in his mind, telling him to discard the foolish thought that his opponent would simply stand there and accept his blows. The strategy was to use those obvious attacks to bait his opponent into making equally obvious and predictable defenses. He then remembered the crucial next step, to use the force of her block to pull her off balance, as if swinging her own momentum back at her. This process was meant to be repeated until his opponent was forced into a position where she could not possibly block his real attack. And when that perfect moment finally arrived, he was to put his all into one decisive strike. Executing the final step of the lesson, SeoJoon recognized his opening and unleashed his attack. A sudden, overwhelming sense of danger washed over SeoJoon. A brilliant beam of blue energy erupted from his staff, slamming into the ground where she had just been standing. She stared in disbelief, trying to process what in the world had just happened. A sharp, shocked gasp escaped her lips as she took in the smoldering crater. Realizing she had used her full power without thinking, she frantically asked if he was all right, to which he calmly replied that he was fine. He then conceded the match, stating that he had ended up losing, which confused SeoJoon with its odd phrasing. Her confusion grew as she wondered if he actually thought he could win, and he clarified that he couldn't defeat her just yet. He mused that fighting a professional hunter was a completely different challenge than fighting a monster, leaving her unsure how to interpret his words. As he contemplated the immense skill gap between them, a system notification chimed, confirming he still had a long way to go. He smiled inwardly, seeing that his lecture progress rate had increased exactly as he had predicted it would. He wondered if the system required varied real-world experiences, then turned to SeoJoon to ask about her schedule before the tournament. To her utter surprise, he asked if she would be willing to spar with him regularly on days when there were no dungeon raids. He explained that their spars were extremely helpful, and touched by his earnest dedication despite the danger, she considered his request. She ultimately agreed, reaffirming her promise to help him and even offering him all of the prize money should he win. SeoJoon's eyes widened, surprised to learn there was prize money involved, which SeoJoon confirmed was standard for a competition. His interest was now fully captured as he asked her just how much the prize was. She thought for a moment before recalling that the prize money was around $100,000. A sudden, intense fire ignited in his eyes as he urgently demanded to know the exact date of the tournament. When she told him it was only about 2 weeks away, he was visibly shocked by the short time frame. He immediately began searching for sandbags, even asking if he could just rip a heavy fixture out of the wall, leaving SeoJoon completely baffled. Without another word, he launched himself into a grueling training session on the spot. SeoJoon started to suggest a better training area but gave up, watching in bewilderment as he became singularly focused on obtaining the $100,000 prize. Those 2 weeks passed in a blur of relentless training. On the day of the tournament, the grounds were teeming with crowds of spectators, hopeful cadets, and supportive families. SeoJoon took a deep breath as he finally arrived at the bustling venue. He remarked on the large number of people, and SeoJoon explained that it was a rare opportunity for ordinary citizens to watch hunters in action. She added that scouts from guilds and the government were also present, prompting SeoJoon to jokingly label her an explanation character for her unsolicited commentary. Shaking his head, he refocused on his goal and asked a nearby staff member for directions to the participant waiting room. He made his way through the crowd, following the signs pointing toward the player waiting area. However, as he stood before the door, a sudden wave of apprehension stopped him in his tracks. Having come by himself, he felt a surge of nervousness and intimidation that made it difficult to move. Peeking inside, his eyes fell upon other cadets adorned in dazzling, high-end equipment, their muscular frames exuding an aura of pure confidence. It became clear that every academy had sent their absolute best, and every single one of them looked incredibly strong. Amid the gleaming armor and powerful weapons, one participant stood out with a shabby-looking spear and a holder fashioned from old clothing. Two other cadets immediately began to snicker, openly mocking the peasant-like person and wondering aloud what backwater academy he was from. Unbeknownst to them, the target of their ridicule was SeoJoon, who heard them but chose to ignore their taunts while concentrating on his lecture screen. The cadets continued their jeering, laughing at him and suggesting that he should just pack his things and go home. Another cadet, who had also come alone, saw SeoJoon and felt a misguided sense of camaraderie, assuming he had found a kindred spirit, which only confused SeoJoon. Feeling a strange connection, the young man approached SeoJoon and offered a friendly greeting. He introduced himself as Lee Minji, a fellow tournament participant, and SeoJoon formally introduced himself in return. Minji asked if he could sit beside him, and as SeoJoon agreed, he noted how young the boy seemed, guessing he was still in high school. Before SeoJoon could say anything else, Minji began pointing out and explaining the details of a brutish, axe-wielding cadet named Jang Dukshul. Just then, Dukshul began arguing with another hopeful, whom Minji quickly identified as Lee Ch1 from Mint Academy. Minji continued his unsolicited commentary by noting Ch1's use of twin daggers, making SeoJoon wonder why this kid was explaining everything to him. When SeoJoon commented on how much he knew, Minji just laughed it off, admitting he was simply interested in a lot of things. As the argument between the two other cadets escalated, a calm but firm voice suddenly instructed them to be quiet. A single sentence from this newcomer was enough to silence the entire waiting room. Minji leaned in and explained that the speaker was Lee Junhwan, a prodigy from Revenant Academy who was considered the de facto winner of the competition. SeoJoon asked if he was merely a top candidate, but Minji insisted that as long as Junhwan was participating, his victory was an absolute certainty. To emphasize his point, Minji brought up the legendary Sword Saint, a name so famous it would be strange not to know it. He then dropped a bombshell, whispering a rumor that the Sword Saint's own granddaughter had tried to scout Junhwan, a fact that floored SeoJoon as he realized it was SeoJoon. Minji concluded that Junhwan must have been incredibly confident to decline such an offer, though a flashback hinted at a far more arrogant reason for the rejection. Across the room, Junhwan seethed with internal rage, annoyed that his uncle was forcing him to participate in a tournament with such lowly bastards. He believed that winning against such trash would be meaningless and bring him no recognition whatsoever. In that moment, he found himself regretting his decision to turn down that girl's proposal. He recalled smugly rejecting her offer because her academy was a no-name, but now wished he had used her for the Sword Saint's connections before discarding her. His bitter thoughts were interrupted when his gaze landed on a peculiar sight across the room. His eyes narrowed in disgust as he spotted the peasant he had seen earlier. As he fumed over the tournament's low standards, he failed to notice that the peasant was looking right back, calmly calculating how much his lecture progress rate would increase after their inevitable fight. An official announcement suddenly echoed through the hall, stating that the first match of the Academy tournament was about to commence. The buzzing chatter of the waiting room died down as all the cadets completed their final preparations. SeoJoon took a moment to reflect on the past 2 weeks, during which he had focused on raising his Ch1 and Seongyu lecture progress rates over 30%. He knew that his time spent in dungeon raids and sparring with a pro hunter like SeoJoon had given him a crucial edge in real-world experience. Feeling fully prepared for monster hunting or duels, he had no doubt he could face whatever came his way. With his eyes fixed on the $100,000 prize, he felt a surge of readiness for the first match. The first event was revealed to be a dungeon maze race, as a notification displayed his impressive new lecture progress rates. An official announcement boomed, signaling the commencement of the tournament's first round. In the stands, a young man excitedly waved his senior over to their seats. The older hunter questioned why his junior had chosen such an obscure spot in the corner. The junior apologized, his attention suddenly caught by someone in the crowd, though he quickly tried to dismiss it. The senior asked if he knew the person, but the junior claimed it was just a passing resemblance before eagerly inquiring about the details of the first round. The first event was announced as the Dungeon Maze Race, where attacking other cadets was strictly prohibited, leaving the boy to wonder if it was a test of skill and intuition or just a simple maze left to chance. He theorized that monsters likely populated the maze, and hunting them would provide clues necessary for escape. This led him to conclude that the event was designed to test the most crucial skills a hunter needs during a dungeon raid. The conversation then shifted to the impressive skill level of the current cadets as he urged his senior to look at the massive jumbotron. A collective gasp of awe rippled through the spectators. The screen showed a close-up of a blue-eyed man, his gaze sharp and intensely focused. The junior marveled at the man's movements, declaring that he was on a completely different level from other cadets and asking who he was. His senior identified the prodigy as Lee Junhwan, flatly stating he was the tournament's confirmed winner, which came as a shock. Elsewhere in the stands, a young woman stared in disbelief, wondering why that particular person was here. She recoiled in panic, realizing she had seen him before and desperately hoped she would not be recognized as the Sword Saint's granddaughter, wanting only to watch the event in peace. Her thoughts then drifted to another participant, and she quietly wondered if Mr. SeoJoon was doing well. Inside the maze, a wooden staff pressed firmly against a stone wall, testing its integrity. SeoJoon concluded that the organizers had reinforced the walls, making it impossible to break through them. Resigned, he decided he would have to navigate the maze the normal way, regretting not having looked for a Theseus lecture with his free pass. He placed his palm flat against the cold stone, contemplating his options. He calculated that using his mountain uprooting power twice might be enough to shatter a wall, recalling the legend of Theseus who escaped the labyrinth. Standing before a junction, the young man considered his next move with a serious expression. He recognized the path had split into a three-way fork. He considered the most basic rule of maze solving, which involved keeping one hand on a wall and walking until he eventually found the exit, though he knew eventually could take a very long time. As he prepared to follow the wall to the left, a strange sensation stopped him in his tracks. An indescribable feeling washed over him, a powerful and inexplicable pull. He felt a sudden, strong urge to take the opposite path from his logical choice, wondering if this was the intuition granted by his Ch1 lectures. He stood silently for a moment, weighing logic against this new sensation. Finally, with a slight shrug, he decided to cast his doubts aside. Trusting his gut completely, he strode forward, his impressive lecture progress rate silently affirming his growing power. As he walked, he couldn't help but feel that something was strange about his path. He occasionally heard announcements declaring the elimination of other cadets, suggesting they were encountering and fighting monsters. Yet, he found it bizarre that his own journey through the maze remained completely uneventful. A thought struck him as he wondered if his intuition was so powerful that it was actively guiding him away from any potential threats. He then indulged in a wild fantasy about achieving a 100% progress rate, imagining he might gain the ability to see a few seconds into the future. He quickly dismissed this as a delusion, refocusing on his mother's advice to be careful, as a monster could appear at any moment. After veering to the right, he was surprised to encounter not a monster, but Minji, who questioned his confident stride and asked if he knew the way out. Minji insisted that wandering aimlessly would only get him lost and confidently declared that he knew the proper method for escaping, offering to take the lead. He began to explain the left-hand method for solving mazes, but SeoJoon cut him off, stating that it would take too long and that he would stick to following his feelings. Minji protested that SeoJoon would surely get lost, but was taken aback when SeoJoon questioned why he was following him in the first place. He earnestly explained that he saw them as comrades in a similar situation, which only confused SeoJoon further. Minji elaborated that since they had both entered the tournament alone, he thought it made sense to team up, revealing his motive for approaching SeoJoon in the waiting room. He proposed that the two of them, as weaker contestants, should pool their strength together. SeoJoon scoffed at being called weak but decided to humor the kid, who then offered to show him something exciting as a special exception. Minji proudly pulled out a photo of his younger sister, asking if she was cute, to which SeoJoon gave a flat, unenthusiastic agreement. As SeoJoon tried to excuse himself and walk away, hoping to never see the boy again, Minji desperately called for him to wait. SeoJoon noted his tenacity as Minji pleaded for them to stick together, arguing that it was the only way for people like them to escape. He considered the boy's point about the dangers of traveling alone, acknowledging that Minji had at least been helpful back in the waiting room. Nevertheless, he refused, reminding himself that this was a competition with a $100,000 prize on the line, and then callously asked if Mingi's family was there to cheer him on. Mingi's cheerful demeanor fell as he quietly revealed that his parents had passed away, and his younger sister was all he had left. A series of bleak, sorrowful images momentarily flashed through SeoJoon's mind. He stood in stunned silence, processing what he had just heard. Minji, however, immediately panicked, regretting his thoughtless words, and quickly tried to downplay the tragedy, explaining his sister was just too young to attend. A sense of understanding dawned on SeoJoon as he agreed with Mingi's earlier assessment of them being comrades in a similar situation. He curtly told the boy he could follow if he wanted. But he set a firm boundary, declaring that the first-place prize money was his alone and that their teamwork would end the moment they left the maze. Minji simply stared, momentarily confused by the sudden change of heart. The younger boy then cheered and rushed to catch up as SeoJoon set off at a blistering pace. Minji struggled to keep up, complaining that they couldn't just rush through the maze based on a whim. He was baffled by SeoJoon's complete lack of hesitation, noting his partner moved with a confidence that seemed impossible for someone who was supposedly guessing the way. It almost felt as if SeoJoon already knew the correct path, a possibility he quickly dismissed as nonsensical just before something caught his eye. He finally caught his breath at what appeared to be a dead end, panting from the effort of keeping up. Looking ahead, he saw SeoJoon calmly asking if this was the spot. He watched, confused, as SeoJoon approached the solid wall. His jaw dropped in utter disbelief at what he witnessed next. Suddenly, the stadium speakers roared to life, announcing that the first maze breaker had appeared with an unbelievable new record of just over 27 minutes. The crowd erupted into chaos, unable to believe someone had finished so quickly, especially since the favorite, Lee Junhwan, was still shown fighting deep within the maze. Back in the stands, the junior's eyes widened as a shocking realization hit him, and he stammered, trying to voice the name he suspected. The leaderboard confirmed his fears as Kim SeoJoon flashed on screen, while at the maze's exit, SeoJoon himself appeared, slightly disappointed that he hadn't encountered a single monster. Minji was reeling, his mind struggling to grasp how his simple plan to team up with SeoJoon had escalated to this point. The final results of the first round flashed across the leaderboard, showing Kim SeoJoon in first place, followed closely by Lee Minji, with Lee Junhwan trailing far behind in third. A wave of disbelief and rampant speculation swept through the crowd as they gossiped about the impossibly fast time and the unheard-of Dream Academy. Others expressed their astonishment that the favored Lee Junhwan had been knocked down to third place, the surrounding chatter making it difficult to concentrate. Suddenly, one cadet's attention was drawn to a figure standing nearby. He swallowed nervously as he recognized the intimidating presence of Lee Junhwan himself. A chill ran down his spine as he wondered why the top-ranked cadet was scrutinizing him so intensely from head to toe. The tense silence stretched on for an uncomfortable moment. But before he could speak, Junhwan turned and walked away without a word, leaving the other cadet utterly bewildered. Junhwan internally dismissed the first-place winner as nothing more than a lucky amateur. Nearby, onlookers laughed amongst themselves, attributing the victory to pure luck, just as an official swung the doors open to make an announcement. The official called for everyone's attention, ready to reveal the details for the second round of the contention. He explained that the next stage would be a one-on-one tournament where mana-infused weapons were forbidden, though strengthening one's body with mana was permitted. He added that judges held the authority to forcibly end a match if a cadet was deemed unfit to continue, noting that with 32 qualifiers, the tournament should begin with a full bracket. Just as the official was about to unveil the tournament matchups, a cadet's voice cut through the room. The cadet unexpectedly declared his intention to forfeit, sending a ripple of shock through the assembled students. Elsewhere, SeoJoon breathed a quiet sigh of relief, realizing he had narrowly avoided being recognized in the crowd. Suddenly, Minji spotted him and shouted out his name in surprise, still amazed that SeoJoon had secured first place. SeoJoon decided to wait for the commotion to die down, while Minji stared in confusion at the newly posted tournament bracket. He questioned why the bracket started at the semi-finals despite 32 qualifiers, only to be told that nearly everyone had forfeited. Meanwhile, a couple of spectators lamented that the mass forfeits had ruined the betting pool, cynically stating that Lee Junhwan's victory was a foregone conclusion anyway. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when a mysterious figure calmly placed a staggering $1 million bet on Kim SeoJoon. The bookie's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning if the man was serious. He tried to warn the stranger that SeoJoon was just a lucky punk from a no-name academy. Watching from a distance, Minji couldn't help but wonder about the identity of this mysterious high roller. SeoJoon, observing the scene, felt a pang of disappointment as the event had quickly lost its excitement. A few moments earlier, the first cadet had stepped forward to withdraw from the competition. His decision sparked a discussion among others, who noted that forfeiting was quite common in League 4 since only the top cadets ever stood a chance. Fearful whispers then spread about Lee Junhwan's brutal reputation, with many agreeing it wasn't worth the risk of permanent injury for a lower league competition. A sense of futility settled in as they realized they would likely only serve as stepping stones for the cadets from more prestigious academies. One of them concluded that it would be a cleaner and safer choice to simply forfeit now. Inspired by the first, another cadet quickly announced his withdrawal, and a third immediately followed suit. This set off a chain reaction, with a flood of cadets hastily shouting their intention to forfeit the tournament. As a result, only 5 participants remained, prompting the official to dryly comment on the lack of endurance among the youth of today. The bracket was finalized, pitting Kim SeoJoon against Jang Dukshul in the first match. The subsequent match would see Lee Junhwan face off against Lee Minji, while Lee Ch1 received a bye into the next round. SeoJoon calmly wondered if his first-place finish in the maze meant he would automatically win the entire contention should he reach the finals. Beside him, Minji trembled uncontrollably, asking his new comrade if he wasn't terrified about the impending fight. He anxiously reminded SeoJoon that his opponent was the feared Lee Junhwan, to which SeoJoon merely noted how energetic he seemed. SeoJoon questioned why he was worried about losing before even trying, but Minji insisted he already knew the outcome without fighting. Hearing this, SeoJoon bluntly suggested that he should just forfeit as well. Minji hesitated, unable to commit to that course of action, just as an official announced that preparations were complete for the first match. As the 2 named cadets were called to the arena, SeoJoon advised Minji that if he wasn't going to forfeit, he should fight with everything he had, as victory was always possible. As he turned to leave, Minji, holding his spear, suddenly grabbed SeoJoon's wrist. He looked at his senior with wide, worried eyes and asked if he truly felt no concern at all. SeoJoon replied nonchalantly that his only thought was about how much experience his opponent might be worth. The bizarre response left Minji utterly baffled as SeoJoon confidently walked away, reminding the younger boy of the prize money on the line. In the arena, the announcer's voice boomed, hyping up the crowd for the second tournament of the 63rd Academy contention, declaring that only the toughest remained. He dramatically introduced Kim SeoJoon, the mysterious new record holder from the maze, a phrasing SeoJoon inwardly scoffed at, knowing it was just a polite way of saying everyone else had quit. His opponent, Jang Dukshul, glared from across the arena, convinced the boy's luck had just run out. The announcer then introduced Jang Dukshul from Gochuri Academy, the giant of the axe, who taunted SeoJoon, claiming that his success in the first round was a curse. The giant declared it was unlucky to have passed, for it meant having to face him, but SeoJoon coolly replied that they would see. He asserted that it wasn't yet clear which of them was truly the unlucky one, just as the judge signaled for the match to begin. As the starting bell rang, Jang Dukshul charged forward, roaring that he would make the upstart regret his insolent words. In response to the incoming onslaught, a confident smirk played across SeoJoon's lips. A silent shockwave seemed to emanate from the center of the arena. In the stands, Minji watched with bated breath as the match began, worrying if SeoJoon would be okay. He quickly shook his head, realizing this was no time to be concerned about others. His own formidable opponent, Lee Junhwan, awaited him in the very next match. SeoJoon's earlier advice echoed in his mind, telling him to fight to the end if he wasn't going to quit, for he might just win. A surge of resolve washed over Minji, and he tightly clenched his fists. Yet, his confidence faltered as he remembered that not just Junhwan, but all the remaining fighters were representatives of elite academies, far beyond his own level. The crushing realization made him think that perhaps he should forfeit after all. But before he could decide, an incredible upset occurred in the arena, as the match was decided in the blink of an eye. The announcer, stunned, declared Kim SeoJoon the winner, and the crowd erupted in a deafening roar. Watching from the sidelines, Lee Junhwan looked on with utter disdain, seeing the spectacle as nothing more than trash playing amongst themselves. The red-haired prodigy glared with burning intensity at the victor in the ring. Behind him, the bespectacled Lee Ch1 stood nervously, clutching his own sword. Witnessing the shocking display of power, he felt a new resolve forming within him. He decided that he too would fight with everything he had. In the center of the roaring arena, Jang Dukshul swung his massive battle axe with overwhelming force. The announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, marveling at the incredible strength on display from the Gochuri Academy cadet. However, his tone shifted to surprise as he pointed out that SeoJoon was easily evading every fierce attack, proving his advancement was not merely luck. Dukshul grew breathless from his own relentless assault, realizing with frustration that SeoJoon was brushing off his attacks as if they were insignificant. The giant internally questioned why his powerful blows were having no effect at all on his elusive opponent. Gathering his strength for one final push, he roared a challenge, daring SeoJoon to evade his next attack. In a flash of memory, the image of a fighter in white effortlessly blocking a spear with a brilliant burst of light appeared. This was followed by a vision of a helmeted man sweating as a hail of deadly spears flew past his head. The mental slideshow concluded with the same defeated man sitting on the ground before his victorious opponent. Snapping back to reality, Dukshul was stunned to realize the match had concluded in an instant, leaving him to question if he had truly lost. The announcer declared Kim SeoJoon from Dream Academy the winner, as SeoJoon silently wondered if that could even be considered a true battle of strength. He let out a disappointed sigh as system notifications appeared, showing only meager increases to his lecture progress rates. SeoJoon lamented the small gains, having expected a much greater increase from fighting other cadets, a problem made worse by the numerous forfeits. His anxiety grew as he noted the 52 days remaining on his free pass, realizing he wouldn't finish his crucial lectures at this pace. Considering the tight budget he would face buying a new weapon and the pass, he resolved that winning the tournament's prize money was his only path forward. Just then, an excited Minji ran up, expressing his shock at SeoJoon's strength, to which SeoJoon calmly replied that he had never claimed to be weak. While Minji was still praising the amazing fight, an official announced that the second match was ready to begin. The announcer's voice then called for Cadet Lee Minji and Cadet Lee Junhwan to make their way to the arena. The arrogant prodigy, Lee Junhwan, shoved past the others, contemptuously telling the pests to get out of his way. Minji paused and turned to SeoJoon, reminding him of their conversation in the maze about being similar. He confessed that had felt a strange kinship with SeoJoon, which made him feel both happy for his victory and jealous of his power. Minji then disparaged himself, calling himself an unlucky and untalented person who could never be as strong as SeoJoon. Yet, he declared his burning motivation was to become a brother his little sister could be proud of, just as his name was called to the ring. SeoJoon offered simple words of encouragement, telling Minji to do his best, which the younger boy gratefully accepted. A confident and knowing smile spread across SeoJoon's face as he watched Minji walk away. He then called out a final piece of encouragement, telling Minji he would see him in the finals. As he stepped into the ring, Minji quietly chanted to himself that he could do it, only for his opponent to scoff dismissively. Ch1 angrily snapped at him, demanding to know why he was mumbling so annoyingly. He complained that everything was irritating him, especially his embarrassment at being forced to participate in such a low-level tournament. Ch1 looked his opponent over with disgust, scarcely believing that this shivering brat was who he had to face. A noticeable tremor ran through Minji's body as he stood before the prodigy's overwhelming presence. His confidence began to falter as he understood, even before a single blow was exchanged, that he was completely outmatched. In Ch1's mind, Minji was nothing but prey, a creature at the bottom of the food chain meant only to be fodder for a true predator. The red-haired fighter glared, certain that this boy had only advanced through luck and needed to be put in his place. He seethed with the belief that he should have placed first in every round, as he was on a different level than the trash in this competition. A wave of uncontrollable fury washed over him at the sheer injustice of the situation. He wondered if this lowly pest truly believed he could win, then impatiently asked the referee when they were going to begin. As the announcer officially started the second match, Minji strengthened his resolve, telling himself he could do it, just like SeoJoon. At the same time, Ch1 decided there was no need to prolong his time in this wretched tournament. The instant the match commenced, he moved to end it in a flash, but was met by an unexpected resistance. A sharp, pained cry escaped Minji's throat as the overwhelming assault began. The announcer declared that Ch1, as expected, had immediately unleashed a fury of precise blows, putting Minji on the ropes from the very start. Ch1 closed the distance, hissing that if Minji was truly a pest, then he should start acting like one, landing a devastating final strike. The announcer shouted into his microphone, exclaiming that it was a massive hit. He watched as Cadet Minji kneeled over in agony, speculating that this would surely be the end of the match. Crushing despair filled Minji as he accepted that he was going to lose. He knew it was no longer a question of winning, for he was no match for his opponent at all. He questioned his own powerlessness, thinking of his promise to make his sister proud and his desire to be strong like SeoJoon. The thought of his mentor, however, sparked one last ember of defiance within him. The announcer cried out in surprise as he witnessed Cadet Minji struggling back onto his feet. A new, desperate goal formed in Minji's mind, he only needed to land a single hit. It didn't matter if his attack only grazed the tip of his opponent's fingers. All he wanted in that moment was for a single one of his attacks to finally reach its target. The announcer's voice cut through his thoughts, declaring that there would be no upset as he named Ch1 the winner. The crowd agreed with the outcome, commenting that Ch1 was on a level far too high for this kind of tournament. Spectators admitted that while he was arrogant, he certainly possessed the skill to back up his attitude. Away from the lights, Ch1 stood with a menacing glare, a small amount of blood staining his chin. He touched the spot in utter disbelief, shocked that the pest's attack had actually reached him. That shock instantly twisted into a burning, silent rage as he stared daggers at his fallen opponent. His mind fractured into enraged thoughts, imagining the audience mocking him, an elite, for getting hurt by such a weakling. He suddenly turned to the baffled referee and declared his intention to forfeit the entire tournament. As the officials reeled in shock, Ch1 venomously stated he couldn't stand being in this joke of a place any longer. He screamed that the tournament was a failure because they allowed every fool to compete, which was why their league remained at the bottom. The referee sternly warned him to stop, reminding him the match was over and that they would have to take action if he continued his tirade. Ch1 scoffed at the threat, retorting that he had already forfeited and then challenged the officials for allowing such weak brats to even dream of becoming hunters. To punctuate his disgust, he walked over and planted his foot firmly on the head of the downed Minji. He sneered about pathetic insects crawling up from the mud, completely unaware of their proper place. With his foot still on Minji's head, he began to voice what he believed should be done to pieces of trash like him. However, SeoJoon's voice cut him off, calmly stating that while he had intended to wait for the finals, he had since changed his mind. With a cold look in his eyes, he declared that Ch1 deserved a beating right here and now. Ch1 continued to voice his thoughts on what should be done to pieces of trash like the one beneath his foot. But SeoJoon's voice cut through his tirade, stating that while he had intended to wait for the finals, his plans had changed. He declared with cold finality that Ch1 deserved a beating right here and now. SeoJoon then commanded his opponent to move. When Ch1 feigned ignorance, SeoJoon clarified his order to remove his damn foot from Minji's head. Ch1 gestured mockingly to the man he was pinning and asked what would happen if he chose not to comply. In a flash of insight, SeoJoon pictured a swordsman whose attack was deftly dodged by two retreating opponents. He knelt beside his friend, urgently checking if Minji was still conscious and okay. Ch1 scoffed at what he called a pathetic sob story between pests, as Minji weakly managed to utter SeoJoon's name. Rising to his feet, SeoJoon questioned if Ch1 truly found pleasure in looking down on other people. He angrily demanded to know what Ch1's problem was, questioning why he felt the need to trample on someone. Ch1 retorted, asking if SeoJoon was so naive that he didn't understand the repulsiveness of a pest who didn't know his place. SeoJoon fired back, asking if that meant pests weren't allowed to dream, prompting a derisive laugh from Ch1, who mocked such an outdated notion. Ch1 sarcastically questioned the belief that hard work could achieve anything, as nearby officials debated their inaction, held back only by an order from above. Pressing his foot down harder, Ch1 let out a condescending laugh, calling SeoJoon a complete imbecile. He then offered to give the pest a special lesson about the world, explaining it was a place where only the capable succeed by squashing others. Ch1 finished his lecture by stating that this was simply the way of the world, but SeoJoon inwardly admitted that he once used to think the same way. He reflected on the 9 long years he had struggled, facing walls of reality and resenting his lack of money and talent while his hard work barely kept him afloat. Recalling the pathetic feeling of clinging to a hopeless cause, he asked the referee to please take care of Minji. The memories of fear and self-doubt flooded his mind, echoing the countless times he had questioned his own ability to succeed. He acknowledged that many people despair in the face of reality, but a defiant question formed in his mind, so what if they did? SeoJoon resolved that it was not Ch1's place to judge or trash on another person's efforts. He suddenly charged forward, completely ignoring the referee's frantic shouts that he was violating the tournament rules. The officials screamed for him to stop his reckless advance. Unfazed, Ch1 sighed in annoyance, dismissing the entire situation as a pathetic joke. A violent image flashed, depicting a red-haired warrior viciously impaling a dark-haired man with a barbed weapon. Ch1 spat venomously that SeoJoon was the real bug in this arena. The fight exploded into action as SeoJoon, wielding his staff, lashed out with a powerful kick at the swordsman. The red-haired warrior immediately retaliated, lunging forward with his sword aimed true. SeoJoon displayed incredible agility, deftly weaving and dodging through the flurry of his opponent's attacks. He silently acknowledged Ch1's immense strength, finally understanding why he was so highly regarded. The power he faced now was on a completely different level than anything before. Shaking off his apprehension, he told himself to stop thinking and to simply trust his senses, letting the flow of battle guide him. In a swift counter, SeoJoon drove the end of his staff hard into Ch1's chest. A mask of pure shock and unadulterated rage twisted Ch1's features. A nearby official tried to intervene again, demanding that both fighters cease their illegal match. Ch1 roared at the official to stay out of it, proclaiming himself a predator who reigns above all prey. However, He was stunned to see that same predator's gaze reflected back at him from the eyes of the man he deemed a demon. He sneered, vowing to see if SeoJoon could still spout such nonsense after facing true reality. With a mighty heave, SeoJoon swung his staff, launching Junhwan clear across the arena floor. Junhwan grunted in disbelief, shocked that his attack had actually been blocked. He began to wonder if what he was seeing was just an illusion. It seemed impossible that his opponent was holding his own, having parried a powerful blow with just his bare palm. To Junhwan, it was like watching a monster grow stronger right before his very eyes. The impact of the blow sent a shudder through SeoJoon's body, forcing a pained cough from his lips. Junhwan seethed with indignant fury, unable to process the fact that this nobody had actually pushed him back. His mind screamed in denial, refusing to accept that this was happening. The sudden manifestation of an aura sword made SeoJoon realize his disadvantage without proper mana control. As Junhwan screamed that he would kill him, every rational instinct in SeoJoon's mind told him that running was his only viable option. Yet his feet remained planted, his brain telling him to flee while his spirit refused, knowing that to run would be to deny everything he had ever built. A lesson from his old master resurfaced, recalling when a student asked why he had fought a battle that was already lost. The master had admitted the fight was a lost cause, a moment of true despair where he was terrified of certain defeat. Despite the overwhelming odds, he explained that he fought on for one simple reason, because it was something he had to do. The spirit of the hegemon King Xiangyu, who fought impossible odds to forge his legend, now ignited within SeoJoon. He felt the warrior's spirit surge through him, the power to uproot mountains and overturn the world itself. An entirely new and immense power began to awaken from deep within his soul. Junhwan laughed derisively, declaring himself the true predator who could easily trample beasts like SeoJoon. The clashing auras manifested as 4 spectral fighters, 2 red and 2 blue, engaging in a furious battle in the arena's center. With a final, hate-filled roar, Junhwan screamed for his opponent to die. SeoJoon answered with a ferocious battle cry of his own, unleashing all of his newfound power. The collision of radiant blue and fiery red energy was catastrophic, shattering the arena floor upon impact. A massive explosion of brilliant blue light completely engulfed the stadium. The crowd anxiously tried to see through the thick cloud of dust, desperate to know who had won the exchange. Through the haze, the silhouette of a man with spiky dark hair slowly staggered forward. A heavy thud echoed as a body finally hit the ground. The lone standing figure gasped for breath, utterly spent from the grueling fight. Across the ruined stage, the red-haired fighter lay in a heap, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the cracked stone. As the dust began to settle, one man remained standing, the undisputed victor over his fallen rival. A low, agonized groan was the only sound that escaped the defeated combatant. A low, agonized groan was the only sound that escaped the defeated combatant. The stadium then erupted into a roar as the crowd chanted Kim SeoJoon's name, their voices filled with awe and disbelief. One of the commentators struggled to comprehend the outcome, recalling how SeoJoon could barely handle a man-imbued sword just weeks ago but had now manifested a powerful aura spear. His colleague was similarly stunned, stammering that Mr. SeoJoon's victory was simply impossible. Hidden amongst the spectators, a girl in a hoodie and cap watched the victor from afar, a faint blush warming her cheeks. She recognized him as the very same person she had seen at the gambling center, her mind reeling at how this could be. Elsewhere, a man in glasses shouted that this result was an absolute impossibility. His friend found the reaction excessive, remarking that the man was acting as if a fundamental law of nature had just been broken. A sudden thought then occurred to the friend. He remembered that the frantic man had placed a massive bet on SeoJoon winning the tournament. But when he turned to look, he discovered the man had mysteriously vanished from his seat. Far from the cheering crowds, a bandaged man with a large sword strapped to his back walked alone down a quiet street. SeoJoon was officially informed by a tournament official that he had been disqualified. The official explained that while Junhwan's actions were excessive, SeoJoon had still intervened in a non-official match after receiving multiple warnings from the referee. SeoJoon internally admitted the ruling was fair but couldn't help wondering why the organizers hadn't stopped the fight before he was forced to step in. He calmly accepted the consequences, stating he was prepared for this, and then asked what would happen to Junhwan, whom the official confirmed was also disqualified. It was further explained that Junhwan's use of an aura sword was viewed as attempted murder, and while he would likely avoid legal charges, the association would ban him from the Pro Hunter exam for 5 years. SeoJoon reflected on the final tournament rankings, with Ch1 winning by default, Minji taking second, and Duxil luckily securing third, but he was ultimately satisfied with his own significant progress. He reviewed his stats, noting his progress rate had shot up dramatically, with Ch1's lecture increasing by 15%, Siddhartha's by over 5%, and Xiangye's soaring by 20%, pushing it past the 50% mark. He began to suspect that the strange, immense power he felt during the climax of the battle might have awakened because his progress in Xiangye's lecture had finally passed the halfway point. Tapping on his interface, he considered that he might now be able to take another lecture, which would become easier with his increased progress rates. Just then, he was brought out of his thoughts as Ms. SeoJoon called out his name. She hurried over to him, anxiously checking if he was hurt, but he chuckled and reassured her that despite his appearance, he was quite sturdy. SeoJoon let out a quiet sigh of relief. SeoJoon then shifted his tone and began to offer her a sincere apology. He explained his regret for interfering and costing her the win, but she quickly cut him off, insisting he had absolutely nothing to apologize for. She turned the concern back on him, asking if he was alright since she had been under the impression that he was interested in the prize money. A sudden memory flashed in SeoJoon's mind, making her realize he must have forgotten his earlier desperation. Recalling his frantic need for money for the Lance of Longinus and lecture passes, she asked him what he had intended to do with the prize. He admitted that had been eyeing a particular weapon, which prompted SeoJoon to humorously imagine him drooling over the $100,000 reward. With a heavy sigh, SeoJoon tried to push aside his disappointment. He confessed that while he regretted losing the money, he knew he would have regretted it far more if he had stood by and done nothing. He expressed his faith that the money problem would work itself out somehow, just as another voice shouted his name from a distance. Minji came running up to them, breathlessly calling out to his hyung. SeoJoon confirmed that he was just about to leave. Minji hesitated for a moment, clearly building up the courage to say something important. The heavily bandaged young man looked down at the ground, his posture conveying a mix of admiration and self-doubt. He finally looked up at SeoJoon and earnestly asked if he, too, could become that strong if he just kept working hard. SeoJoon's gaze remained fixed ahead, his bandaged cheek turned toward the young fighter. Minji stared forward, his eyes filled with desperate hope as he awaited an answer. A heavy silence hung in the air between them for a long moment. SeoJoon finally broke the silence, telling him bluntly that it would probably be very difficult. He gave Minji a dose of harsh reality, explaining that his talent fell short for a pro hunter and that dreams alone weren't enough to survive in this harsh world, advising him not to be so hung up on a single path. Minji's expression fell as he conceded that SeoJoon had a point. He quickly tried to salvage the mood with a forced laugh, claiming he only came to say his final goodbyes. As he turned to leave, his slumped shoulders betrayed his deep disappointment despite his smile, and he thanked SeoJoon for everything. But SeoJoon stopped him, urging him not to let anyone, not even himself, tell him that he couldn't achieve his goal. He acknowledged that people would always point to his lack of talent as an undeniable fact and tell him that he would never succeed. SeoJoon then imparted a crucial piece of wisdom, telling Minji that someone else's opinion of him never had to become his reality. He finished by saying that if he truly wished for something, all he needed to do was pursue it without hesitation. Minji's entire demeanor brightened, and he cheerfully promised to visit SeoJoon with his little sister sometime soon. SeoJoon admitted she was surprised to see this side of him, to which SeoJoon wryly replied that he was just busy sticking his nose where it didn't belong. She countered that she thought it was cool and that he had earned a fan, though he mused that gaining a student would have been more practical. He then quietly lamented missing the perfect chance to recruit Minji for their dream academy. SeoJoon fell into a thoughtful silence. She watched as SeoJoon, his massive sword wrapped and slung over his back, began to walk away. Her eyes widened with a sudden realization, and she was visibly touched by a new idea concerning their academy. Inspired, SeoJoon suddenly declared that as a reward for his hard work, she would buy him a weapon, calling it a scholarship and suggesting they visit a shop her grandfather once ran, an offer SeoJoon eagerly accepted. The setting shifted to a serene, traditional estate with a stone wall, glowing under the light of the setting sun. Inside, a person's bare foot took a deliberate step across a polished wooden floor. An attendant informed a visitor that the headmaster was currently meditating and had asked not to be disturbed by anyone. The visitor, Seo insisted it was an emergency and nervously urged the attendant to announce him anyway. A close-up view lingered on the ornate wooden sliding door of the headmaster's private room. Seo announced himself from outside the door, identifying himself as the close aide to the Sword Saint. A powerful voice from within questioned the intrusion, reminding Munchel that his orders had been clear. The voice then grew sharp with authority, asking if his commands were being deliberately ignored. An unbelievable pressure washed over Munchel, rooting him to the spot as he hastily blurted out that Lady SeoJoon had participated in the academy tournament. Inside the room, an elderly man with flowing white hair sat enveloped in a brilliant blue aura. The headmaster's intense focus broke as he processed the news, confirming with his aide that SeoJoon had really entered the tournament. As Munchel started to explain that they were still gathering the details, the scene cut to SeoJoon happily helping SeoJoon pick out a weapon. The aide's report continued, revealing that she also seemed to have recruited a new student, while SeoJoon dismissed another weapon choice. Munchel offered to handle the investigation himself, but the headmaster immediately refused his proposal. The legendary Sword Saint, Park Minchel, declared that he needed to personally see what kind of man his granddaughter had found. In the quiet of the training hall, SeoJoon pushed through his daily regimen, counting his grueling reps into the thousands. His muscles burned with each continued effort, sweat dripping from his brow. With a final, explosive burst of energy, he reached his goal of 5,000. He gasped for air, a wave of relief washing over him as the notification confirmed his daily task was complete. A heavy silence fell as he stood there, catching his breath. He then sensed an intense stare on his back, only for SeoJoon to playfully dismiss his concern as a figment of his imagination. She chided him for his extreme pickiness at the weapon shop, pointing out that despite his eagerness, he had left empty-handed with the excuse that her offer was too generous. SeoJoon saw right through his lie, knowing his usual straightforward nature, while he internally admitted that ordinary weapons no longer held any appeal after witnessing a transcendent-level creation. He cursed the laws of causality, lamenting how the price of a legendary spear had inexplicably increased and prevented him from simply asking for the cash equivalent. Realizing that rewards not earned through proper effort were restricted, he felt a new sense of caution, even as SeoJoon reminded him of the rare opportunity he had just squandered. SeoJoon fell into a contemplative silence, processing her words. Changing the subject, SeoJoon suddenly asked him about the specific mana cultivation technique he used. She elaborated that such a technique was essential for handling mana, and given his performance in the tournament, she deduced it had to be a high-class method. However, she noted that she had never once seen him actively cultivate, prompting SeoJoon's own realization that he had not yet learned a formal technique. An explanation surfaced, defining a mana cultivation technique as the means to use mana with greater efficiency. The world was filled with a vast array of these techniques, from patented high-class methods available to elite hunters to more common ones sold commercially. SeoJoon reflected that acquiring such a technique was his primary motivation for wanting to attend a top academy, and he curiously asked if the Dream Hunter Academy taught the Sword Saint's method. SeoJoon admitted that her grandfather had strictly forbidden it, but revealed she instead taught a technique she had invented herself, a fact that clearly astonished SeoJoon. When she inquired about his sudden interest, he laughed it off, privately wondering if her own incredible talents were simply overshadowed by the legendary standards set by her grandfather. His thoughts drifted to the importance of mana cultivation, recalling how it had been the deciding factor in his battle against Ch1. Now that he had more time, he considered taking a lecture on the subject, though SeoJoon could tell he was deliberately avoiding her original question. Deciding not to press the matter, she simply told him to continue his training. She then announced that she was leaving to attend to some business. SeoJoon playfully teased her about having business to attend to, and she snapped back, reminding him to lock the doors if he left before she returned. As the door slammed shut, he chuckled to himself before turning his thoughts to which mana lecture he should take. He found himself wishing his mentor was present, recalling the mysterious figure's promise to return after reviewing his profile. He soon found a lecture by the famed Archmage Merlin, which described mana as a profound force capable of overturning the world's fundamental laws. The course description promised that learning mana would allow one to truly see the world. A jolt of energy surged through him as he began the lecture. The system promised a special reward upon completion, and he braced himself, sensing this lesson would be just as mentally demanding as his previous trial under Buddha. The spectral image of Archmage Merlin declared that the time for explanations was over. A new daily task materialized before him, instructing him to manifest 1,000 mana orbs. Despite the challenge, SeoJoon steeled his resolve and decided to give it his all. He found that his senses, honed by Ch1's teachings, allowed him to feel the flow of mana, yet he struggled immensely to give it any definite shape. Merlin's voice echoed in his mind, explaining that using mana was the art of imposing one's imagination onto the physical world, convincing reality to manifest it. The lecture continued, building toward the ultimate expression of this principle. It was described as the manifestation of a unique and powerful energy that did not exist anywhere else in nature, aura. A flicker of understanding crossed SeoJoon's face as he stared down at his own hand. With intense concentration, he successfully brought forth a minuscule, shimmering mana orb. He stared at the tiny speck of light, disappointed and wondering if it would even count toward his daily task. Still, he remained optimistic, reassuring himself that his proficiency would grow with more practice. Just then, a powerful presence materialized before him, causing him to cry out in shock. SeoJoon stared, bewildered, at the elderly man who had appeared out of thin air. The stranger identified himself as the Sword Saint, stating he had come to inspect the new student his granddaughter, SeoJoon, had recruited. The legendary hunter observed SeoJoon's dumbfounded expression, but his keen senses also detected the impossibly condensed orb of mana in the young man's hand, recognizing it as a sign of exceptional talent. Suspicion immediately clouded the Sword Saint's mind as he concluded that such a gifted individual must be scheming to use his granddaughter for his own ends. The old man's voice turned cold as he demanded SeoJoon's name, to which SeoJoon politely introduced himself. Recovering from his surprise, SeoJoon felt a thrill of excitement at meeting the famous hunter he had only ever seen online. He then mentioned that SeoJoon had just left on business, a piece of news that seemed to catch the Sword Saint off guard. Sensing the older man's surprise, SeoJoon asked if he hadn't come to see his granddaughter after all. The Sword Saint completely ignored the question, instead asking how SeoJoon could remain so completely unfazed. He revealed that he had just unleashed a wave of killing intent powerful enough to paralyze even an S-class hunter, yet SeoJoon showed no reaction. As SeoJoon silently wondered if his unwavering heart skill was responsible, the Sword Saint grew more demanding, insisting he reveal his true objective. Utterly confused by the accusation, SeoJoon could only ask what he meant. The Sword Saint argued that a hunter of SeoJoon's caliber would be welcomed anywhere, making his choice to join a small academy highly suspicious. He leaned in closer, his voice a low growl as he commanded SeoJoon to tell him the truth. SeoJoon began to panic, frantically trying to explain that there had been a massive misunderstanding. However, the Sword Saint misinterpreted his frantic denial as a sign of guilt and, deciding the situation was too dangerous for words, prepared to act. A streak of brilliant blue energy shot past SeoJoon, who dodged backward with astonishing speed. The legendary sword saint glared forward, his expression hardened with grim determination. The scene abruptly shifted. Meanwhile, SeoJoon had arrived at a grand estate, where an attendant informed her that her grandfather was not there. When she asked when he would return, the attendant admitted he didn't know but offered to call Councilman Seo for more information. SeoJoon felt a pang of disappointment, as she had specifically come to talk to her grandfather about SeoJoon. Unaware of her visit, the sword saint cornered SeoJoon, his patience wearing thin as he prepared to demand an answer once more. With an overwhelming aura of pressure, he repeated his question, demanding to know what SeoJoon's ultimate objective was. Incredulous, SeoJoon demanded confirmation that her grandfather truly wasn't at the estate. The attendant explained the headmaster's absence, suggesting Councilman Seo might know his whereabouts, as SeoJoon inwardly fretted that she could no longer keep Mr. SeoJoon a secret. Deciding to confront the problem directly, she instructed the attendant to make the call, just as a familiar voice called out her name. Councilman Seo appeared, greeting Lady SeoJoon warmly and remarking on how rare it was to see her at the main clan house. He then revealed his timing was perfect, as he had been about to contact her, leaving SeoJoon to wonder what for. SeoJoon quickly explained that her reason for being there was to see her grandfather. To her utter shock, the councilman informed her that the headmaster had gone to visit her academy. A wave of cold dread washed over SeoJoon as the implications of his words sank in. The attendant could only watch in confusion as the young lady suddenly turned and bolted from the room. As SeoJoon raced against time, she mentally cursed herself for letting her guard down, never imagining he would visit so soon. An ironclad resolve formed in her mind with a single, desperate purpose. Meanwhile, SeoJoon and the sword saint remained locked in a tense, unblinking standoff. SeoJoon knew with absolute certainty that she could not, under any circumstances, allow those two to meet without her there. Back at the academy, SeoJoon was reeling with confusion from the sudden, unprovoked attack. He recognized the technique as the legendary scabbard, realizing the sword saint had struck without even unsheathing his weapon. A quick assessment led him to believe the old man's intent was to restrain him rather than inflict a fatal blow. While the sword saint demanded to know his true identity, SeoJoon pleaded with him to wait, insisting it was all a terrible misunderstanding. The old master scoffed at the idea, pointing out that SeoJoon had clearly manifested his mana. He added that the boy's incredible evasive maneuvers made his claims of a misunderstanding impossible to believe. The sword saint furiously accused him of speaking foul lies, forcing a pained grunt from the cornered instructor. SeoJoon desperately tried to de-escalate, mentioning Ms. SeoJoon and begging the enraged hunter to calm down. The mention of his granddaughter's name only enraged the sword saint further, who roared at the scallywag, leaving SeoJoon to panic, knowing he'd said something terribly wrong. The old man's patience finally snapped, as he declared that he had no intention of talking things out with a liar. An oppressive silence fell between them, thick with anticipation and unspoken threats. Realizing the futility of words, SeoJoon resigned himself to the confrontation. He reasoned that the sword saint clearly wouldn't listen, but also noted that his movements lacked true killing intent. SeoJoon knew that if the man celebrated as the heaven above the heavens truly wanted him dead, the fight would have been over in an instant. In a strange way, he felt a spark of admiration, acknowledging that the sword saint was the living embodiment of his own ideals. This sudden realization reframed the entire situation in his mind. It was no longer a threat, but a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The sword saint watched the young man before him, his thoughts simmering with suspicion. He noticed a sudden and dramatic shift in SeoJoon's entire aura. The old master recalled the countless hunters he had faced, remembering only one other whose eyes had remained so fierce, and concluded SeoJoon must be exceptionally skilled. This hardened his resolve as he posed the ultimate question: what were his intentions with his granddaughter? Before SeoJoon could react, a blur of motion overwhelmed his senses. He couldn't even perceive the attack, let alone see it coming. A sheen of cold sweat broke out across his face, his expression a mask of pure shock. His eyes widened in disbelief at the impossible speed and power he had just witnessed. He could feel that even that simple, restrained strike existed on a plane of existence he couldn't begin to fathom. Yet, instead of fear, a burning curiosity ignited within him. He wanted to test his own limits and see just how long he could last. With renewed focus, SeoJoon narrowly dodged a devastating downward swing from the sheathed blade. The sword saint's grip on his scabbard remained steady, a testament to his immense and effortless control. The air itself seemed to split with a sharp sound as the blade cut through it. The old master dismissed the boy's evasive maneuver as a trivial parlor trick. His frustration grew that SeoJoon refused to answer, yet he felt something was still missing from the equation. SeoJoon knew he couldn't let the fight end this way, understanding that simple tricks would be useless against such a master. He recognized his only chance was to act now, while the sword saint was still mercifully holding back. The plan solidified in his mind. He had to risk everything on a single, decisive counterattack. But as he gathered his focus, the monumental question of how to possibly succeed loomed before him. The sword saint closed the distance in a flash, driving the hilt of his sword deep into SeoJoon's stomach. The force of the blow was immense, sending SeoJoon flying backward across the training ground. As he sailed through the air, SeoJoon began to focus his will, using his mana to convince the world to manifest his power into reality. The sword saint loomed over him as a brilliant blue energy began to coalesce around SeoJoon's clenched fist. Gathering every last ounce of his strength, SeoJoon knew this was the most powerful attack he could currently muster. With a silent roar, he mentally unleashed the full force of his prepared technique. But it was not enough. The energy dissipated harmlessly as he collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated before the immovable old man. The sword saint's eyes twitched with a flicker of surprise at the boy's failed but potent attack. SeoJoon grunted from the lingering pain, just as the old man declared he had finally shown his true colors, prompting SeoJoon to silently protest that he was the one who attacked first. He winced as he tried to speak, the effort making the pain worse, and found himself wishing for Ms. SeoJoon's arrival, a name the sword saint immediately latched onto. Hearing his granddaughter's name from this scoundrel's lips, the old man's expression turned to ice as he promised to grant the boy's wish. With chilling resolve, the sword saint announced his intention to personally present SeoJoon with death. A wave of absolute despair washed over SeoJoon, realizing he was truly finished, when suddenly an enraged shout cut through the tension. SeoJoon stormed onto the scene, her voice trembling with fury as she demanded to know what they were doing. Her eyes locked onto the old master, her single word confirming his identity, Grandpa. SeoJoon rushed to SeoJoon's side, frantically asking if he was all right as she took in the sight of his bruised body. The sword saint scoffed at what he perceived as weakness, prompting SeoJoon to silently muse that gender was irrelevant when facing a master of such caliber. Enraged by the unspoken defiance, the old man threatened him, but SeoJoon fearlessly challenged if he intended to strike him again. SeoJoon looked on in utter disbelief, her mind reeling from the escalating confrontation. She marveled that someone was actually talking back to her grandfather, just as SeoJoon demanded an explanation for the unprovoked beating and questioned the sword saint's authority. Finding her voice, SeoJoon commanded her grandfather to stop his assault at once. She then turned to SeoJoon and apologized for the ordeal he had suffered, which he attempted to dismiss as nothing. He insisted his injuries were only bruises and that she had no reason to apologize, but she maintained that she was truly sorry and promised to explain everything later. A sudden realization began to dawn on SeoJoon as he processed her words. A tense silence settled over them. SeoJoon stared at the ground nervously while her grandfather stood behind her, arms crossed in stern judgment. SeoJoon reconsidered his condition and announced that he should probably get checked out at a hospital right away. She readily agreed, assuring him that she would cover all treatment costs and reiterating her profound apology. With that, SeoJoon prepared to depart, thanking her for her understanding. Her gaze followed him, her profile etched with deep worry and concern. Once SeoJoon was gone, SeoJoon finally turned to face the imposing figure behind her. Her voice was steady as she informed her grandfather that it was time for them to have a talk. The sword saint remained perfectly still, his silence a heavy, unreadable wall. SeoJoon's initial resolve wavered as she faced him, the memory of his constant warnings about the highly suspicious SeoJoon echoing in her mind. She gathered her courage and quietly asserted that SeoJoon was not a suspicious person. Her grandfather immediately dismissed her claim, repeating the same old lines from the past 3 years that she knew nothing and must simply obey him. She reflected on how even her Hunter Academy, a hard-won compromise with reality, had not been free from his meddling. Her grandfather's interference had caused endless trouble, driving away every student she had ever accepted. She conceded that she understood his reasons and the ulterior motives of others, which was why she had never fought for the previous students when they chose to leave. But this time was different, she rejected his ultimatum to wrap things up with her current student. With unwavering conviction, she declared that Mr. SeoJoon was different. The old man questioned her sudden defiance, but she passionately repeated her refusal to let SeoJoon go. Her voice rose as she challenged him, demanding to know why she was always expected to do as he said. She forcefully reminded him that the academy was hers, not his, and that SeoJoon had barely been there a month. She admitted she held no special feelings for him yet, but confessed to an odd, compelling feeling she got whenever she watched him. It was a feeling that made her want more time with him, and she refused to let her grandfather dismiss her emotions as a childish tantrum. She acknowledged she couldn't yet explain the feeling, which was precisely why she was so determined to discover what it was. A hand flew to her chest as the raw honesty of her own words seemed to take even her by surprise. She looked him in the eye and stated plainly that she could not, and would not, live in his shadow forever. Her emotional declaration hung in the air, a culmination of years of suppressed feelings. The sword saint looked down, his expression serious as he absorbed the weight of his granddaughter's words. SeoJoon took a breath, composing herself enough to apologize for raising her voice. Despite the apology, she made it clear that she would not be swayed from her decision this time. A whisper escaped the old man's lips as he uttered her name in stunned disbelief. He wondered internally if she had ever once voiced her own opinion with such strength before. His mind was suddenly cast back to a scene of chaos and panic as a dungeon break sent people scattering and screaming for their lives. A fragmented memory surfaced of an aide rushing to him, his face pale with terrible news from the incident. The memory sharpened, focusing on the moment he received the devastating news about his son. He recalled the aftermath, when he had to face his granddaughter, now left entirely alone in the world. An image formed in his mind of himself, sword in hand, standing over the small, kneeling form of a bereaved child. It was then that he had decided she needed the strength to defend herself above all else. That vow became the root of his harsh training, pushing her relentlessly toward becoming an A-class hunter, even if swordsmanship was not her passion. He remembered dismissing her dream of becoming a teacher, angrily questioning if his years of training were for such a simple goal. He had refused to listen to her, demanding she follow his path as she always had. The past faded, leaving the two of them standing apart in the present, a chasm of unspoken emotions between them. He finally admitted to himself that he had known his oppressive methods were widening their emotional rift, but had chosen to ignore it. He now understood that this moment was the direct consequence of that willful ignorance. In his eyes, her firm stance was nothing short of a full-blown rebellion. The scene shifted to an urban landscape of power lines, signifying the passage of time into the next day. SeoJoon's sneakers hit the pavement as he made his way down the street. He stretched with a wide yawn, feeling surprisingly refreshed and unhindered. He confidently assured himself that he was in perfect condition and that the day's tasks would be no problem at all. His expression soured slightly as a wince reminded him of the previous day's encounter. He reflected on the fight, realizing the sword saint had gone easy on him and that Ms. SeoJoon's timely arrival had saved him from a much worse fate. His thoughts then turned to SeoJoon and the difficult circumstances he now knew she was in. He recalled her phone call from the night before, where she had given him a summary of her situation. She had opened up about her strained relationship with her overbearing grandfather. She also explained the unfortunate fate of all the students who had come to the academy before him. SeoJoon knew she had likely omitted some details, but her story was enough for him to understand her feelings and the source of the Sword Saint's hostility. Even with this newfound understanding, he still believed that beating someone up like that was completely unacceptable. He resolved that he needed to secure a proper apology from the old man to ensure such an attack never happened again. Just then, a system notification appeared, revealing a massive boost to his lecture progress rates, a direct and sweet reward from the pummeling he had received. Staring at the incredible gains, he mused that while rude, another beating might not be so bad after all, only to be interrupted by the Sword Saint's greeting. The old man stood in a doorway, questioning why SeoJoon was just standing there and motioning for him to come in. He then invited SeoJoon to sit down for a chat, immediately sparking a wave of anxiety as SeoJoon wondered if he was about to be beaten up again. The Sword Saint began the conversation, stating his understanding that SeoJoon had made some sort of arrangement with SeoJoon. SeoJoon, slightly exasperated by the old man's suspicion, confirmed that this was indeed the case, asserting that there was nothing to hide. The Sword Saint conceded internally that the young man didn't appear to be lying, yet he couldn't reconcile this with SeoJoon's exceptional strength and talent, which was unheard of for a mere cadet. He further mused that for some strange reason, looking at the boy stirred up anger more than suspicion, just as SeoJoon asked for permission to leave, prompting the old man to question his destination. Startled, SeoJoon quickly clarified that he wasn't going far and was simply about to begin his training regimen for the day. The Sword Saint decided that observing this scallywag train might reveal what he was hiding, so he coolly permitted SeoJoon to do as he pleased. And so, under the watchful eye of the legendary hunter, SeoJoon began his unusual training session. After some time had passed, the Sword Saint came to a startling conclusion, certain of only one thing. He was utterly convinced that SeoJoon was not in his right mind, as he had spent hours simply staring at a completely blank smartphone screen. The old man finally broke the silence, asking if SeoJoon was meditating, which startled the young man out of his deep concentration. SeoJoon admitted it was something similar, prompting the Sword Saint to lecture him on how true meditation was for strengthening the mind and heart, to which SeoJoon distractedly agreed. The Sword Saint grew increasingly irritated, wondering why this boy showed absolutely no interest in receiving his esteemed teachings. In a moment of pique, the old master offered to personally teach him a few things, an offer that left SeoJoon momentarily stunned. The Sword Saint internally smirked at SeoJoon's instant reaction, admitting to himself that the offer had been an impulsive retort born from wounded pride. Just as he was considering the possibility of giving some instruction, SeoJoon flatly rejected the offer, stating he wasn't interested in asking the old man to stop disrupting his progress. Just then, SeoJoon arrived with a cheerful greeting, ready to discuss the previous day's events, only to stop in her tracks, shocked to find her grandfather there. The Sword Saint noted that she had arrived just in time, but SeoJoon immediately demanded to know why he had come to visit again. Leaning in close, she whispered a stern warning not to bully SeoJoon again, but her grandfather simply replied that the young man was not in his right state of mind. The old man began to ramble, complaining to his granddaughter that SeoJoon had brazenly declared he didn't want his teachings, the teachings of the Sword Saint himself. SeoJoon looked on in confusion as her grandfather continued his rant, insisting that everything about the boy was weird and that he was, in fact, completely insane. She pressed him to explain what part was weird, prompting him to incredulously gesture toward SeoJoon, implying his current behavior was obviously strange. SeoJoon calmly explained that while her grandfather might find it weird now, she understood his perspective because she had once thought the same way. She then approached SeoJoon to announce her arrival, and after a brief greeting, she immediately expressed her concern for his well-being after yesterday's attack. Watching them interact, the Sword Saint was struck by a profound and deepening dislike for the young man. He couldn't understand it. SeoJoon was saying the most mundane things, yet SeoJoon was so thoroughly enjoying the conversation that a smile never left her face. Her unrestrained laughter echoed through the training area, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy. A sudden, poignant thought struck him as he realized he couldn't recall ever seeing his granddaughter smile with such genuine happiness. She playfully called SeoJoon silly, her laughter ringing out again, and the sight of it sent a jolt through her grandfather. The old man's protective instincts flared into rage as he concluded that this audacious young man had ill intentions. He seethed at the thought that SeoJoon dared to target his precious granddaughter, but his furious thoughts were cut short by one of his subordinates calling out to him urgently. The Sword Saint demanded to know what was wrong, and the man reported that he had come bearing urgent news. He was informed that the Order of Truth had called, requesting a meeting, an announcement the Sword Saint met with immediate disdain. He dismissed the request as unnecessary, instructing his subordinate to tell them to come visit him in person if they had business with him. However, the subordinate clarified that it was Sir Kalia who had made the request directly, a name that gave the Sword Saint pause. The man then added that Sir Kalia had an additional request, for the person named Kim SeoJoon to accompany him. The unexpected summons sent a ripple of shock through the entire group. SeoJoon pointed to himself in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend why he would be summoned. His mind raced as he questioned why such a prominent figure would specifically be looking for him. The Sword Saint immediately accused him of being affiliated with the Order of Truth, demanding to know how Kalia knew his name, but SeoJoon was just as baffled until a particular memory surfaced. He recalled seeing a suspicious man in a black hood at the Academy's gambling house some time ago and wondered if that person could be involved. The Sword Saint found the situation highly unusual, certain that Kalia would not take interest in trivial matters, and he pressed SeoJoon for any information he might have. SeoJoon could only confess that he had no idea why he was being sought out. Expressing his annoyance, SeoJoon questioned if he really had to go, prompting the subordinate to explain the immense political and religious weight Sir Kalia carried as the successor to the Apostle of Chastity. Unimpressed, SeoJoon argued that the man's status didn't matter to him as he was a stranger, declaring he would rather spend the time training. The subordinate then murmured to himself, realizing that this situation perfectly illustrated why people spoke so highly of Sir Kalia's foresight. When asked what he meant, the man revealed that Sir Kalia had already predicted that Kim SeoJoon might reject the initial request. He had therefore been instructed to deliver a follow-up message, an offer of $100,000 just for showing up, intended to make SeoJoon reconsider. The specific amount stunned SeoJoon, who wondered how in the world Kalia could have known he was in desperate need of that exact sum of money. The narrative then shifted to explain the Order of Truth, a religious organization that worshipped truth itself as their god, led by the mysterious Grand Voice and the 7 apostles who acted as central collaborators. A century ago, they were a minor relic, but their power grew significantly during the Cataclysm when they joined forces with countless heroes to bring peace to mankind. The most decisive moment in their history was the subjugation of the giant monster Berserk, an overwhelmingly powerful creature that had appeared near the end of the Cataclysm and threatened a second one. When all the world's heroes had failed, it was the Grand Voice and the 7 apostles who finally defeated the beast, solidifying their legendary status as the key to ending the Great War. The scene then transitioned to the present day, at a discreet hotel on the outskirts of Seoul where the meeting was to take place. The Sword Saint commented on the surprisingly plain location for such a high-ranking religious figure before announcing their arrival, though the attendant cut him off, already aware of Kim SeoJoon's identity. The attendant politely welcomed them inside, informing them that Sir Kalia was already waiting. As they walked, SeoJoon speculated that if the arena was truly related to the secret of trouble, then Kalia must have known about his lost prize money and used it as a lure. Arriving at the designated room, SeoJoon's mind raced with possibilities, questioning if Kalia knew something specific about him or perhaps even about the Transcension Academy itself. He resolved to find out the truth after meeting this man, just as the attendant informed them that Sir Kalia would be with them shortly. The Sword Saint scoffed at the idea of Kalia waiting for them, cynically remarking that he knew they would be made to wait. SeoJoon then turned to the old master, asking if he was already acquainted with Sir Kalia. To SeoJoon's surprise, the Sword Saint revealed this was their first time meeting in person, which confused SeoJoon given the old man's informal way of speaking about him. The old man clarified that while they had spoken on the phone before, he had only ever seen the previous apostle of chastity during the cataclysm and had never met his successor. SeoJoon was suddenly reminded of the old man's true stature. It was easy to forget when thinking of him as just SeoJoon's grandfather, but he was a legendary hero who had fought in the cataclysm. This prompted SeoJoon to ask about the grand voice, recalling the legend that the mysterious figure had only shown himself once during the entire war. He looked at the sword saint with newfound curiosity, asking if he had ever met the enigmatic leader of the Order of Truth. The old master simply stated that he had not. He elaborated that he had only managed to see the figure from a great distance. As they spoke, another presence entered the room, a young man with dark hair who glanced over at them. The newcomer offered a polite greeting to the two men who had been waiting. The sword saint responded gruffly, pointing out that despite being the one to summon them, their host had made them wait. In that moment, SeoJoon finally laid eyes on the man they had come to see, Kalia, the successor to the Apostle of Chastity. The sword saint gruffly confronted Kalia, pointing out that despite being the one who called them, he had made them wait. Kalia calmly suggested he view it as time taken to cleanse his body and mind, an excuse the old master found novelly absurd. Kalia then formally introduced himself as a believer in the Order of Truth walking the path of chastity, extending a polite greeting as SeoJoon began to state his own name. However, Kalia cut him off, confirming he already knew he was Kim SeoJoon and thanking him for making the journey. A surprised SeoJoon questioned how Kalia knew who he was, prompting the apostle to remark that they first needed to clear up some misunderstandings. Kalia explained that one of his believers had watched SeoJoon during the academy contention and had praised him so highly that Kalia's own curiosity was piqued, leading to the invitation. SeoJoon expressed his skepticism, questioning if that simple reason was truly the only cause for Kalia's interest in him. Pressing further, he asked about Kalia's true motive, certain there was more to it, which led Kalia to suggest they sit down and discuss the matter. The Apostle of Chastity got straight to the point, revealing he wanted the Sword Saint to accompany him on a dungeon reconnaissance mission. The Sword Saint immediately became agitated, demanding to know why he would ever join Kalia, reminding him that he knew better than anyone that the conflict had not truly ended. A flicker of shock crossed SeoJoon's face as he registered the old master's grave words. Confused, SeoJoon asked for clarification, which led Kalia to reveal a distortion had been reported in a Korean dungeon, a sign he believed the Sword Saint would understand perfectly. The old master angrily dismissed this as nonsense, insisting he had finished things back then, but Kalia countered that the Order of Truth had deemed it necessary to investigate the dungeon. The Sword Saint fell into a grim, contemplative silence. SeoJoon realized that this must have been the true reason Kalia had come all the way to Korea. He then deduced that by handling this issue, Kalia would also be able to solidify his position as the successor. Kalia admitted that the Sword Saint was as perceptive as expected, cynically noting how his attempt to frame it as the Order's decision had fallen flat. The Sword Saint, now open to negotiation, stated that his cooperation would depend entirely on what Kalia could offer him. Kalia mused that the old master seemed to lack nothing, but then his eyes lit up as he recalled that his granddaughter ran a hunter academy, offering the Order of Truth's support just before a wave of killing intent silenced him. Kalia's entire body went numb, realizing he was now experiencing the full force of the Sword Saint's murderous aura, meant for someone he truly intended to kill. The old master warned him in a low, dangerous voice that if he ever tried to involve SeoJoon again, he would not be left alone. Immediately, Kalia conceded that he had made a grave mistake and offered a sincere apology. SeoJoon simply watched in tense silence as Kalia repeated his apology. Kalia then admitted he had nothing else to offer but proposed a different deal. He would grant one of the Sword Saint's requests, a suggestion the old man scoffed at, questioning how he could trust a promise that could be easily forgotten. To prove his sincerity, Kalia offered to swear on the name of the Order of Truth, a vow that would seal his position as an apostle. The Sword Saint, realizing he couldn't ignore the situation now, reluctantly agreed to help if the oath was made. They then performed the sacred ritual of the vow of truth, sealing their agreement. With his business with the Sword Saint concluded, Kalia turned his attention to SeoJoon. He stated his purpose plainly, explaining that the Order of Truth wished to sponsor SeoJoon. When SeoJoon mentioned he was already associated with an academy, Kalia clarified that they weren't asking him to leave, but rather to support him in areas the academy couldn't. SeoJoon then asked what he would have to give in return, to which Kalia replied that they expected nothing back, as a relationship with SeoJoon was more than enough. SeoJoon considered what would happen if he refused, and Kalia confirmed they could do nothing, yet SeoJoon knew that such a deal would inevitably come with strings attached later on. He told Kalia the proposal wasn't very attractive, but offered to consider it positively if the apostle would truthfully answer one question. SeoJoon began to ask his question about the academy but then paused, catching himself. He internally questioned if Kalia would even answer truthfully, knowing there was no way to verify the response, but the matter was too strange for him to simply let it go. Having come to a decision, he prepared to ask a different kind of question. SeoJoon suddenly thrust his smartphone forward, displaying the screen directly in front of a surprised Kalia. He then asked the apostle a simple, direct question: what did he see on the smartphone screen right now? A heavy silence filled the room as Kalia stared at the phone. Kalia began to speak philosophically, musing that if the soul is the crux of existence, then two different bodies with the same soul are the same entity, whose nature wouldn't change even after reincarnation. SeoJoon cut through the abstract talk, reiterating his very specific question about what was visible on the screen. The apostle found the question strange, admitting that while it seemed simple, it felt incredibly difficult for him to answer. Seeing his hesitation, SeoJoon stated that if he didn't want to answer, there was nothing he could do. After a moment, Kalia stated simply that he was looking at a black screen. He then asked if that was a fitting answer, and SeoJoon confirmed that it was. Kalia followed up, asking if this meant SeoJoon would now consider the sponsorship, to which the young man replied that he would. But then, SeoJoon firmly stated that he would not be receiving it. Kalia was left momentarily speechless by the outright rejection. Later, Kalia conferred with his attendant, Kalkas, asking what he had observed, and was told that no distortions had been seen. Kalia pressed for certainty, and Kalkas swore on the name of the order that he was completely sure, leaving Kalia to ponder the nature of Kim SeoJoon. He reported to a higher authority that SeoJoon seemed unremarkable, but admitted he was startled by the bizarre smartphone question, which left him with an unpleasant feeling and a thought to refer the matter to another apostle. He was instructed to simply watch over SeoJoon for now, as their current priority was the dungeon distortion, and was then asked about the status of the other heroes. Kalia confirmed he had contacted all of them except for the Dark Saint and the Soul Saint, as those two had not been seen for some time. The phrase echoed ominously, a reminder of the two legendary figures who had vanished. After leaving the hotel, the Sword Saint immediately demanded to know why the scallywag had rejected Kalia's generous proposal. SeoJoon explained that it simply left a bad taste in his mouth, clarifying that while he was now certain Kalia had no relation to the Transcension Academy, he wasn't about to accept help from someone so secretive. The Sword Saint then countered, asking if SeoJoon's academy didn't leave a bad taste, to which SeoJoon earnestly replied that no one could be as honest as Ms. SeoJoon. Changing the subject, SeoJoon asked the old master what a distortion in a dungeon actually meant, and was told it was when the magic power within it becomes warped. The Sword Saint elaborated that this distortion could cause a dungeon's difficulty to skyrocket or even trigger a premature dungeon break, phenomena that were now very rare. He added that back during the Cataclysm, however, such occurrences were much more common, a fact that surprised SeoJoon. SeoJoon then wondered if this was what Kalia meant about something not being over, but the Sword Saint brusquely told him not to worry, insisting Kalia was mistaken and the Cataclysm was definitely over. As they neared the academy, SeoJoon noticed the Sword Saint turning to leave and asked where he was going, only to be told it was none of his business. The old master, dressed in dark pants and shoes, came to an abrupt halt. He turned back to SeoJoon and issued a stern warning, telling the young man that if he made any suspicious moves on SeoJoon, he wouldn't be left alone. SeoJoon cheekily interpreted this as a form of acknowledgement, but the Sword Saint gruffly clarified that it just meant he would be watching him. Undeterred, SeoJoon teased the old man for not being honest, suggesting that this guarded attitude was what kept him distant from his own granddaughter, just before a powerful chop landed on his head. With a sudden yelp of pain, SeoJoon realized he was about to be struck again and hastily wished the old master a good night as he made his escape. The sword saint stood trembling with irritation, muttering about what a bum that scallywag was. Alone now, he grumbled to himself that the young man always tried to settle everything with strength. As he walked back, SeoJoon mused that he needed to get stronger quickly to stand up to the old master, just as SeoJoon greeted him, surprised at his early return. SeoJoon asked where her grandfather was, and SeoJoon explained that he had accompanied him most of the way before heading off on his own. She then hesitantly asked if the old man had said anything, and SeoJoon reassured her that her worries were unfounded. SeoJoon apologized for her grandfather's severe meddling, looking downcast, but SeoJoon replied that while the sword saint's method of expression was flawed, his intentions weren't bad. He then leaned in closer, a playful look on his face. SeoJoon added that the old man could change, and if worst came to worst, he could take a few hits for her, though not for free. He immediately felt awkward, wondering aloud what on earth he was even saying. SeoJoon simply thanked him sincerely, creating a moment of sweet awkwardness between them. Suddenly remembering, she asked him about his need for money, which surprised him as he wondered how she knew. She pointed out that he practically sang about needing $100,000 every day, a fact he seemed to have forgotten. It dawned on him that money was indeed his most urgent problem, and while looking for a solution, he had stumbled upon something appropriate. When she asked what he meant, he revealed his plan: to enter the 24th Dungeon Sweep Contest. On the screen was an announcement for the 24th Dungeon Sweep Contest, an event for Academy cadets offering a $300,000 prize to whoever completed the most dungeon raids. A puzzled SeoJoon asked for an explanation, and SeoJoon clarified that it was a competition focused on clearing out long-neglected dungeons. He went on to explain that professional hunters often ignored these dungeons because they were not profitable to raid. SeoJoon conceded this made sense, as SeoJoon lamented how modern pro hunters now chased financial benefits rather than the sense of duty that once drove them, leaving tedious, low-rank dungeons abandoned. He described the danger of these neglected dungeons, which could eventually cause a dungeon break and unleash monsters upon an unsuspecting public, a problem that was originally handled by government hunters. However, using such powerful professional hunters for low-level threats was ultimately seen as a highly inefficient use of their time and skills. SeoJoon correctly surmised that the government's new approach was this dungeon sweep contest, a fact which SeoJoon immediately confirmed. He praised the ingenuity of the plan, as cadets provided an ample supply of manpower capable of handling these dungeons, especially when participation was tied to their academy evaluations. SeoJoon expressed her confidence that he could easily win first place, which made SeoJoon realize it was the perfect chance to earn the prize money while also making progress on his lectures. Seeing no downside, he declared he would join, and an enthusiastic SeoJoon immediately offered to handle his registration. SeoJoon was inwardly impressed, realizing she had gone out of her way to find this opportunity for him without even being asked. His thoughts then shifted to the contest itself as he began to contemplate the potential challenges he might face. He vividly remembered the unexpected variables from his last competition, particularly the interference from SeoJoon, and he resolved not to underestimate this new event. Filled with a burning desire to win the money, he turned back to SeoJoon and asked for a detailed breakdown of the contest's rules. She explained that the competition ran for 1 week, and at the start, the government would send a list of all target dungeons to the participants. She continued, describing how participants used an app to reserve dungeons one at a time, which they then had to clear within 10 hours, a system SeoJoon understood was in place to prevent any one person from claiming all the dungeons at once. SeoJoon summarized that victory was all about speed and the number of dungeons cleared, adding that it was a running joke among participants that their fuel bills often exceeded their earnings. This information made SeoJoon look troubled, and he told a confused SeoJoon that this format would be difficult for him because of the time it would take to handle the monster corpses. She quickly insisted he shouldn't bother with the corpses at all, reminding him that the money he'd make from them was insignificant. In a tone of disbelief, she asked if he had seriously been planning to process them himself, to which he calmly pointed out there was no rule against it. She argued that such a small amount of money wasn't worth the effort, but he countered that every little bit adds up, prompting her to remind him that the main prize should be his focus. He simply agreed, stating that this very conflict between speed and profit was what made the situation so difficult for him. After a moment of contemplation, he acknowledged that the prize money was his top priority, but just then, a brilliant new idea struck him. He abruptly told her to hang on for a moment. With a new plan forming in his mind, he asked her to go over the exact rules of the contest once more. A clever smile crept across SeoJoon's face as he glanced down at his phone, his strategy now clear. A few days later, the day of the competition finally arrived. On the morning of the event, SeoJoon checked his progress rates, noticing a substantial increase in most of his lectures, though the ones from Ch1 and Merlin seemed to have stalled completely. SeoJoon then came over to ask if he had installed the required app for the contest, and he assured her that he had prepared everything the previous day. She noted that his requested helper had not yet arrived and wondered if he had gotten lost, but SeoJoon confidently dismissed the idea, stating the man was amazing at finding his way. He even boasted that his helper's navigation skills were superior to the Sword Saint's, adding that the man had an unexpected charm that intrigued SeoJoon. At that moment, SeoJoon spotted his helper in the distance and excitedly called out to him. The man, Mr. Manchel, approached and dryly asked if SeoJoon was trying to announce his presence to the whole neighborhood, while SeoJoon noted that he was much earlier than expected. Mr. Manchel gruffly explained that he came early specifically to avoid hearing any of SeoJoon's inevitable complaints about him being late. Wasting no more time, the older man looked at him expectantly. He then cut straight to the chase and asked SeoJoon what he needed him to do. With the final member of their team now present, the stage was set for their plan to begin. As the competition officially kicked off, their unusual partnership was ready to be put to the test. SeoJoon declared it was time to get to work and bid farewell to SeoJoon, who warmly wished them both good luck. While on their way, SeoJoon confirmed that Mr. Manchel remembered all the rules, and the older man confidently assured him he hadn't forgotten a thing. SeoJoon then reiterated their core strategy, emphasizing that because the goal was to raid the most dungeons, pure speed was the single most important factor. He further broke down the challenge into two key parts: the speed at which a dungeon was raided and the speed of travel between each location. He confidently stated that clearing the dungeons quickly would be no problem for him, which meant that optimizing their travel time was the crucial variable they had to manage. Settled in the driver's seat of their car, Mr. Manchel looked down intently at the device in his lap. SeoJoon explained that he had given him a complete list containing the locations of every single dungeon in the contest. He then gave Mr. Manchel his primary task, to plan the most efficient travel route possible, which surprised the older man until SeoJoon insisted his skills were far more reliable than any navigation system. A confident smirk appeared on Mr. Manchel's face as he told SeoJoon to hold on tight. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the first dungeon, the contest supervisor, SeoJoon, was monitoring the event. She took note of the latest participant, SeoJoon, who belonged to a dream academy that she had never heard of before. The supervisor estimated it would take him about an hour to clear the dungeon and noted his companion, who was allowed to stay nearby since he promised not to interfere with the raid. She casually concluded that the older man was probably just his driver. Suddenly, the dungeon gate began to glow, and SeoJoon's voice called out that he was finished and for Mr. Manchel to get ready to leave. Mr. Manchel was shocked by his incredible speed, while the supervisor immediately began shouting that interference from another person was a clear violation of the rules. SeoJoon calmly replied that he knew the rules, the raid was already over, and she was welcome to go inside and check for herself. The flabbergasted supervisor confirmed his claim, her mind reeling at the fact that he had cleared the entire dungeon in just 20 minutes. Her shock turned into sheer confusion when she saw what he was doing and demanded to know what on earth he was up to. SeoJoon was hauling monster corpses out of the dungeon, using them as makeshift weights while counting out exercise repetitions. The supervisor muttered that he was completely insane, but he continued his strange workout, the count rising with each rep. Internally, he affirmed that no matter what, he could not afford to skip his lectures, which was his term for this unconventional training. Mr. Manchel quickly estimated that it would take 15 seconds to process each monster, so SeoJoon told him to begin, prompting a moment of hesitation from the older man. When SeoJoon asked if there was a problem, Mr. Manchel started to protest but then thought better of it, which SeoJoon took as his agreement to proceed. Without wasting another second, SeoJoon began performing squats while lifting the heavy monster carcasses, loudly counting each one. As soon as he was done, he asked for their next destination, and Mr. Manchel directed him to a location that offered the most efficient path for their overall route. Left behind in the now quiet parking lot, the supervisor stood motionless, completely stunned by the bizarre spectacle she had just witnessed. As they drove off, SeoJoon mentally celebrated his perfect plan to hit two birds with one stone by earning money and completing his lectures at the same time. Their unorthodox method was already setting a blistering pace, one that no other competitor would be able to follow. A dungeon supervisor basked in the warm sunlight, musing about how pleasant it was to be outside after being cooped up in front of a computer. She casually wondered when the next participant who made a reservation would finally arrive. Suddenly, a truck screeched to a halt, and a voice commanded them to move with extreme urgency. Kim SeoJoon, bursting with energy, declared his intent to end the dungeon's inhabitants instantly. With a blur of motion, he swung a massive scythe, his form wreathed in blue spiritual energy and flanked by skeletal figures. Moments later, he informed Mr. Manchel that he had placed the monster corpses and that the processing could begin. Mr. Manchel noted with professional interest that one of the skeletons had a particularly high bone count. SeoJoon immediately began his workout, hoisting the heavy skeletons and counting out his repetitions. After finishing his set, he shouted that he was done and eagerly called for them to head to the next location. From a distance, an onlooker watched the large truck speed away from the dungeon entrance. The sight of the rapidly departing vehicle left the person utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, at the dungeon management office, a team leader asked assistant manager Kim if he had finished writing the progress report for the contest. The assistant manager confirmed that he had organized the report from the dungeon management team and placed it on the team leader's desk. The team leader settled in to review the day's results. He noted that Lee Soyeon from the East Academy affiliate had cleared an impressive 16 dungeons, which explained the high total for the day. Looking at the rankings, however, he was surprised to see that her 16 clears only put her in second place. He questioned how someone could be in second place with 16 clears, wondering if the first place participant had somehow managed 17. His eyes widened in disbelief when he saw that the top spot, held by Kim SeoJoon, boasted an incredible 32 cleared dungeons. The team leader immediately called out to assistant manager Kim, who turned back, sensing there was a problem. He demanded to know if the report was correct, pointing out the seemingly impossible number of 32 clears for a single day. The assistant confirmed he had the same suspicion, but after checking with every location, he found no errors. SeoJoon had genuinely raided 32 dungeons. He further explained that SeoJoon's path between dungeons was flawless and that, according to the overseers, his raid times were a mere 10 minutes each. The leader speculated that SeoJoon might not be a cadet or that he had received illegal help, but the assistant assured him all regulations were followed. With no signs of cheating, the leader inquired about the Cadets Academy and learned it was a small institution in Seoul called Dream Academy. The name jogged his memory, and he realized it was the academy run by the granddaughter of the legendary Sword Saint. The team leader stood in stunned silence, processing this new piece of information. He then comically asked if it was the Sword Saint himself who had registered, prompting his assistant to rush off and double-check. In another location, a man informed Lee Soyeon that she seemed to have missed first place on the leaderboard. He coldly questioned if a simple apology was sufficient, reminding her of the significant damage her failure to secure first place would cause their academy's reputation. Soyeon considered the 32 dungeons cleared, calculating that it would require finishing each raid within 10 minutes. Her father dismissed the idea, stating that even with such speed, the travel time between 32 locations made it impossible. SeoJoon then suggested that it might be achievable if someone was secretly providing assistance. Her father, the headmaster of East Academy, told her to continue as she was, assuring her he would handle everything else with a look that suggested an opportunity. He perceived her hesitation and asked if she found his willingness to bend the rules to be cheap. She denied it, prompting him to lecture her that in this world, everyone chases benefits and the law of the jungle prevails. He declared that only the end result matters, who won and what they gained, while the process itself was irrelevant. He then pointedly asked if she was still preoccupied with thoughts of someone named Jinsu. She firmly denied it, and he called Jinsu an idiot, expressing his hope that she wasn't foolish enough to repeat his mistakes, to which she obediently agreed. SeoJoon walked silently down a long, sterile hallway, her mission clear. Her expression was grim and determined as she stared ahead, the weight of her father's expectations settling upon her. A memory surfaced of her brother, Jinsu, passionately explaining that a pro-hunter needed to have something in their heart they would never compromise on. He had dismissed the notion that hunters were only motivated by money, vowing to become a hero who could move people's hearts. In the memory, a younger SeoJoon sighed in exasperation, begging her brother not to say such embarrassing things in public. She had bluntly told him that his idealistic talk was incredibly embarrassing to her. The vision of her and her brother standing together years ago flashed through her mind. She remembered Jinsu's kind and gentle smile as he spoke of his dreams. Back in the present, her face contorted in pain as she gritted her teeth against the memory. She silently commanded her deceased brother to stop appearing before her, trying to banish his ghost from her thoughts. Elsewhere, Mr. Manchel groaned in agony, complaining that not a single spot on his body wasn't sore from the day's labor. SeoJoon teased him for acting like a child, but Mr. Manchel retorted that he had to do this for another week and might die from the strain. Mr. Manchel defended himself, asking if SeoJoon had ever tried driving while planning a complex route 5 steps ahead, calling it brain-crushing work. SeoJoon chuckled and changed the subject, revealing that after commission and taxes, they had earned about $7,800. He calculated that if they split the earnings evenly, they would each receive $3,900. Mr. Manchel immediately rejected the 50-50 split, insisting on a 70-30 arrangement where SeoJoon took the larger share for doing the raiding and heavy lifting. SeoJoon started to protest, but Mr. Manchel cut him off, threatening not to show up the next day if he didn't accept the terms. Conceding, SeoJoon calculated 30% of the total but then rounded the figure up to a clean $2,500, telling the older man to just think of it as gas money. After a brief pause, Mr. Manchel finally grumbled his acceptance. SeoJoon then asked him a different question, wondering if he wasn't surprised by any of it. When Mr. Manchel assumed he meant the money, SeoJoon clarified that he was asking about his strange and unconventional method of raiding dungeons. The older man casually revealed that he had already witnessed SeoJoon's fighting style during the academy tournament. SeoJoon wondered why he hadn't said hello, but Mr. Manchel dismissed the idea, explaining that it would have only put unnecessary pressure on him. SeoJoon reflected fondly on his relationship with Mr. Manchel, who, despite his rough speech, had always been a pillar of support for him after his parents died. SeoJoon then jokingly proposed that Mr. Manchel should start his own monster delivery service and become his exclusive partner once he became a famous hunter. On the second day of the contest, a new supervisor greeted them, remarking that they must be the rumored dungeon dismantlers. Mr. Manchel grumbled at the ridiculous nickname, but the supervisor explained it was because they didn't just raid the dungeons, they completely stripped them bare. The supervisor, having heard the stories and now seeing them in person, confirmed there were no issues with their methods and encouraged them to continue. SeoJoon let out a triumphant cheer, their system working perfectly. He declared that at this pace, winning was a certainty, and it would be strange if they didn't win after all the hard work they were putting in. SeoJoon knew he had made the right call by partnering with Mr. Manchel and urged him to stay strong for the remaining 5 days. As an incentive, SeoJoon promised to buy him a grand meal after their victory, suggesting he choose something expensive and bring his daughter, Suyin, along. Mr. Manchel joked that he would have to demand a whole cow to make it worth his while. SeoJoon rode a wave of euphoria, feeling their path to the prize money was unstoppable. But on the third day of the contest, as they prepared for another grueling run, Mr. Manchel stared at his screen with a puzzled expression. SeoJoon noticed his partner's concerned look and asked what was wrong, prompting the older man to show him the map. SeoJoon's confident expression vanished, replaced by one of pure shock. He stared at the screen in disbelief, realizing that there wasn't a single dungeon available for them to reserve anywhere in the vicinity. SeoJoon stared at the screen in disbelief, realizing there wasn't a single dungeon available for reservation in the entire vicinity. He and Mr. Manchel both sensed something was deeply wrong, concluding that the pattern of reservations was too blatant to be a mere coincidence. The older man grumbled that their competitors were resorting to dirty tricks, but SeoJoon decided they should simply head to the next available dungeon for now. However, upon arriving at the next location, and the one after that, they were met with the exact same frustrating situation. As a direct result of the constant interference, SeoJoon only managed to clear a meager 10 dungeons that day. He voiced his growing suspicion that something was truly strange about the contest's developments. Mr. Manchel corrected him, stating it was a certainty that Lee Soyeon's team was behind the scheme, though proving it would be difficult. The older man decided to file a protest with the hosts, while SeoJoon worried that he would lose his first-place lead if this sabotage continued. SeoJoon regretfully told Mr. Manchel they would have to postpone their dismantling work, but his partner insisted that victory was more important. Frustrated, SeoJoon acknowledged that no matter how fast he raided, he couldn't overcome the travel time being forced upon them by their rivals. It was then that he informed Mr. Manchel he had come up with a new idea to counter their strategy. SeoJoon began to explain his clever counterplan to the older man. Meanwhile, in an outdoor courtyard, a group of hired hunters was gathered together. Their leader warned them not to get too relaxed, reminding them to immediately reserve all dungeons surrounding Kim SeoJoon the moment he made a move. One of the hunters idly wondered how SeoJoon raided so quickly, but another simply shrugged, content to collect their pay for the easy job. Suddenly, their leader shouted for everyone's attention, announcing that their target had just made a reservation. He reiterated their orders to strategically reserve every dungeon within an hour's distance over the next 10 minutes to avoid suspicion. One of the team members, however, stared at his screen with a confused expression. When asked what was wrong, he revealed that SeoJoon had reserved a dungeon located right next to where Lee Soyeon was currently raiding. The leader snatched the device from his subordinate's hands, refusing to believe what he was hearing. The group instantly realized the trap. Following their orders would now block their own client, and the 10-hour cancellation rule meant they couldn't undo it. A wave of stunned silence fell over the hunters as the gravity of their predicament sank in. The leader slammed his fist in frustration, cursing their own foolishness. Elsewhere, Lee Soyeon walked with purpose, her determined strides echoing in the quiet. A sleek black car was parked on a curved, sunlit road, awaiting its passenger. She emerged from the dungeon and ordered her driver to the next location, his surprise evident as she had only been inside for 15 minutes. Noticing the car remained stationary, Lee Soyeon impatiently questioned her driver's delay. She prompted him again, asking why he wasn't starting the engine. The driver hesitantly explained that every single dungeon in the vicinity was already reserved, leaving him with no destination to travel to. A sharp ping from her device confirmed her dawning realization: she had been expertly baited. She quickly deduced that SeoJoon was now intentionally making reservations near her, forcing a mutually destructive scenario that crippled her progress as well. Soyeon felt a flicker of annoyance, admitting that while she expected him to notice their scheme, she never anticipated such a bold response. Over a call, she calmly assured her associate not to worry, revealing she had already devised a different method to deal with him. On the 5th day of the contest, SeoJoon confronted his rival directly, confirming her identity as Lee Soyeon. She warily asked who he was, and he replied cryptically that they were both victims of a difficult situation. A contest official immediately intervened to warn them against fighting, but SeoJoon calmly stated he was not there to cause trouble. He formally identified both himself as Kim SeoJoon and her as Lee Soyeon, setting the stage for their tense conversation. SeoJoon then proposed that they should compete fairly, reminding her of the good intentions behind the contest's creation. She defensively retorted, taking his words as an accusation of foul play, which he casually brushed aside. With his piece said, SeoJoon turned and walked away, leaving a pensive Lee Soyeon to watch him depart. She silently repeated his words about good intentions with disdain. The very notion made her want to laugh out loud in pure cynicism. In her worldview, good intentions couldn't exist, as humans were selfish creatures motivated solely by personal benefit. She believed that concepts like justice and equality were nothing more than empty words in the relentless pursuit of one's own goals. Dismissing the encounter, she instructed her partner to finish their raid quickly so they could leave. Nearby, another hunter watched the scene unfold, expressing her awe at seeing the infamous Lee Soyeon in person. The woman with dark hair cast a curious glance to the side, taking in the unfolding drama. Mr. Manchel's team began their work, calling out the first monster corpse they were processing. The dark-haired woman approached SeoJoon, expressing surprise that he had finished his raid so quickly. She then made an unusual request, asking if her team could take the monster corpses he was planning to discard. SeoJoon gave his indifferent permission, which was met with a cheer of gratitude from the woman. Her team immediately started their own dismantling process, loudly counting their first prize. As her team counted a second and third corpse, Lee Soyeon watched from a distance, completely bewildered by the strange display. She finally approached SeoJoon and demanded to know what he was doing. He nonchalantly replied that he was dismantling the monsters to make money, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Feeling she had completely wasted her time, Lee Soyeon turned away in disappointment. Her mind flashed back to a memory of a young man vowing to become a pro hunter who could truly move people's hearts. That optimistic dream felt like a joke to her now, as she had come to believe that being a pro hunter was just another job. The remembered voice seemed to question the reason for her current cynicism. In a completely different location, two men stood inside a dungeon, baffled by the presence of a heaven star monster. One theorized it was a distortion, but the other, a stern man known as the Sword Saint, dismissed it as a scheme by the Truth Society. The Sword Saint darkly remarked that the situation was just like the incident from 30 years prior. A representative from the Truth Society vehemently denied any involvement, but the Sword Saint's anger was only cut short by the arrival of a third person. The newcomer, young Jimin, apprentice to the Magic Saint, announced he was there to investigate and that his master was unwell. The Sword Saint grumbled at being called Gramps, but Jimin cheekily pointed out that the old man's abrasive personality hadn't changed with age. After a brief analysis, Jimin confirmed an abnormal magic flow but agreed with the old man that it didn't seem like a normal distortion. The Sword Saint arrogantly claimed there was nothing unusual about facing a measly 10-star monster, earning a sharp rebuke for his cockiness. Unfazed, the Truth Society member stressed the seriousness of the situation, noting it hadn't happened since the fall of the giant beast Berserk. Jimin concluded that while the possibility of it happening elsewhere was low, they needed to investigate further. He decided they must inform the association president to re-evaluate all low-ranked dungeons, just as the group arrived at a very strange sight. One of the men observed that while rare, dungeons being attached to one another was not an unheard-of phenomenon. Before them, however, was something unprecedented: 3 distinct dungeon gates, all connected together in a single, bizarre cluster. A series of hunters feigned surprise and ignorance, claiming they had accidentally entered the wrong dungeon that SeoJoon's team had reserved. One after another, they put on a show of realizing their supposed grave mistake. With insincere apologies, they insisted they were unaware that the dungeon had already been claimed. Watching the blatant sabotage unfold, the Sword Saint's grandson seethed with rage, questioning the sanity of their rivals. He fumed over their recurring bad luck, theorizing that since their previous methods of interference failed, their opponents had simply switched to bribing dungeon observers. The young man declared the situation unacceptable and vowed to file a severe complaint, even if it meant leveraging his grandfather's powerful name. His bold move paid off, as an announcement declared a new rule allowing dungeon overseers to transfer raid points in such cases. Although the previous day's efforts had been wasted, he felt this new ruling would finally be enough to secure their progress. He confidently believed that their rivals would no longer have any means to interfere with their climb. But their opponents' schemes only grew more direct, as a car suddenly blocked their path with the flimsy excuse of running out of gas. They were met with a barrage of absurd, feigned accidents, from drivers falling asleep at the wheel to people suddenly losing their car keys, all designed to halt their advance. Through these relentless underhanded tactics, SeoJoon's team was inevitably overtaken in the rankings, with all the perpetrators denying any connection to Lee Soyeon. It was discovered that a new member of Lee Soyeon's team was affiliated with a high school headmaster named Lee Sukman, a retired pro-hunter who had once earned the Sword Saint's acknowledgement. The Sword Saint's grandson scoffed at the mention of Sukman, dismissing him as a man with more connections than skill, which explained the cunning tricks they were now facing. They knew any formal investigation would be fruitless until after the contest ended, and with the Sword Saint unreachable, they were on their own. Facing this grim reality, the team wondered how they could possibly reclaim first place against such overwhelming, systemic cheating. SeoJoon suddenly apologized to SeoJoon, who was completely taken aback and asked why she felt the need to say sorry. She confessed that she felt she hadn't been helpful, but SeoJoon immediately refuted this, insisting they had only gotten this far because of her active contributions. The rest of the team agreed, affirming that SeoJoon had done her best and that it was now their responsibility to devise a new strategy. One teammate nudged SeoJoon, expressing his certainty that the clever hunter was already scheming up a counterplan and urged him to share it. While SeoJoon formulated his comeback, his rivals were about to face a shocking turn of events. In another location, Lee Soyeon's backer was in disbelief as he saw that they had been overtaken once again. His subordinate frantically reported that SeoJoon was now reserving dungeons only moments before entering, making it impossible to predict his movements and intercept him. SeoJoon's new strategy was brutally effective, clearing dungeons in a mere 5 minutes from reservation to completion, while the rivals desperately tried bribing overseers for information. Their attempts at bribery failed, however, as the dungeon management team was under strict watch due to pressure from another academy. The rival leader was stunned to learn that a small academy held so much sway, only to discover it was run by the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. The mention of the Sword Saint sent a chill down his spine, but his subordinate assured him there was still a way to handle the situation. In a fit of desperation, the man ordered his team to spare no expense and find any method possible to secure a victory for East Academy, threatening severe punishment for failure. The scoreboards flashed, showing an intense back and forth as Soyeon took the lead with 126 clears to SeoJoon's 125. The numbers rapidly climbed, with the lead changing hands multiple times in a blur of dungeon completions. When the dust finally settled on the 24th dungeon sweep contest, the ranking board displayed an unprecedented result. Kim SeoJoon and Lee Soyeon were tied for first place with 141 clears each. The contest hosts immediately convened an emergency meeting, as the idea of a joint first place was deemed completely unacceptable. Inside the meeting room, accusations flew as one side claimed a cheater couldn't take first place, while the other side demanded proof, dismissing the claims as mere conjecture. The argument intensified over whether the string of accidents could truly be a coincidence, but without hard evidence, the debate reached a stalemate. The head of the management team finally stepped in, declaring that there could not be a joint first-place winner. He continued by stating that since there was no definitive proof of cheating, Lee Soyeon could not be penalized, and he then presented a suggestion to resolve the tie. Sometime later, the dungeon management team leader, Shin Young-sik, greeted SeoJoon as he arrived at the designated location. He then turned his attention to Kim SeoJoon's final opponent. He formally acknowledged the presence of participant Lee Soyeon. With both competitors assembled, Shin Young-sik began to explain the rules for the final tiebreaker match that would determine the contest's ultimate winner. The two rivals stood ready, their magical auras glowing as they faced the challenge that lay before them. The rules were laid out simply: of the 3 dungeons before them, each would choose one to raid. Victory would go to whoever cleared their dungeon first and then proceeded to conquer the final, unclaimed dungeon, a condition which SeoJoon found slightly puzzling. The official explained their inability to find a proper double dungeon, clarifying that this 3-gate setup was the closest alternative. He added that for the sake of official records, it was cleaner for the winner to have one more clear on their count, a bureaucratic reason that SeoJoon grudgingly accepted. Young Sik assured them that all 3 were 2-star dungeons with no significant difference in difficulty, yet SeoJoon couldn't shake the feeling that a trap was being laid. Lee Soyeon politely asked if she could choose her dungeon first, and SeoJoon nonchalantly agreed. She immediately selected the dungeon on the far right, prompting SeoJoon to choose the one on the far left. The 2 champions stood poised before their respective portals, one glowing with a cool blue light and the other a fiery red, weapons at the ready. Just before the match began, Soyeon offered SeoJoon a cryptic piece of advice, telling him not to be too upset by the outcome. Her strange comment left SeoJoon momentarily stunned and confused. Before he could process her words, the official's voice boomed, signaling the start of the final showdown. SeoJoon burst forward into the blue portal, his body alight with energy as he charged into the unknown. As he ran, Soyeon's parting words echoed in his mind, making him wonder what she could have possibly meant. He quickly pushed the thought aside, deciding that winning was all that mattered as he focused his will on the task ahead. Once inside, he found only an unnerving silence where he expected to hear the telltale sounds of kobolds. After 5 minutes had passed without a single monster sighting, a deep sense of unease settled over him as he questioned what kind of dungeon this truly was. Suddenly, a blood-curdling roar shattered the silence, sending a shiver of dread down his spine. He knew instantly that the sound could not have come from any mere kobold. An enormous, terrifying manticore emerged from the shadows, its fearsome form confirming his worst fears. He was horrified to find a 4-star monster in a 2-star zone, realizing with dawning dread that he had been sent into a mismeasured dungeon. Cursing the unfairness of the situation, he braced himself for an impossibly difficult fight. With a powerful lunge, SeoJoon thrust his spear directly into the manticore's gaping maw, engaging the beast in a desperate battle. Although he managed to defeat the monster with surprising speed, he knew the fight had cost him far too much valuable time. His mind raced with the certainty that Lee Soyeon was likely breezing through a normal 2-star dungeon at that very moment. Panicked, he exited his gate, expecting to see her already tackling the 3rd and final dungeon, only to be met by the contest official. He immediately reported the presence of a manticore in his dungeon, which caused the official to react with utter shock. The official questioned him in disbelief, confirming that a 4-star monster had been present and that SeoJoon had somehow defeated it alone. SeoJoon affirmed that he had, demanding a rematch for what was clearly an unfair and rigged match. While the official understood his request, he calmly stated that canceling the match would be unnecessary, leaving SeoJoon baffled. The stunning reason was then revealed: participant Lee Soyeon had not yet emerged from her own dungeon. SeoJoon stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. Meanwhile, inside her designated dungeon, Lee Soyeon wandered through a vast, empty cavern. A considerable amount of time had passed since she had entered, yet she found herself completely alone, wondering why there was absolutely nothing there. A distant voice echoed in her memory, telling her to endure the sharp sting of pain. She recalled being chided for her sharp tongue, mocked for her weakness while being questioned for disobeying her father's commands. In the flashback, she firmly stated her refusal to win by cheating, regardless of her father's orders. A gentler voice from her past then advised her that a true hunter must never compromise their most cherished principles. But another, harsher voice had screamed at her, calling her an annoying pushover and insisting that being nice was a losing game in a world that favored the corrupt. That same voice had scoffed at her ideals, declaring that the age of heroes was over and that only pro-hunters mattered now. Yet she had argued back, insisting that heroes still existed, just like the rare, uncorrupted politicians one might occasionally find. Met with cynical laughter about flying pigs, she had boldly proclaimed that if no such heroes were left, then she would be the first. The kinder voice returned, promising her that someday she would undoubtedly meet someone who shared her convictions. This person, the voice explained, would be someone who acted without considering relationships, connections, or personal gain. The memory shifted to a vision of her younger self, her face a mask of shock as cold rain fell around her. That person would be her very own hero, a stark contrast to the cruel words that labeled her own brother the biggest sucker of all. Her father's cold voice then cut through the memory, condemning her brother Jin-soo for dying to protect a stranger and demanding she not disappoint him in the same way. He had seethed that his son died a pointless death because he failed to understand his own place in the world. Agreeing with her father, she had vowed never to live the way her brother did, promising she was different from the pushover he had been. Back in the desolate dungeon, Lee So-yeon could only think about how strange her current situation was. A significant amount of time had passed since she entered, yet she remained completely alone, wondering why there was absolutely nothing there. Meanwhile, outside, SeoJoon anxiously asked the official if she had emerged from her gate yet. The official confirmed that Lee So-yeon was still inside, pointing out that SeoJoon had won against greater odds and a rematch was likely unnecessary. Realizing he only needed to clear the final dungeon to win, an unsettling feeling crept over SeoJoon, telling him something was deeply wrong. He began to doubt his initial theory: what if the mismeasured dungeon wasn't a scheme from her side, but something else entirely? A chilling realization struck him that Lee So-yeon might be in a similar trap, just as a nearby monitoring device began to flash erratically. An official cried out in alarm as the magic power measurement device spiked, jumping from a 3-star to a 4-star reading in seconds. The veteran hunter known as the Sword Saint calmly explained the phenomenon as a dungeon distortion, where a gate's actual difficulty becomes dangerously different from its initial assessment. The team leader noted that such an event, which could cause massive difficulty spikes, was a relic of the past, something he hadn't witnessed in over 20 years. Deciding to act, the Sword Saint ordered pro-hunters to investigate and turned to inform SeoJoon that a serious issue had occurred with the dungeons. SeoJoon could only stare back, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and dawning horror. Suddenly, inside So-yeon's dungeon, a violent vortex of crackling red energy ripped through the empty space. The resulting shockwave threw her back, leaving her grimacing in pain with blood trickling from her mouth. Staring at the impossible event unfolding, she could only curse the absolute disaster her situation had become. She stammered, unable to fully comprehend the terrifying reality that had just manifested before her. A bitter thought crossed her mind about her brother's idea of poetic justice as the 6-star monster, Mercura, was born from the distortion. The colossal horned beast fixed its glowing green eyes upon her and let out a soul-shattering roar. She immediately dismissed the fleeting thought with a humorless laugh, knowing there was no way it could be true. In her experience, something as idealistic as poetic justice simply did not exist in their brutal world. It was a naive concept, she believed, something that appeared only in the pages of fairy tales. Mumbling to herself, she found a sliver of solace in the grim acceptance that at least she would die in a slightly less stupid manner than her brother. The monster wasted no time, lunging forward with its massive mouth stretched wide to devour her. Her eyes widened in pure terror as she was frozen in place, facing her own imminent demise. But in that critical moment, another figure suddenly intervened, making her question who, or what, had just appeared. She watched in a daze, wondering how this newcomer was even able to move under the monster's suffocating pressure. The man grunted with immense effort, yelling at her to use the chance he was creating to run away. He roared that he would buy her some time, his unexpected arrival leaving So-yeon utterly stunned and confused. Still reeling, she screamed out, demanding to know what he was doing there in her dungeon. SeoJoon gritted his teeth against the 6-star monster's overwhelming power, realizing that merely deflecting its attacks was the absolute best he could do. He then shouted a brazen insult at the goat-headed beast, determined to draw its full attention onto himself. His taunt worked perfectly, as he saw the monster's gaze lock onto him with furious intent. The demonic creature, its eye glowing with an eerie green light, abandoned its previous target and charged directly at SeoJoon. SeoJoon met the assault head-on, bracing himself before thrusting his long spear into the charging behemoth. He knew with cold certainty that if any of its attacks landed cleanly, the blow would be instantly fatal. But he had already begun to adapt to its attack patterns, masterfully deflecting its blows while baiting it toward a different area. He spotted a momentary opening and skillfully drove his spear into the monster's neck, drawing a gush of dark blood. However, the monster's retaliation was swift, causing him to cry out as pain shot through his body. A terrifying sound sliced through the air as the monster's counterattack moved with blinding speed. SeoJoon watched in absolute horror as one of the creature's limbs impaled SeoJoon directly through the chest. A guttural scream of pure agony was ripped from his lungs as the devastating wound threatened to tear him apart. Fighting through the pain, he wryly remarked on the beast's cleverness and asked if she was able to move yet, knowing he couldn't hold out much longer. SeoJoon's voice trembled as she demanded to know why he was going to such extreme lengths for her. She questioned what possible benefit he could gain from this, screaming that his sacrifice had nothing to do with him. She insisted that he should have abandoned her and gone to raid the final dungeon to secure his own victory. She then accused him of acting self-righteous, reminding him he was also in the contest for the money, a point he conceded was true. She desperately told him to leave her to die and go win, yelling that after all she'd done, she would never be thankful for his help. As her furious tirade reached its peak, he cut her off with a single, unwavering word of refusal. He calmly told her that what she did was undeniably wrong, and that he had absolutely no plans to forgive her for it. He then declared that even so, her past misdeeds did not mean she deserved to die here. At that moment, her brother's gentle voice from the past resurfaced in her mind, recalling his promise that she would one day meet someone special. SeoJoon continued, explaining that her actions also didn't mean he should stand aside and simply let her perish. The memory of her brother's voice grew clearer, describing a person who acted not for connections or personal reasons, but for what was right. Finally, SeoJoon bellowed that saving people's lives was the greatest prize of all, his words unknowingly completing her brother's prophecy that she would find her very own hero. Enraged by the defiance, the Mercura roared as a sinister purple energy began to envelop its massive frame. The demonic creature gathered its remaining power and launched itself at the grievously wounded hunter for one final attack. SeoJoon cursed under his breath, his knuckles white as he tightened his grip on his spear, bracing for the inevitable impact. The demonic creature unleashed a final, deafening roar, its body crackling with sinister purple energy. Gathering its last reserves of strength, the massive beast charged down at the lone warrior. SeoJoon cursed under his breath, his knuckles turning white as he tightened his grip on his spear. A defiant shout ripped from his throat, his face a mask of fierce determination against impossible odds. A memory of a lecture surfaced in his mind, the instructor explaining that intuition was a domain of thought, a form of judgment that puzzled many cadets. The lecturer had acknowledged the paradox that thinking too long meant acting too late, a concept many misinterpreted. He had passionately refuted the idea that one should abandon thought and judgment entirely. The instructor stressed once more that true intuition was fundamentally linked to the domain of thought. He explained that the key was to unite one's thoughts with intuition, effectively leaving the final judgment to instinct. This very fusion, the conjoining of thought and instinct, was what constituted the true intuition of a transcended being. In a flash of insight, a hooded figure effortlessly sidestepped a powerful attack, leaving a shimmering afterimage in his wake. The monster let out a piercing shriek of frustration as its attack missed its mark. Suddenly, the attacker's vision sharpened, allowing him to see precisely where the beast would strike next. He could predict its next move with absolute clarity. He felt every twitch and contraction of the monster's muscles, anticipating its every action. Their weapons clashed with a deafening clang that echoed through the cavern. The young man calculated that he could barely hold on until pro hunters arrived, trusting his team leader had already called for reinforcements. However, a critical problem remained. He worried about how much longer Lee Soyeon could endure in her weakened state. He knew there was no time to waste waiting for help. He resolved that he had to defeat the creature right here, right now. He began to channel a powerful skill, one with the might to uproot mountains. He gathered a spirit so immense it could overturn the world itself. But then, something felt terribly wrong. A quiet sound of dawning horror escaped his lips. An instinctual dread washed over him as he realized he couldn't possibly win this fight. Just then, a hand glowing with a brilliant blue aura firmly gripped his arm. A new voice declared the use of his own skills, combining the power to uproot mountains with his unique aura-infused spearmanship. From above, a figure wielding a glowing spear descended upon the red monster below. The glowing blade sliced cleanly through the air, sending a spray of demonic blood flying. Splattered with the creature's blood, the young man looked up with an expression of pure shock. The bloodied behemoth collapsed to the ground as the mysterious savior watched from a distance. The young hunter couldn't believe what he had just witnessed, finding the entire event nonsensical. He struggled to comprehend how this was even possible. A system window materialized before him, showing a significant increase in his lecture progress rates for Ch1 and Seongyu. SeoJoon wryly commented to Soyeon that had come to save her but almost ended up dying alongside her, nervously asking if she was still alive after his wasted efforts. She confirmed she wasn't dead yet, and he let out a great sigh of relief. He stressed that they had no time and needed to get out of there immediately. Moments later, the team leader arrived, shocked by the carnage, as SeoJoon urged him to call for the medical team first, promising to explain later. The team leader frantically yelled for the medical team, declaring it an emergency. As they were being treated, Soyeon coldly told SeoJoon she would never think of him as her savior. He simply told her to think whatever she wanted, stating he hadn't helped her with any expectation of gratitude. Medical personnel swarmed the scene, shouting that the two injured cadets had to be transported to a hospital immediately. The news of the incident during the dungeon sweep competition quickly spread across the globe, causing widespread chaos. Reports flooded in about a 6-star Nakura appearing in a 2-star dungeon, an unprecedented mismeasurement that captured the attention of the public, the association, and the government. Naturally, the focus turned to the cadet named Kim SeoJoon, with people everywhere buzzing in disbelief that a student from Dream Hunter Academy could defeat such a monster. In another realm, the Apostle of Temperance sought out Sir Kalia. The Apostle surmised that the meeting was related to the recent distortion that had occurred in Korea. Meanwhile, SeoJoon excitedly asked her grandfather if the rumors were true that the cadet who handled the monster was from her academy. The old man confirmed it was the same scallywag he never wanted to see again, leaving his granddaughter utterly confused. In his hospital room, SeoJoon dramatically mourned the supposed loss of his prize money. SeoJoon asked if he was starting to regret his actions, and he confirmed it was a complete waste since he was supposed to win first place alone. He complained bitterly about the injustice of a joint first-place finish and having to split the prize money, questioning why he had uselessly decided to act. He morbidly suggested they play two-handed rock-paper-scissors for the prize money, callously pointing out that Soyeon had lost her left arm in the accident. SeoJoon stared at him in disbelief, remarking that he had lost not only the prize money but his humanity as well. He then proposed a handstand competition, immediately questioning if that was too unfair, prompting his other friend to wonder why he bothered saving her if he was going to be so awful. His friend sighed in exasperation, with one explaining to the other that SeoJoon had simply lost all humanity at the thought of splitting his winnings. The friend then corrected her, asking why he would be splitting the prize money when he was, in fact, the only winner. She revealed that Lee Soyeon had forfeited on her own and had confessed to all of her past cheating in various contests. Furthermore, she had even reported the atrocities committed by her own father, the East Academy headmaster, which were now going to trial. SeoJoon was stunned, wondering aloud why Soyeon would suddenly do all of that. His friend admitted she was also suspicious but then relayed a message from Soyeon. Soyeon had stated that while she still believed Kim SeoJoon was incorrect, she had come to realize her own thinking might have been wrong as well. The friend confessed that she wasn't entirely sure what SeoJoon had meant by it. She then cheerfully announced that SeoJoon was the solo winner and that the government had added some extra benefits due to his heroic actions. She excitedly explained that the reward would be tax-free and included an additional prize of $100,000. The extra money, she clarified, was officially a reward but was essentially reparations for everything he had endured. SeoJoon's eyes widened as he calculated his total winnings would now be $400,000, just as his friend mentioned another important development. She proudly declared that Dream Hunter Academy had finally been promoted to a League 3 academy. This promotion was possible because SeoJoon's first-place win met the final requirement, and more importantly for him, it meant he could now raid dungeons up to 4 stars. The team leader expressed her immense gratitude, acknowledging that this achievement was all thanks to him. SeoJoon wryly suggested that now they just needed to start recruiting cadets other than him. SeoJoon breathed a sigh of relief, glad that everything had worked out and they no longer needed to play rock-paper-scissors for the money. Seeing the time, SeoJoon offered to buy everyone a meal, his humanity instantly returning with the news of his winnings, and the group happily decided on sushi. He celebrated exuberantly, cheered that the money issue was solved and they were about to enjoy some good food. Now that everything was settled, he prepared for his next move. He opened the Transcendent Shop, a special marketplace for equipment created by accepted students. Now that he possessed $400,000, SeoJoon considered his next move. He knew the Lance of Longinus cost $100,000, but worried that the price of his free pass would be recalculated based on his savings once it expired. This led him to a startling realization: stockpiling money would only increase his causality debt, making procrastination a terrible idea. Resigned to this fact, he decided to buy another piece of equipment and opened the Transcendent Shop, browsing its copies of legendary items. The shop offered various mythological artifacts, from Aphrodite's charm belt, Kesto's Hemas, to the unbreakable rope Gleipnir. While he was set on the Lance of Longinus as his weapon, he pondered what other item he should acquire. The surprisingly low prices for items that should cost millions made him suspicious, knowing how unforgiving causality usually was. He suspected the prices might escalate with each purchase or that buying anything could trigger the end of his free pass, deciding caution was the best approach. A further complication arose from the shop's lack of item descriptions, forcing him to guess their effects based on mythology alone. This meant he was completely in the dark about items from obscure myths, a problem too time-consuming to solve by researching every legend. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him: he could check for item reviews on the community board. He accessed the Freshman's Talk board, a forum he often browsed but couldn't participate in due to a mysterious lack of a user ID. To his delight, he immediately found a post promising 100 different reviews and recommendations for transcendent gear. The post was written by a user who claimed to have used 100 pieces of gear, offering detailed reviews categorized by type, which impressed SeoJoon despite the user's questionable emoticon choice. The first review he read was for the Aegis shield, which the poster bluntly called a piece of garbage because its Medusa head turned even the user to stone uncontrollably. The reviewer humorously rated the shield a measly square root of 2 out of 10 for personal use, but a perfect 10 out of 10 as a gag gift for a friend. The sheer length of the post scroll bar convinced SeoJoon that the user had indeed purchased and tested 100 different items. He scrolled down to the 87th review, which passionately recommended an item called Cabesis, claiming it was the sole reason for the entire post. The review described Cabesis as a copy of a subspace pouch with incredible durability, near-perfect weight reduction, and immense storage, urging readers to buy it early. Concluding the review, the user gave it a score of 100 out of 10, emphatically telling everyone to get the item. SeoJoon recognized the name, recalling it as the pouch Perseus used to carry Medusa's head in Greco-Roman mythology. Intrigued, he decided to check the item's price in the shop, where the system began calculating its cost based on his causality. The price was a surprisingly reasonable $100,000, and he considered its usefulness, especially for carrying heavy loads without the bulk. He then realized the pouch would be incredibly convenient for his training, allowing him to carry monster corpses for weight without them flopping around. Without another moment of hesitation, he made the firm decision to purchase it immediately. 3 days later, holding the actual pouch, SeoJoon was in awe of its tangible quality. He could sense a powerful aura emanating from the cabesus, even before testing its subspace abilities. However, this purchase completely drained his bank account, and he noted with some annoyance that the price of cabesus had increased immediately after he bought it. He resigned himself to the fact that causality would always work against him, and resolved to start earning money again, only to be interrupted by SeoJoon. She questioned why he was heading into a dungeon so soon after being discharged, suggesting he rest, but he insisted he was fine and needed to earn money. When she reminded him of his substantial prize money, he nonchalantly informed her that he had already spent all of it. SeoJoon was utterly shocked, demanding to know how he could have possibly used up $400,000 so quickly. Her eyes were drawn to the brand new, expensive-looking spear and pouch he was carrying. She noted how excited he seemed to try out his new gear, remembering how fussy he was when she had offered to buy him equipment before. With a sigh, she conceded that it was his money, and she had no right to tell him how to spend it. As they stood at the entrance to a 4-star dungeon, she warned him to be careful, promising to intervene only if things got dangerous. SeoJoon stepped into a vast stone hall, its perimeter lined with ominous gargoyle statues guarding a lone treasure chest. A moment later, the stone surface of a nearby gargoyle began to crack as the creature stirred to life. He identified the monster as a gargoyle, known for having one of the highest defense ratings among 4-star monsters. This made it the perfect opponent for testing the raw, unenhanced power of his new Lance of Longinus. He decided his first attack would be without any added magic or his power to uproot mountains. He reasoned that even against the gargoyle's tough hide, the legendary lance should at least be able to land a solid hit. SeoJoon swung the lance forward with a powerful cry. The gargoyle shattered into pieces like brittle clay, leaving both SeoJoon and SeoJoon speechless. They both stood in stunned silence, completely baffled by what had just happened. SeoJoon broke the silence, asking aloud what had just occurred. SeoJoon retorted that she had no idea either, just as dumbfounded as he was. She reflected that by now, she should be used to the bizarre events that always seemed to surround SeoJoon. Yet, this particular feat was something she never could have anticipated as he continued to effortlessly dismantle the statues. She marveled at how the stone gargoyles were being sliced apart like soft tofu, jokingly wondering if they were made of soy. After collecting a pile of stone fragments, SeoJoon decided to test his new pouch. SeoJoon watched in disbelief as SeoJoon approached the pouch, which seemed barely large enough for a fist, and then gasped as the large objects vanished inside. SeoJoon noted that even with a 70% weight reduction, the contents of the pouch were heavier than he expected. He concluded it would be more efficient to gather all the loot at once after he had cleared the entire dungeon. SeoJoon, still reeling, asked if his prize money had been 400 million instead of 400,000. When he confirmed it hadn't, she pressed him on how and where he had acquired such unbelievably powerful items. He fabricated a story about a random hunter shop he happened to find. He claimed the shop, called the Transcendent Shop, was in an obscure back alley and had sold him both items for a combined $400,000, piquing her interest. SeoJoon then quickly added that the shop was already gone, as the owner had been closing down to go on a journey when he made his purchase. He tried to look as innocent as possible, asking if his face looked like he was lying. Though highly suspicious, SeoJoon decided to drop the subject, apologizing for her skepticism. As they ventured deeper, a small, dark object suddenly bounced across the stone floor ahead of them. SeoJoon immediately sensed that this new area posed a significantly greater danger. In the next hall, a volley of glowing red projectiles shot towards them from the darkness. SeoJoon told SeoJoon to stand back, declaring he would handle the threat himself. He stopped her from intervening, explaining that he first wanted to test something else. The raw power of the Lance of Longinus had already exceeded his wildest expectations. He mused that a casual swing had been enough to slice through the gargoyles with ease. Now, he wondered what would happen if he combined its power with both his PTUM and the mana he learned from Merlin. He began to channel his energy, combining his power to uproot mountains with a new force he called momentum to overturn the world. His vision focused as he channeled a brilliant blue energy into his lance, preparing a devastating attack. He thrust the weapon forward with a single, powerful command to pierce through his foes. A massive wave of blue energy erupted from the lance, clashing violently with the incoming projectiles in midair. SeoJoon's expression was one of pure shock as she witnessed the incredible display of power. She watched in awe, wondering if she was witnessing the legendary aura sword technique. The beams of concentrated energy effortlessly pierced through the shadowy, red-eyed monsters emerging from the darkness. SeoJoon descended upon the remaining horde of shadowy creatures, his glowing lance ready to strike. With an expression of grim determination, the black-haired warrior wielded his glowing blue weapon against the darkness. The sheer scale of his power was immense, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. After the battle, a weary SeoJoon and SeoJoon stood together before a massive, sealed door at the end of the hall. SeoJoon could only utter a single phrase, completely overwhelmed by what she had just seen. As the great doors opened, they found themselves facing a colossal, shadowy monster wreathed in crackling lightning. The true challenge of the dungeon was just beginning. SeoJoon let out a curse of sheer, dumbfounded awe. He had always believed the lance of Longinus would be weaker as a mere copy of the holy spear that pierced Jesus. It was then he realized the old saying about experts not blaming their tools was complete nonsense. He resolved to research better gear on the forums, though he worried about his increasing expenses and the mere 25 days he had left to cram for his lectures. At that moment, SeoJoon spoke up, remembering something important she had forgotten to tell him, and he prompted her to continue. She explained that a woman named Jimin Yuni wanted to meet him and asked if he would be okay with that, leaving SeoJoon puzzled. He asked who this Jimin was and if she was related to SeoJoon, but she clarified that Jimin was just an older acquaintance. SeoJoon then dropped a bombshell, revealing that Jimin was none other than the apprentice of the magic saint, which stunned SeoJoon into silence. This apprentice was a legendary figure, a genius whom the magic saint himself had secretly trained and later admitted had surpassed him. SeoJoon wondered why such a prominent person would want to meet him, and SeoJoon explained that she wanted to ask questions about the incident that happened before. He correctly guessed she was referring to the dungeon distortion, learning that SeoJoon had barely managed to delay Jimin from barging in while he was recovering. A suspicious thought crossed SeoJoon's mind about her intentions, but SeoJoon quickly reassured him that Jimin wasn't like that and he didn't need to worry. With his concerns allayed, SeoJoon agreed to the meeting, and SeoJoon promised to contact her to arrange a date. She immediately sent a message to Jimin, relaying SeoJoon's approval and asking about her availability. No sooner had she sent the message than Jimin's voice called out, announcing her sudden arrival. SeoJoon was astounded by her speed, but Jimin simply explained she came the moment she got the okay and demanded to see the man in question. The woman, formally introduced as the magic saint's apprentice young Jimin, eagerly searched for the man her grandfatherly master had praised so much. SeoJoon's expression filled with dread as she anticipated the impending chaos. Jimin finally laid eyes on SeoJoon, her face contorting in disbelief when she saw he was only a high schooler. Without any preamble, she strode forward and aggressively demanded to know where he had obtained a certain item. SeoJoon asked what she was talking about, but she only grew more agitated, shouting her question about the item's origin with even greater force. When he questioned her in formal tone, she flippantly told him to do the same if he felt it was unfair, making SeoJoon grow anxious. SeoJoon tried to hold her back, warning that she was surprising SeoJoon, but Jimin pushed past, insistent on getting an answer. She called out her friend's name in a desperate attempt to restrain her. Turning to a confused SeoJoon explained that Jimin had a one-track mind and was unstoppable once she fixated on something. She then confirmed that this erratic person was, in fact, the genius apprentice she had mentioned, a truth SeoJoon found hard to accept. He questioned her youthful appearance, as he knew she was supposed to be in her 40s, and SeoJoon explained she magically maintained her younger form. Jimin herself then clarified that it was not a complete polymorph but a difficult technique where she used her Buddhist memories to revert her appearance. Brushing the topic aside, she focused her intense gaze on SeoJoon again, demanding to know where he got the subspace pouch. He identified the item as his kibisis, which she confirmed while marveling at its construction that defied the principles of spatial distortion. SeoJoon asked SeoJoon if she had noticed anything special about it, but she admitted she hadn't and questioned if it was truly that impressive. Jimin erupted at the question, declaring that the pouch was not just impressive, but an absolutely insane creation. She explained that the minuscule pouch housed 4 distinct magic circuits, including one she couldn't even identify, which made SeoJoon wonder how a master blacksmith might react to his own legendary lance. In a burst of excitement, she demanded to buy it from him, but he awkwardly stated that would be a problem. Refusing to take no for an answer, she offered an escalating price, finally landing on a staggering $100 million. He noted she was just shouting numbers, and she conceded that she would need to secure sponsors to pay him right away. Jimin remained confident she could raise the funds, arguing the pouch was worth far more, a point SeoJoon privately agreed with after recalling a lesser item's sale price. The thought of $100 million tempted him, as it would solve all of his financial problems, and he believed a person of her status could deliver on the promise. Nevertheless, he regretfully informed her he could not sell it, which shocked both women into asking why not. As Jimin argued that her offer was more than fair, SeoJoon simply gestured for her to try and use the pouch herself. She looked confused but intrigued by his unusual request. The moment her hand drew near, the pouch on the floor erupted with blue electrical energy, forcefully repelling her. Stunned, she could only watch as SeoJoon explained that no one other than himself could use the artifact. He clarified that the item was created by upperclassmen for their juniors, and as such, it was strictly soul-bound and could neither be sold nor even touched by others. Instead of being discouraged, Jimin grew even more excited, realizing it had a 5th, soul-binding circuit, before demanding to know where and from whom he bought it. She impulsively offered $1 million just for the seller's name, forcing SeoJoon to step in and try to calm her down once again. After hearing SeoJoon's vague story about a now-vanished shop, Jimin found his excuse suspicious but decided not to press the issue like a certain someone else he knew might have. Changing her approach, she then proposed that she be allowed to research the artifact instead. She explained that she could conduct her research without directly using it and offered to pay him for his time and cooperation. The idea sparked a realization in SeoJoon: if he was merely assisting with research, he might be able to bypass the system's rules against selling the item. He pondered how the laws of causality would interpret him receiving money for simply helping out. Deciding it sounded like a viable loophole, he agreed to cooperate as long as she could secure the money, which made her cheer with delight. He asked if she wanted to begin immediately, but she declined, stating she needed proper equipment and would invite him to her lab later. She then abruptly remembered the original purpose of her visit, which SeoJoon correctly guessed was related to the distortion incident. Jimin confirmed he was right and asked him to describe everything that happened on that day in detail. After he finished, she summarized the key points and then asked how he managed to defeat the Nakura, to which he simply replied that he got lucky. She scoffed at the idea of beating a 6-star monster with luck, but SeoJoon clarified that the lucky part was having an answer to its aura defense, as his PTUM alone would have failed. He was about to credit Merlin's mana when he suddenly recalled a key concept from one of the Archmage's lectures. Tentatively, he asked if he could offer his own unrefined opinion on the matter, and an intrigued Jimin urged him to speak. He began by establishing that magic and aura were both derivatives of mana, their only difference being the wielder's intent. He then presented his core theory, that the dungeon distortion might be caused by the exact same principle, a suggestion that visibly shocked her. When she demanded more details, he elaborated that if magic was a distortion of mana through will, then the dungeons could be distorting in the same way. He connected this to Merlin's teaching that using mana was an act of imposing one's will on the world, suggesting that dungeon phenomena were caused by someone's intent. He concluded that the distorted dungeons might be artificial occurrences rather than natural ones, before feeling awkward about his bold claims. He sheepishly told her to take his theory with a grain of salt, but she just stared at him intently and asked him what he truly was. Her strange question left him confused, so she rephrased it, asking if he was secretly a magic scholar. He denied it, insisting he was just an aspiring hunter, which left Ch1 baffled as to how he could articulate such a complex theory, even if it was based on Merlin's ideas. Her eyes suddenly flickered back to the subspace pouch on the ground. A wild new hypothesis entered her mind, and she asked if he had actually crafted the pouch himself, accusing him of being a genius scholar in disguise. SeoJoon was left completely speechless by her sudden and absurd accusation, wondering what nonsense she would come up with next. She excitedly questioned how he managed to come up with such a comprehensive theory all of a sudden. SeoJoon paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts before answering. He internally downplayed his own contribution, admitting to himself that had merely expanded upon Merlin's lessons and was surprised by her intense reaction. It made sense that a transcended lecture would be advanced, but he still felt awkward, like a mere pro-hunter hopeful teaching a seasoned expert. Then, a startling new possibility flashed through his mind as he wondered just how much money he could earn if he treated his unique knowledge as a sellable product. His brain went into overdrive, rapidly calculating the potential of this new business idea. He reasoned that since he had earned this knowledge through his own effort, unlike some store-bought item, he should be allowed to teach it to others as long as he could properly interpret and explain it. A wave of doubt crashed over him, however, as he questioned who would possibly want to learn from a simple cadet like him. He dismissed the idea for now, knowing his current lecture progress of only 17.9% meant he was far from qualified to teach anyone anything. Ch1, however, remained thoroughly impressed, stating that his unexpected idea was absolutely a subject worth researching further. Just as they were wrapping up, SeoJoon appeared with snacks, surprised to find Ch1 already leaving after finishing her business. Ch1 extended a future invitation to her lab, which prompted SeoJoon to comment on her sister's uniquely quirky personality that defied her public image. With Ch1 rushing off to begin her research, SeoJoon remarked that her sister's eccentric behavior often made even her wonder if she was truly fit to be the next magic saint. SeoJoon reflected on his incredible fortune, having now met 3 legendary figures, before he and SeoJoon agreed to share the Pokemon bread she had brought. He laughed to himself, jokingly predicting that the legendary Grand Voice would be the next major figure to show up at his door. Sometime later, SeoJoon was back to his usual rigorous training schedule. He let out a frustrated sigh as he reviewed the agonizingly slow progress rates across all of his transcendent lectures. He acknowledged that while Kibig had improved his training efficiency, he still faced a difficult choice: either earn money for a new pass or find a way to significantly boost his lecture progress before time ran out. Unsure of what to do, he decided he would ask SeoJoon for her opinion on the matter. Unaware of his approach, SeoJoon was completely absorbed in her own problems, muttering about needing to hire and pay for a new lecturer to handle an influx of cadets. SeoJoon called out to her, his voice startling her and snapping her out of her deep concentration. Turning to him, she asked what problem had her so distracted that she failed to even hear him calling her name. She explained that she was overwhelmed with planning the new cadet recruitment, a confession which made SeoJoon realize that he wasn't the only one with troubles. Putting his own concerns aside for a moment, he asked her if there were any major competitions, like the recent tournament or dungeon sweep, happening soon. He specified he was looking for an event within the next 20 days, prompting her to check the official schedules. After a quick search, she regretfully informed him that there were no such events scheduled. She did, however, mention the upcoming mock exam next month at Hunter Mills, a name that piqued his interest. The mock exam system was explained as a critical preparation tool for cadets, designed to alleviate the immense pressure of the single, all-important pro-hunter exam held only once a year. The exams held by Korea's top 3 academies were on such a grand scale that their results were rumored to be just as indicative of a cadet's skill as the actual exam. It was well known that these exams were meticulously crafted using vast amounts of data from previous tests and hunter performances to create the most realistic challenges. SeoJoon noted that its timing, right when his free pass expired, was inconvenient, but he resolved to see how far he could push himself until then. His attention shifted back to one of his lectures, where an instructor was explaining that techniques are never perfect and must adapt to ever-changing circumstances. The voice continued, emphasizing that intuition, a force that exists through a single unchangeable law, was the most essential tool for handling such variables. SeoJoon was once again in awe of the profound wisdom offered by the transcended beings, as their teachings introduced concepts he had never even imagined. Just before the lecture ended, the instructor casually brought up the fact that the Transcended exam mock exam was also fast approaching. He advised the students not to be too discouraged by their mock exam results before signing off, leaving SeoJoon completely stunned and wondering if he'd heard correctly. His disbelief was short-lived as his screen was suddenly filled with advertisements for the very same mock exam, complete with study guides and video solutions. The mention of a license and graded performances confirmed his suspicion. This was a legitimate, regulated system, and he even recalled an ad that mentioned past graduates. A memory of a student interview he had previously dismissed as a cheesy promotional skit resurfaced, and he now wondered if it had been real all along. Despite the startling revelation, he concluded that taking the mock exam was pointless for him, as he was nowhere near the level required to even think about transcending. His decision was immediately challenged when he clicked on SeoJoon's lecture and was met with the instructor taunting his students to take the exam and prove they weren't trash. SeoJoon continued his verbal assault, daring them to go out and get a harsh reality check on their actual, pathetic skill level. SeoJoon was left utterly bewildered by the instructor's bizarre and aggressive method of promoting the mock exam. A shocking realization then dawned on him: if the lecturers were referencing a current event, then the videos couldn't possibly be pre-recorded. He quickly wondered if this was true for his other instructors, Siddhartha Gautama and Merlin, as well. His theory was confirmed when he switched to another lecture and heard the new instructor also giving advice about the approaching mock exams. He simply had to accept that the Transcension Academy operated on a level of strangeness he couldn't comprehend as he mindlessly stroked his companion. The constant, emphatic mentions from all his lecturers forced him to reconsider his initial dismissal of the mock exam's importance. He decided that the community board would be the best place to find out what was really going on. He found a highly relevant post by a student of 10 years who was in a similar predicament, debating whether taking the exam at an introductory level was worth the causality cost. At first, he agreed with the poster's sentiment, believing it was logical to wait until one reached a certain level of proficiency. However, a compelling reply from a user named Ruler of the Forest caught his eye, which claimed that taking the exam, regardless of the poor outcome, would cause his lecture progress rate to increase by leaps and bounds. The allure of a massive progress boost was too powerful to ignore, and he immediately decided he had to try it. The scene shifted to a peaceful shot of an apartment complex set against a bright, clear sky. In the next moment, SeoJoon was standing alone with his spear in a vast, empty white room, facing a mysterious door. He navigated to the mock exam advertisement on his phone and clicked it, initiating a process that began calculating the causality rate. A prompt then appeared on his screen, offering him a chance to take the exam and revealing, to his relief, that the first attempt was completely free. After a brief moment of hesitation about using his free trial so soon, he cast his doubt aside, accepted the offer, and selected Battle as his chosen class. The system instantly generated the exam, explaining that it was based on previous tests, would not affect his causality, and would consist of 7 subjects to determine his score. The first subject, Battle, commenced with its first question, which tasked him with clearing 15 stages of escalating difficulty. SeoJoon was taken aback by the exam's immediate and unceremonious start right in his own room. He tried to logically deduce the exam's difficulty scaling, hypothesizing it might start with a 5-star monster and increase by 1 star each level, culminating in a terrifying 20-star beast. As the first question was released, his mind fixated on the horrifying possibility of facing a monster of that caliber. A deafening, guttural roar suddenly erupted from his phone, shaking the very air around him. He watched in utter disbelief as a monstrous entity began to physically emerge from the screen of his device. He immediately knew that this impossible creature had to be the monster for the very first level. The emerging beast began to swell in size, its form expanding at an alarming rate. Its continuous growth mystified him, as the creature just kept getting bigger without any sign of stopping. The shadowy figure continued to expand, its sheer scale beginning to fill his entire field of vision. As the colossal shape became more defined, he could only whisper the word dragon in a state of pure shock. The system then presented the ludicrous first trial. He had 30 minutes to defeat Fafnir, the Dragon of Ruin, a challenge so insane he was sure it had to be a system error. His focus was shattered by a sudden, panicked scream from his sister in the other room, causing him to desperately yell for the exam to wait. Overwhelmed by the impossible fight before him and the chaos behind him, SeoJoon let out a sharp curse of utter frustration. The system bluntly declared his first attempt a failure, with the timer barely having ticked down by 2 seconds. He reeled in disbelief from the utter massacre, questioning how anyone could possibly defeat such a monster. The absurdity struck him. This was only the first level, yet they sent Fafnir, the Dragon of Ruin, making him dread what kind of godlike being he'd face on level 15. He wondered if transcended beings actually fought and won against gods, or if perhaps they were gods themselves, a thought that felt both awkward and terrifyingly plausible. With a pained expression, the young man closed his eyes, trying to process the impossible situation he was in. A wave of relief washed over him as he realized that despite the chaos, the building was undamaged, meaning the exam only affected him. He clung to the one small comfort he had in this entire ordeal. That single silver lining was the system prompt confirming he had 10 more attempts after his first free trial. However, a sense of hopelessness crept in, as he doubted that 10 more tries would change the outcome. Steeling his resolve, he decided to see this through to the end, determined to find a way to win. A rapid succession of failures followed, each attempt ending in mere seconds, quickly depleting his retries down to 5. He screamed in frustration, admitting defeat after being so thoroughly and repeatedly massacred, convinced that beating the creature was impossible. He finally accepted that he was the one who had been foolish. His dream of becoming a pro hunter already felt distant, so aspiring to be transcendent was pure delusion, especially since the fight ended too quickly to even budge his progress rate. He contemplated canceling the exam while he still could, wondering if it was possible to switch to an easier class. Just then, a system window appeared, offering an explanation lecture for the problem, but warning that accepting it would result in an evaluation penalty. A spark of hope ignited within him as he questioned if this lecture might reveal the dragon's weakness. He examined the list of lecturers, astonished to find legendary figures like Heaven's Great Sage and the Blue Dragon available. The thought of learning directly from the great Sun Wukong himself seemed almost too good to be true. He immediately selected the lecture from Heaven's Great Sage, titled "The Harder It Is, the Simpler You Should Think." The lecture began, with the instructor confirming that the first level's problem was indeed the Dragon of Ruin, Fafnir. The Great Sage explained that while the challenge seemed daunting, it was designed to determine a cadet's abilities and was actually not that difficult. He noted that many cadets got fixated on the initial breath pattern, which he described as both the beginning and the end of Fafnir's threat. In other words, the entire fight hinged on one simple action, avoiding the dragon's first breath. To demonstrate, the scene shifted to the Great Sage, staff in hand, calmly facing a massive, roaring dragon. He advised against trying to split the breath attack, stating that while impressive, it was entirely unnecessary. The true solution, he revealed, was simply to dodge it. The lecturer explained that after using its breath once, Fafnir was left temporarily powerless, becoming little more than a giant lizard. The sage then posed a rhetorical question about what to do next. His answer was blunt and simple: one just had to beat the defenseless creature senseless. He then called out the name of his technique, the Heavenly Meteor Staff First Form. A cataclysmic beam of golden energy erupted from his staff, tearing through the heavens itself. The sage nonchalantly asked if it wasn't simple, leaving SeoJoon utterly speechless. He continued, stating that despite its appearance, it was still just the first level and therefore quite easy. With the profound advice to think simply about difficult problems, the great sage concluded his lecture and abruptly departed. SeoJoon was left utterly bewildered, questioning if that could truly be called an explanation or if the term meant something entirely different at the Transcension Academy. In a panic, he hoped the other lectures weren't as useless and quickly selected the one offered by the Blue Dragon. The title, Face to Breath, seemed particularly unhelpful. A video of the lecture concluded, leaving him exasperated as he realized there was no way he could ever replicate such a feat. He let out a long sigh, feeling completely lost about what to do next. Having already used his precious free pass, he felt it was a waste to give up, so he turned his attention to the last remaining lecture by someone named Siegfried. Recalling the legends, he knew Siegfried was the original dragon slayer who had defeated Fafnir with his sword Balmung, making him the ultimate expert. SeoJoon decided that if this lecture was also useless, he would finally give up. Siegfried's lecture began, confirming that Fafnir's primary weapon was his breath and that the key to victory lay in avoiding it. SeoJoon sighed in disappointment, as the lecturer stated the obvious fact that dodging the breath would simplify the fight. But then, Siegfried acknowledged that dodging was difficult for many, and offered to analyze Fafnir's specialties to reveal two distinct methods of attack. He then began to detail the first method. Siegfried explained that Fafnir always targets the spot where the challenger is first summoned, so an immediate dash upon arrival would cause the breath to miss. He admitted it required some skill, but once understood, dodging became a much more manageable task. Acknowledging that some cadets might still struggle, he prepared to share a second, more unconventional method for them. The lecturer's surprising advice was to prepare some shiny gold, a suggestion that caught SeoJoon completely off guard. A cartoonish image of a smiling merchant flashed through his mind, reinforcing the strange strategy. He couldn't help but wonder if such a bizarre tactic would actually work. Siegfried elaborated that Fafnir's transformation into a dragon was driven by an insatiable greed for gold, making him a sucker for anything shiny. He clarified that it didn't even need to be real gold, as long as it looked the part, one could simply toss it in front of the dragon upon being summoned. The dragon's own greed would then prevent it from using its breath, as doing so would vaporize the very treasure it coveted. Dismissing any concerns about using wits over skill, Siegfried asserted that solving the problem was all that mattered and concluded his highly informative lesson. With nothing left to lose, SeoJoon decided to give this new strategy a try. He initiated his next attempt, and as the summoning sequence began, he readied his golden lure. In the split second that he materialized, he acted with lightning speed. He immediately hurled the piece of gold directly in front of the monstrous dragon. The dragon's destructive roar suddenly cut short as its eyes locked onto the glittering object. Fafnir's massive head lowered, its full attention captivated by the shimmering bait on the ground. The beast stared, mesmerized by the allure of gold. SeoJoon celebrated his success, realizing he had actually managed to stop the dragon's breath attack. His triumphant thought that the gold plating had worked was cut short by a terrifying realization. The insane dragon, after a moment's inspection, simply swiped the gold for itself and turned its murderous gaze back to him. He screamed in terror as he realized the mere lizard was still a colossal threat, lunging at him with terrifying speed. His latest attempt ended in another failure, this time after lasting just over a minute, leaving him with only 4 tries remaining. Exhausted and demoralized, he once again pondered how he was ever supposed to defeat the beast. He fell into a deep, contemplative silence, trying to process his repeated failures. To his astonishment, his causality progress rate had jumped by 0.7%, a massive increase that sparked a desperate new idea about crafting armor made of gold. He launched himself forward with his spear, closing the distance to the roaring blue beast. A desperate cry escaped his lips as he struggled to dodge the dragon's assault. He slid frantically across the ground, letting out another agonized shout. SeoJoon cursed his predicament, realizing that simply evading the attacks left him no time to counter. He stood his ground in the desolate park, a lone warrior facing the colossal dragon. A wave of dread washed over him as he saw the creature preparing its next deadly move. He knew with sickening certainty that it was far too late to evade the incoming blow. A final, desperate thought flashed through his mind as he braced for the crushing impact. The dragon's powerful tail whipped around and struck him with overwhelming force, sending him hurtling through the air. He gasped for air upon landing, shaken by the terrifyingly close brush with death. Donning his mask, he summoned a volley of glowing energy spears to counter the enraged dragon. He panted heavily, wondering if the beast's renewed fury was due to the disappointing, gold-plated lure. In that moment, a new strategy began to form in his mind. With a defiant roar, he decided to pour all of his strength into one final attack. The dragon paused its rampage, letting out a low, inquisitive growl. A sudden memory of Siegfried's lecture on the allure of gold sparked an idea. He first channeled a legendary technique meant to possess the power to uproot entire mountains. He then combined it with a skill that carried the momentum to overturn the world itself. The powerful, combined attack slammed into the massive dragon, forcing it to stagger backward through the air. A brilliant blue light exploded on impact, sending cracked spiderwebbing across the beast's formidable scales. He felt a surge of hope, believing he could finally pierce its seemingly impenetrable defenses. For a single, glorious moment, he was certain that his ultimate attack had actually succeeded. His hopes were dashed when he realized the devastating blow felt like nothing more than a tiny sting to the beast. A deep, unnerving chill ran down his spine as the dragon remained completely unfazed. His scream of terror was cut short by the system announcing his failure with over 24 minutes still remaining. He was violently knocked to the ground, utterly defeated once more. Clutching his aching body, he lamented how close he thought he had come to victory. Yet, amidst the pain, he noticed a silver lining: his attack had increased the SeoJoon lecture's progress. A glimmer of hope returned as he realized he might be able to complete 2 lectures before his free pass expired. The system prompted him for another attempt, reminding him that he had 3 tries left. Filled with renewed determination, he enthusiastically accepted the prompt to keep his momentum going. Back in the real world, his colleague approached and asked why he hadn't been on any dungeon raids lately. SeoJoon gave the excuse that he couldn't find the time and was focusing on self-training, a claim his colleague clearly found puzzling. He privately acknowledged how strange his excuse must have sounded, as his colleague left to file more paperwork. He reviewed his mock exam results, finding an abysmal score of 4.2 that made him feel like a speck of dust compared to the mighty Fafnir. The core issue was that his progress rates weren't rising as much as had hoped, as live practice only seemed to help with initial understanding. He deduced that true progress required deeper comprehension, deciding to use the 3-day break between exam questions to listen to more lectures. With the new goal of full lecture completion in mind, he waited 3 days for the second subject, basic endurance, to commence. As the next test prepared to load, he anxiously wondered what kind of challenge awaited him. The system announced the release of the question, but the item that appeared left him completely baffled. A swirling, fiery red orb known as a dragon pearl materialized in the palm of his hand. He examined the strange object, joking to himself that he'd need 6 more to make a wish. The test's instructions then appeared, ordering him to flee from a creature called the Amugi Stele while holding the pearl. The system added a taunting and critical condition: he could not be hit even once within the 1-hour time limit. A colossal red and black serpent, the legendary Amugi, materialized before him and let out a deafening roar. He stared in utter disbelief, questioning how a life-or-death chase could possibly be a test of basic endurance. His attempt ended in failure almost instantly, but it unexpectedly yielded a massive 7.2% increase in his Ch1 lecture progress. The next test, for reaction speed, demanded he defeat or survive an encounter with a sphinx while his 5 senses were completely blocked. Deprived of sight and sound, he struggled to comprehend the muffled words being spoken to him. Suddenly recalling a famous riddle from mythology, he hesitantly offered the classic answer: man. After a small progress gain, he faced the fourth subject, mana, which required him to continuously sate the hunger of a Bulgasari. He cupped his hands together, channeling his mana into a glowing blue offering for the unseen entity. A deep, resonant voice echoed in his mind, its words slowly spelling out an insatiable hunger. He cried out in alarm as the creature began to drain his mana reserves at a terrifying and unsustainable rate. Realizing he couldn't keep up, he aborted the test and moved on to the fifth and final basic subject, mental strength. The challenge began, presenting him with the beautiful, serene song of a blue-skinned mermaid. He found the melody surprisingly pleasant and easily passed level 1, attributing his resilience to Siddhartha's teachings. Shocked that he had finally passed a level 1 test, he began to wonder if he might actually breeze through all 15 levels. His optimism was short-lived, as the mermaid's second song, a requiem, was so torturous it caused his ears to bleed. He later reviewed his mock exam scorecard, a pathetic and comprehensive list of failures across all 5 subjects. Despite the terrible scores, he saw a bright side. At this rate, he could still complete 2 full lectures, and he pondered what would happen when he did. His attention then shifted to the 2 chosen subjects, which puzzled him, as he didn't recall selecting any during the initial setup. He speculated that perhaps he would be given the opportunity to choose the subjects on the actual day of the exam. Deciding there was no use in worrying about it now, he resolved to simply wait and see what would happen. The following days proved agonizing, and he found himself anxiously chewing his thumb out of sheer stress. His colleague noticed his worried expression, but SeoJoon quickly brushed off her concerns with a forced, unconvincing laugh. In private, however, he admitted the wait was driving him insane, as 3 full days had passed without any message or update. With only 5 days left on his free pass, he grew desperate and considered risking dangerous dungeon raids to gain the last bit of progress. He reluctantly concluded that taking action, however risky, was better than sitting around helplessly. As he began to plan an intensive raiding schedule, he tried to convince himself that he could still make it in time. A familiar voice suddenly greeted him from out of nowhere, startling him so badly that he swore out loud. The voice casually asked how he had been faring since they had last seen each other. SeoJoon spun around in disbelief, instantly recognizing the unexpected visitor as his mentor. SeoJoon stared in wide-eyed disbelief at his mentor, who had greeted him with a casual inquiry about his well-being. He erupted in frustration, demanding to know what had taken so long, which prompted a meek and startled apology from the mentor. His colleague, overhearing the outburst, questioned what he had just said, forcing SeoJoon to quickly deny everything and play it off as a misunderstanding. He hastily suggested she must be tired and hearing things before making a swift and awkward departure from the room. A beat of silence hung in the air after his colleague had left. Now alone with the apparition, SeoJoon awkwardly readdressed his mentor, again asking why he had been so late to return. The mentor offered a flimsy excuse, suggesting he believed SeoJoon would be perfectly fine on his own, a reason SeoJoon found completely unacceptable. SeoJoon sternly requested the unvarnished truth, and his mentor finally agreed to answer truthfully. The mentor confessed that after checking SeoJoon's profile, he had found it so utterly pathetic that he felt compelled to leave, a statement that only confused SeoJoon further. He began to explain, stammering as he tried to describe just how low SeoJoon's level truly was. A heavy silence filled the space as the full weight of the mentor's words began to sink in. The mentor elaborated that SeoJoon's level was so abysmal that no amount of counseling would have helped, so he decided it was better to quit and let SeoJoon focus on the recommended lectures first. SeoJoon found himself reluctantly agreeing with the logic, which deflated his anger. He conceded that even so, the mentor should have at least informed him, prompting a sincere apology. The mentor then asked if he had been focusing on the lectures, and SeoJoon confirmed he had studied relentlessly while stumbling through the process by himself. Deciding to see for himself, the mentor announced he would check on his students' progress. He brought up SeoJoon's status screen, his eyes scanning the information in silence. His calm expression quickly morphed into one of pure bewilderment. He sputtered in disbelief, wondering if the system was malfunctioning as it showed SeoJoon taking 4 lectures simultaneously with impossibly high progress rates. SeoJoon confirmed that he was indeed taking 4 lectures, but the mentor muttered to himself that such a thing should be impossible. When SeoJoon stated calmly that all the information displayed was accurate, the mentor's jaw dropped in utter shock. He stammered, demanding to know if what SeoJoon said was true and exclaiming that if it was, it constituted a massive problem. The mentor was baffled as to how anyone could achieve so much progress in a mere 3 months, a feat that should have taken far longer. SeoJoon simply credited his efforts and the help of the mock exams. The mentor's eyes widened in realization, confirming that SeoJoon was actively participating in the mock exams. A weary laugh escaped his lips as he admitted that perhaps SeoJoon really didn't need his help after all. Seizing the opportunity, SeoJoon mentioned that he had a question regarding the mock exams that had been puzzling him. He asked how one goes about selecting the chosen subjects, and the mentor began to explain the simple process before trailing off, a look of confusion on his face. The mentor found it highly irregular that the subjects were still listed as undecided and also questioned why SeoJoon was receiving error messages about lacking a Transcension Academy ID. SeoJoon explained that he had never created an ID because the system simply bypassed that entire step during his enrollment. Doubting this, the mentor asked if he was mistaken, but SeoJoon presented irrefutable proof on the system screen showing he was blocked from posting due to not having an ID. The mentor was completely floored by the situation, recognizing it as an unprecedented and illogical anomaly. He resolved that this was a serious matter that needed to be brought to the principal's attention immediately. Promising to return shortly after making a request and buying some milk, he reassured the anxious SeoJoon that he was not abandoning him again. Before departing, the mentor quickly manipulated the system, resolving the issue and allowing SeoJoon to finally choose his subjects. He vowed to be back before the free pass expired and then vanished, leaving SeoJoon alone once more. SeoJoon grumbled in frustration, annoyed that the mentor had disappeared again before he could ask his other questions. Resigned to waiting, he turned his focus to the mock exam interface, where he was prompted to choose his main weapon proficiency and its corresponding skills. Just then, a system notification flared to life, announcing that his Xiangyu lecture progress had reached 100%, granting him complete mastery of the PTUM spear technique. He processed the message in a state of shock, wondering if he had truly and fully obtained the legendary technique. The very idea that he had achieved such a feat seemed almost impossible to believe. With a look of sheer determination, he materialized a shimmering blue staff into his hands. He executed a powerful thrust, and the weapon transformed into a glowing spear, unleashing a formidable wave of pure energy. As the power coursed through him, he stood his ground while a vortex of intense blue energy swirled around his form. He was in awe of how the power of PTUM now flowed through his attacks with such natural, effortless grace. A new prompt then appeared on his screen, inviting him to enroll in the epilogue lecture for the course he had just completed. The lecturer, SeoJoon, appeared and congratulated the viewers for finally finishing his lecture, a milestone he thought they would never reach. He explained that while they had undoubtedly changed and could now wield PTUM's power, this was only the first, most basic step on the long path to transcendence. The Hegemon King bluntly informed them that they had merely been upgraded from normal trash to recyclable trash, but still offered his congratulations on this first major step. He delivered a stern warning that their path would be difficult and filled with constant doubt, but urged them to remain resolute in their choices, as there was no single correct answer in the pursuit of transcendence. SeoJoon finished his powerful speech by stressing that the speed at which they progressed was ultimately irrelevant. A moment of quiet contemplation settled over SeoJoon as the lecturer's words echoed in his mind. His concentration was suddenly broken by his colleague, who appeared and cheerfully announced that her timing was perfect. She brought up the Hunter Mills mock examination she had mentioned previously, informing him that applications were now open for the next week. SeoJoon, who had been about to ask her about that very thing, eagerly agreed, feeling confident that this exam would yield different results. His colleague immediately submitted his application. He felt a newfound sense of power, knowing he now possessed both the complete PTUM technique and the legendary Lance of Longinus. While he pondered his current strength, his colleague confirmed that the exam would take place in 10 days, barring any major issues. A sudden impulse came over him to spar with Miss SeoJoon to gauge his growth, and his intense stare caught her completely off guard. He quickly brushed the thought aside, claiming it was nothing, and smoothly changed the subject by inquiring about the recruitment of new cadets. At his question, her cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by an expression of deep worry as she admitted the process was causing her great anxiety. She confessed her fear of how her grandfather, the Sword Saint, would treat any new recruits, vividly recalling how aggressively he had intimidated SeoJoon himself. As SeoJoon mused on the idea of a proper fight with the Sword Saint, she clarified that her biggest concern was actually finding and inviting a suitable lecturer. She explained that while she could teach a great deal, she couldn't possibly cater to every cadet's unique style, an aspect of teaching SeoJoon admitted he had overlooked. This meant she needed to hire specialized lecturers for different subjects, but the cost of inviting anyone with a good reputation was far too high. When he asked for specifics, she revealed that popular lecturers earned at least $100,000 a month, while the absolute top-tier instructors commanded millions. SeoJoon's eyes widened in astonishment at the mention of millions of dollars. Realizing the incredible financial potential of being a pro-hunter-turned-lecturer, he enthusiastically offered his assistance whenever she might need it, which she accepted with some surprise. 3 days later, SeoJoon reviewed his mock exam results, noting his pitiful total score of 29 points contrasted sharply with his impressive lecture progress, where Xiang Ye's lecture now stood complete. He chose to focus on the positive, feeling proud to have finished one lecture and remaining optimistic that he could complete Ch1's before his free pass expired. A familiar voice suddenly echoed through the room, announcing, "I'm back." SeoJoon turned calmly to face his mentor, whose own surprise was evident at his student's lack of a startled reaction this time. SeoJoon explained that he had anticipated his return, especially after completing a lecture, a revelation that now left the mentor utterly stunned. Rendered speechless by the news of SeoJoon's rapid progress, the mentor was prompted to share the results of his own investigation. Snapping back to reality, the mentor recalled his urgent purpose for returning. With a grave expression, he announced that a very significant problem had arisen. The mentor's grave announcement of a significant problem left SeoJoon in suspense. He explained that before reporting SeoJoon's missing ID, he had attempted to check his information, only to encounter what seemed to be a complex error. With lingering confusion, the mentor revealed that SeoJoon's file was simply not there. He delivered the shocking news that within the Transcendent Academy's entire system, there was no information on a Kim SeoJoon. A baffled SeoJoon asked for clarification, and the mentor bluntly confirmed that no cadet by his name was registered with the Academy. The staggering implication hit SeoJoon as he realized he wasn't technically a member of the Transcendent Academy at all. He then frantically questioned how he had managed to attend lectures, a sentiment the mentor shared with equal bewilderment. The mentor elaborated that the Academy's membership screening was thorough, making it impossible for a non-member to attend, and asked if the principal had offered any insight. He confirmed that he had indeed reported it, but even the principal, an existence of incredible power, had no idea how such a thing could have happened. SeoJoon reasoned that if the principal didn't know, then nobody could, and suggested a system error, but his mentor swiftly dismissed the idea as an impossibility unless causality itself had been warped. The mentor added that while the principal had found traces of interference, the culprit and their methods remained unknown, prompting SeoJoon to anxiously ask what would happen to him. His greatest fear surfaced as he wondered if he was about to be expelled. The mentor quickly waved his hands to dispel the notion, insisting that there had been a misunderstanding. He clarified that the issue was on their end, not SeoJoon's, and cheerfully assured him they would never expel a member, as once someone was in, they were in for life. SeoJoon breathed a sigh of relief, though his mind processed the disturbing fact that his situation was not a system error but a deliberate, intentional act by an unknown party. He found himself questioning who would target him and why, seeing himself as just an ordinary pro-hunter hopeful struggling to get by. Seeking final reassurance, he asked if he was truly in the clear, and his mentor happily confirmed that he just needed to continue what he was doing. The mentor then apologized, explaining that creating an ID would be difficult until the root cause was found, an inconvenience SeoJoon graciously accepted. With that issue settled, the mentor shifted their focus back to the pressing matter of SeoJoon's free pass, which had only 2 days remaining. SeoJoon requested a consultation on his future path, and the mentor eagerly agreed, ready to fulfill his role. He began by outlining the Academy's curriculum, which was broadly divided into 4 levels: entry, lower, middle, and upper. As SeoJoon looked at a chart of the levels, he wondered if completing the upper level meant becoming a transcended, but the mentor corrected him, stating that the Academy's guidance simply ended there, as the path beyond required self-discovery. The mentor explained that the journey from the upper level to full transcendence was said to be many times more difficult than all the preceding levels combined, marking the true beginning of the ordeal. Bringing the discussion back to SeoJoon's immediate future, the mentor recommended that he purchase a new free pass after his current one expired to begin attending individual-based lectures for the lower level. He then presented a lecture by Heracles that promised to grant the user God's strength upon completion. A second lecture by Zhang Sanfeng, which taught the heaven ascending ladder, was also shown, with the mentor enthusiastically recommending he take both. When SeoJoon asked about mana cultivation and spear arts, the mentor advised that those were middle-level lessons and that solidifying his foundations now was crucial for later growth. Recognizing the wisdom in his mentor's advice, SeoJoon agreed with the proposed plan. However, his resolve wavered as the staggering registration fees, totaling millions of dollars, flashed before his eyes. Realizing the cost of the free pass alone would require a fortune, he let out an internal groan, which his mentor met by reminding him to work extremely hard to gather causality. Confused by the term, SeoJoon asked his mentor to explain what causality was. The mentor described the Transcendent Academy as the cause and explained that cadets needed a justification to register for its benefits. SeoJoon then questioned what the Academy gained from this justification, but the mentor replied that it gained nothing, as its only goal was to help cadets become transcended. This selfless purpose left SeoJoon even more puzzled, and he asked why they would do such a thing. The mentor answered cryptically, stating that he had shared all the information that SeoJoon's current level of justification allowed. He encouraged his student to increase his justification, promising that the answers he sought would naturally become clear in time. With a hearty laugh, the mentor then vowed to properly support SeoJoon with all his effort from that moment forward. SeoJoon requested permission to ask one final question, which the mentor happily granted. He inquired if there were other cadets in the academy, and his mentor confirmed their existence, suggesting he look at the community board for proof. The mentor astutely deduced, however, that SeoJoon was truly asking if there were any other cadets from his own dimension. After a moment of careful consideration, he decided that he could divulge a small piece of information on the subject. He revealed that across all the innumerable dimensions served by the academy, the dimension with the most cadets had only 4. The scene then shifted, displaying the insignias of Korea's 3 most prestigious hunter academies, Ale, Hunter Mills, and Ch1. A common saying was recalled, highlighting their respective specializations: Ale for magic, Ch1 for weaponry, and Hunter Mills for all-around excellence. Hunter Mills' reputation as a top academy was built on its versatility, and today it was hosting its highly anticipated mock Pro Hunter exam. Miss SeoJoon was seen guiding SeoJoon through a designated staff hallway. She urged him to move quickly before the crowds grew even larger, as SeoJoon noted the intense atmosphere was a world away from the tournament. Miss SeoJoon introduced him to the registration staff, while SeoJoon internally compared the massive scholarship prize for this exam to the tournament he had previously attended. He anxiously thought about the $500,000 price tag for a new free pass, a sum that dwarfed the $300,000 he had managed to save. The immense financial pressure settled on him, with the recommended lectures also costing a fortune. He knew the free pass was his top priority. As the staff confirmed his registration and allowed him to proceed, he solidified his resolve to win first place. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind them as a group of people began pushing their way through the orderly queue. SeoJoon remarked on the sheer scale of the crowd, which was far greater than the tournament, and Miss SeoJoon expressed her relief that they had arrived early. She then wished him well, reminding him to stay in good condition before she departed, and he thanked her for her support. Nearby, an angry voice shouted at someone who had blatantly cut the line. The confrontation quickly drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. An imposing young man, identified as Kim Gangchul of Hunter Mills Academy, nonchalantly asked what the issue was. An event staffer quickly intervened, apologizing to the angry individual and informing him that Gangchul would be allowed to pass through first. While the man protested the unfair special treatment, whispers began to spread as people in the crowd recognized the famous cadet. A ripple of excitement went through the onlookers as they confirmed that it was indeed Kim Gangchul. The crowd buzzed with the news that Hunter Mills was fielding their top talent, joining the elite prospects from AL and Ch1 academies. Spectators commented that with a top 3 cadet like Gangchul participating, this year's mock exam was destined to be a truly historic event. A serious-looking blond man with striking blue eyes cast a sidelong glance toward the commotion. In another part of the crowd, a swordsman with black hair looked back over his shoulder as a formidable figure approached him. The man who had been cut off scoffed in disgust upon realizing the line cutter was a cadet from the host academy itself. The crowd then began to debate amongst themselves who was most likely to win the exam. The consensus seemed to favor Kim Gangchul, citing his superior skill, alleged sponsorship from the Order of Truth, and the distinct advantage of competing on his home turf. One person theorized that Gangchul might even receive insider tips from the academy, though another immediately dismissed the idea as being unfair. The second voice argued that a renowned academy like Hunter Mills would not stoop to such cheap tactics, prompting the first to wonder aloud who he was even talking to. Over the chatter, a new voice loudly insisted that he also be allowed to enter immediately. SeoJoon's attention was drawn to this new disturbance. He saw a peculiar cadet armed with a sword, a spear, and a bow, and wondered if the young man was actually capable of using all of them. The heavily armed participant waved his application in a staff member's face, demanding to be let in. He pointed out that Gangchul had just been allowed to bypass the line and questioned why he was being treated differently, but the staff member simply explained that the other cadet was from Hunter Mills Academy. The cadet scoffed at the flimsy excuse as others in the line grew irritated, telling him to stop wasting everyone's time and go to the back. The armed cadet stared back with an expression of pure disbelief. He loudly protested the blatant unfairness of the academy's rule. Watching the scene unfold, SeoJoon mused that this exam had truly drawn all sorts of cadets from across the nation, as the strange boy simply decided to follow someone else inside. The peculiar cadet cheerfully declared that he was going to join the event as well. The scene opened on a brightly lit and conspicuously empty blue running track. Moments later, the track was filled with several young cadets, each running with fierce determination etched on their faces. One of them, gasping for air, introduced himself internally as Park Do-suk, a cadet from a lower-ranked League 2 Hunter Academy. He believed that, objectively speaking, his raw ability was on par with the top prospects from the elite academies of Hunter Mills, AL, and Ch1. Do-suk lamented that money was the sole reason he attended a lesser academy, as the exorbitant tuition of the top 3 had forced him to accept a scholarship elsewhere. He recalled how people often tried to console him with clichés about it being better to lead snakes than to follow dragons, an idea he vehemently rejected. His personal philosophy was that the tail of a dragon at least got to compete with other dragons, while the head of a snake was forever limited to a world of snakes. With a sense of grim satisfaction, he reaffirmed that this was precisely why he had entered the mock exam, to finally play in the big leagues. His focus narrowed on a specific competitor, the very reason he felt so driven. The narration explained that the Hunter Mills mock exam mirrored the official Pro Hunter test, covering 5 subjects: endurance, mana proficiency, monster combat, personnel combat, and a dungeon raid. The first subject was basic endurance, a straightforward trial where cadets had to repeatedly run 3 kilometers in under 5 minutes, failure at any point meant immediate elimination. Do-suk reflected that he had initially underestimated the man running beside him, but now, after more than 15 grueling repetitions, they were the only two left. He found he had no choice but to acknowledge the incredible stamina of the man keeping pace with him. Pushing through ragged breaths, Do-suk urged himself to go just a little bit further, a little bit longer. His entire world shrank to a single, burning desire, to outlast the man running beside him. He embraced the agonizing weight in his chest, finding a profound sense of accomplishment in the painful struggle. An electronic beep cut through the air, signaling that his time of 5 minutes and 12 seconds meant his evaluation was officially over. As Do-suk collapsed, he took pride in knowing he had surpassed his own limits by daring to challenge a dragon instead of a snake. Yet, his rival pressed on, a solitary figure who had also overcome his own perceived boundaries. The last runner finally crossed the finish line, alone on the track. A hand reached down toward the fallen Do-suk. SeoJoon acknowledged his rival's incredible effort, conceding that in a true test of spirit, Do-suk had won. Despite his physical defeat, Do-suk knew that pushing himself against such a competitor had earned him an excellent score. SeoJoon, meanwhile, found the test to be strangely easy and wondered if he had been the only one taking it seriously. As the next test began, an onlooker gasped in sheer disbelief, questioning whether SeoJoon was even human. SeoJoon effortlessly lifted the immense weight for a second repetition. He then pushed through a third rep without any visible strain. The crowd stared in awe as the massive weight bar began to bend, reinforcing their suspicions that he was something more than human. SeoJoon himself was puzzled by his newfound strength, theorizing that completing Seong Ye's lectures must have allowed him to instinctively use the PTUM technique. He felt a surge of excitement as he imagined how overwhelmingly powerful he would become after completing Heracles' lecture and obtaining God strength. A flustered staff member, seemingly motivated by a bonus, quickly announced a short break before the next event. The same official then respectfully addressed Kim Gangchul, congratulating him on his performance and informing him of the impending break. Onlookers whispered in admiration, acknowledging that for an elite like Kim Gangchul, the mock exam was less a test and more a public performance. It was widely understood that the participation of Gangchul, Lee Doan, and Jin Dongmin was a strategic display of power, a battle for honor among the nation's top 3 academies. Gangchul, however, was preoccupied with a specific directive he had received, to use the exam as an opportunity to observe a cadet named Kim SeoJoon. His instructions had been unerringly simple: he was not to interfere, only to watch and report on SeoJoon's actions. The request was a strange departure for his sponsors, the Order of Truth, who had always supported him without question, leading him to wonder who this Kim SeoJoon could possibly be. Gangchul vaguely recalled the name being linked to a dungeon distortion incident, but his brief glimpse of SeoJoon in the hall had left him with the impression of a completely unremarkable individual. Suddenly, a gasp of shock echoed through the crowd of cadets. Someone called out, asking if the endurance test results had just been posted. The digital scoreboard confirmed their surprise, displaying Kim SeoJoon at the top with a perfect standardized score of 100. Gangchul stared in disbelief at the results, infuriated by the massive 11-point gap between first place and his own score. His anger intensified when he realized he wasn't even second but third, beaten by a complete unknown named Lee Minyul. He seethed with frustration, wondering where this nobody had suddenly emerged from. Forcing himself to regain composure, Gangchul rationalized that some cadets were specialists and vowed that the next event would prove his superiority. His hopes were shattered when the results for Monster Combat Proficiency appeared, once again showing Kim SeoJoon in first place with a perfect score. A sharp, choked sound of disbelief escaped Gangchul's lips. He thought back to his mission to simply watch SeoJoon, now questioning the true meaning behind that passive command. An examiner announced the third subject, mana proficiency, where cadets would be scored on the force of their strike against a barrier. SeoJoon felt a knot of anxiety, admitting to himself he wasn't confident with mana. He knew Merlin's lectures had given him a theoretical understanding of mana, but he still lacked the practical skill to control it effectively. The examiner then called for the next participant, Lee Do-eun, to step forward. The crowd buzzed with excitement as the star cadet from SeoJoon Academy prepared, and the examiner prompted her to begin when she was ready. Lee Do-eun focused her energy, conjuring a brilliant sphere of crackling fire in her palm. With a graceful yet powerful swing of her staff, she unleashed a devastating torrent of flame toward the target. Her face was a mask of pure concentration as she masterfully commanded the destructive element. The magic erupted in a massive explosion, completely obliterating the crystalline blue barrier. The board instantly updated, placing Lee Do-eun at the top with a perfect score as spectators marveled at her ability to freely manipulate her Manhwa form. Onlookers remarked that SeoJoon Academy's dominance in mana was undisputed, though they credited this display more to Lee Do-eun's personal genius, while SeoJoon watched, truly impressed by real magic. The examiner praised her performance and offered her a retry, but she calmly declined, fully satisfied with her perfect score. With Do-eun finished, the examiner's voice boomed across the arena, calling for Kim SeoJoon. As SeoJoon walked forward, Lee Do-eun shot him a dismissive, sideways glance. A faint, condescending smirk played on her lips, silently judging the competitor who had bested her in the previous events. SeoJoon read her expression as a clear message that his best effort would be futile, just as the examiner instructed him to begin. Lacking confidence but filled with resolve, he decided to give it his all, recalling Merlin's lesson about drawing out every last drop of mana. He channeled all his focus and power into a single, decisive thought: he would pierce it. In a flash, his consciousness was pulled into a vivid memory of dodging a deadly slash from a glowing blue sword. In the vision, his own eyes flared with blue light as he looked up in alarm at his attacker. The memory continued, showing him in a state of shock, defensively holding a shimmering blue spear in a holographic training room. A disoriented sound escaped his lips as the phantom combat raged in his mind. The vision became a chaotic blur of clashing weapons and brilliant blue energy trails. Back in reality, the onlookers could only stare in utter confusion at the bizarre spectacle unfolding before them. A profound, stunned silence descended upon the testing grounds as every cadet and examiner was rendered speechless. The scoreboard then updated with a shocking result: Kim SeoJoon had scored another perfect 100, dropping the formidable Lee Do-eun's score to a distant 85. A wave of utter disbelief washed over the crowd as they struggled to process the impossible sight before them. Gasps of shock echoed through the arena as the reality of the situation began to set in. The test was immediately paused because the mana barrier generator had been completely destroyed, and officials scrambled to find a replacement they had never thought to prepare. After the chaos settled and the dust cleared, the final, shocking results were finally displayed for all to see. Spectators murmured in confusion, questioning how the top three academies could be so thoroughly outclassed and wondering about the identity of the mysterious Kim SeoJoon. One keen observer connected the dots, recalling that SeoJoon was the very same cadet who had resolved the dungeon distortion incident just a month ago. The realization spread like wildfire as others remembered him as the cadet who single-handedly hunted a 6-star Nercula, though they were still stunned by his overwhelming dominance. An analyst noted that for a cadet of his caliber, the mock exam was practically meaningless, astounded by the immense gap between his power and everyone else's. This unprecedented performance forced the exam organizers to reconsider the entire Pro Hunter exam's difficulty, scheduling an urgent meeting with the association president. Onlookers commented on Kim Gangchul's surprisingly poor showing, speculating that Hunter Mills should have sent their prodigy, Lee Hae-eun, though they knew she was being groomed as an ultimate weapon. The question then hung in the air of whether even Hunter Mills possessed a cadet capable of challenging Kim SeoJoon. The consensus was grim, as most believed that even if Lee Hae-eun had participated, her victory would have been far from guaranteed. As the truth sank in, a single thought united the crowd: Kim SeoJoon was an absolute monster. SeoJoon let out a long, weary sigh as he began to process the magnitude of what he had just done. He quietly wondered to himself just how things had spiraled into such an unbelievable situation. A vivid image of himself nervously holding the large, ornate blue spear flashed through his mind. He recalled the weapon's history as the Holy Lance, a legendary artifact rumored to have pierced Jesus, its very legend hinting at an extraordinary power. The true problem was his complete ignorance of its specific ability, as he pondered whether the lance itself ignored the barrier or if his own mana had simply overpowered it. He found himself completely unable to distinguish between the weapon's innate power and his own immense pool of mana. He briefly considered testing the difference with another weapon, but his thoughts were suddenly cut short. An obnoxiously loud and free-spirited song broke his concentration, sung by a nearby cadet. SeoJoon glanced over, noticing the collection of weapons on the singer's back and recognizing him as the eccentric individual he'd seen arguing with staff earlier. The cheerful singing stopped abruptly as the strange young man noticed SeoJoon looking his way. The man bounded over and introduced himself enthusiastically, starstruck to meet the now famous superstar of the mock exam. He revealed his name to be Lee Minyeol, a name that took SeoJoon a moment to place. SeoJoon's eyes widened in recognition as he realized he was speaking to the cadet currently ranked in second place. Lee Minyeol giggled with delight, admitting how surreal it was to be acknowledged by the first-place champion, leaving SeoJoon baffled by his quirky personality. Sensing SeoJoon's caution, Minyeol quickly reassured him that he was only curious and profusely apologized for his informal tone. SeoJoon concluded that the man was harmlessly eccentric, just as a loud announcement called for all cadets to finalize their preparations for the dungeon raid. Later, within the simulated dungeon, SeoJoon moved cautiously through the tall grass before pausing to glance over his shoulder. He marveled at the stunning realism of the augmented reality environment, knowing the fourth test was a race against time to clear the dungeon. The immersion was so complete that he felt anyone could easily mistake the simulation for reality. A system notification then appeared before him, revealing the monster he was tasked to hunt. The objective was clear and daunting: he had to hunt down and eliminate 10 Nercuras. In a flash of brutal combat, the dismembered head of one such monster was sent flying through the air, spraying blood. SeoJoon was momentarily stunned to discover that his targets were the very monsters he had faced before. He couldn't help but think the difficulty was absurd, even accounting for the augmented reality setting potentially lowering their power. Shaking off his surprise, a look of grim determination crossed his face as he tightened his grip on his spear, ready for the challenge. He then exploded into action, leaping high above the grass to bring his spear crashing down on a towering creature. An unspoken resolve filled him as he knew he was completely different from the person he had been back then. While these simulated beasts were weaker than a true Nercura, he could feel that his own power had ascended to an entirely new level. He reflected on his past life just 3 months ago, when he was just a normal person struggling to get by each day. Everything had changed for him after he enrolled in the Transcension Academy and met his mentor, Ms. SeoJoon. With a single, powerful sweep of his weapon, he sent a whole group of the massive monsters reeling backward. It wasn't a feeling of pride or arrogance that filled him in that moment. It was a growing, nascent belief that while the path to becoming a transcended was long and difficult, his ambition to become the world's greatest hunter might be closer than he ever imagined, a thought solidified by the perfect score flashing on his screen. Sometime later, SeoJoon and Lee Minyeol stood together in a sleek, modern hallway, drawing the intense gazes of their fellow cadets. All eyes were fixed on SeoJoon, who was now confirmed as the undisputed first-place winner in both the dungeon raid and the overall rankings. From across the hall, Lee Doan shot him a venomous glare, letting out a sharp, disgusted click of her tongue. Nearby, the fourth-place cadet Jean Dongmin scoffed, audibly wondering where this trivial upstart had suddenly appeared from. SeoJoon felt their bloodthirsty animosity but wisely chose to ignore them, knowing his victory was secure and that any confrontation would only be a loss for him. He found Lee Minyeol's reaction far more peculiar, as the second-place cadet dramatically bemoaned how close he had been to victory. SeoJoon also noted Kim Gangchul's uncharacteristic silence, just as Minyeol turned to him and expressed his admiration for his incredible hunting speed. SeoJoon graciously accepted the praise and returned the compliment, insisting that Minyeol speak informally as well to make things fair between them. A hearty laugh escaped Minyeol, who was delighted by SeoJoon's relaxed and easygoing nature. His curiosity getting the better of him, Minyo then asked about the arsenal of weapons on SeoJoon's back, to which SeoJoon admitted he was self-taught and had never specialized. The casual admission sent a jolt of pure shock through Lee Minyo. He stammered for a moment, needing to confirm that SeoJoon had truly trained all on his own, without any formal instruction. The term self-taught cadet usually denoted those without resources or innate talent, but every so often, a rare prodigy would emerge from their ranks. Minyo struggled to comprehend that this self-trained cadet possessed enough talent to single-handedly defeat the elite hopefuls from the nation's top 3 academies. He questioned why SeoJoon hadn't joined an official academy, but SeoJoon simply stated that he disliked being tied down to any one place. SeoJoon then added a cryptic remark, revealing that he did have a master, but his master had no idea he was his disciple. The bizarre and contradictory statement left Lee Minyo utterly speechless and confused. Before Minyo could even begin to ask for an explanation, their conversation was cut short by the voice of an examiner. The official stood before the assembled cadets with a grave expression, apologizing as he announced that an unexpected problem had arisen. A nervous murmur spread through the group as they wondered what kind of unforeseen issue could have possibly occurred now. Unbeknownst to them, a blonde, blue-eyed man watched from a distance, a slight, confident smirk playing on his lips. The examiner began by explaining that the assigned evaluators were unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances. He elaborated that the Hunter Mills lecturers, en route to the exam, had encountered a sudden 10-star dungeon break and were forced to intervene personally. The cadets grew anxious, questioning what this sudden development meant for the final part of their mock exam. The official could only apologize, revealing that an emergency meeting was underway and asking the cadets to wait for a final decision, leaving them in an indefinite state of standby. From his vantage point, the blond man concluded this was the work of the Order of Truth, recognizing their ability to orchestrate such a high-level dungeon break, which now threatened to end the exam prematurely. He mused that an early conclusion would hand SeoJoon an effortless victory, a result he doubted the Order of Truth desired after all their efforts, especially when his own instructions were simply to observe. Meanwhile, during the emergency meeting, one of the officials suggested they consider changing the testing method altogether. He proposed maintaining the spirit of the combat proficiency test by organizing a grand tournament-style battle among all the participating cadets. The idea was met with initial approval from another official, who considered it a decent suggestion. However, a more pragmatic voice interjected, pointing out that while the idea had merit, its practical execution would be extremely difficult. He explained that the sheer number of cadets made a full tournament too time-consuming, and more importantly, creating a fair scoring system that wouldn't skew the overall exam results would be a logistical nightmare. Someone else argued it would be better to wait for replacement examiners, but was quickly reminded that finding available A-rank hunters on such short notice was nearly impossible. The consensus grew that simply standing around and waiting was not a viable option. It was then that Lee Minyo stepped forward with a new proposal, turning the final test into an optional event format where only willing cadets would participate. He reminded them that the exam was being broadcast nationally to an audience that included government and Hunter Association officials, and an early cancellation would reflect poorly on everyone involved. Minyo argued that allowing the exam to end so anticlimactically would tarnish Hunter Mills' reputation, as the public would simply perceive it as a failure of preparation on the Academy's part. He cunningly suggested they give the audience a spectacle to focus on instead, revealing his personal ambition to use this opportunity to defeat Kim SeoJoon. In his mind, he saw a vision where defeating SeoJoon in this public event would effectively transfer all of SeoJoon's hard-won acclaim onto himself. He acknowledged that SeoJoon would still be the official winner, but knew the public would remember him as the one who bested the champion, framing it as a brilliant idea. The officials quickly agreed, calling it a good suggestion, leaving Minyo to wonder if they had seen through to his true intentions. Kim Gangchul let out a boisterous laugh, clearly amused by the prospect of this sudden showdown. With the plan gaining traction, Minyo turned his attention to SeoJoon, eagerly pressing him to confirm his own participation. The silent challenge hung in the air as Minyo mentally dared SeoJoon to find a way out of the situation he had engineered. SeoJoon paused for a moment, carefully considering his next move. He then calmly pointed out that since this was essentially an extra test, it was only fair that it should come with additional prize money. The news of the surprise event match exploded, with announcers excitedly revealing that 15 cadets, including all the top academy hopefuls, had registered to participate. The crowd erupted as it was confirmed that both Kim SeoJoon and Lee Minyeol were also competing, sending the internet into a frenzy and thrilling those watching in person. In the first match, a powerful force slammed into the arena floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. The dust settled to reveal the victor, who was declared to be Jin Dongmin from Ch1 Hunter Academy. Soon after, another opponent was completely consumed by a vortex of flame magic, securing a decisive victory for Lee Doan. In yet another bout, an outmatched cadet fell swiftly, and the announcer proclaimed Kim Gangchul as the winner. Lee Doan shot a fierce glare toward SeoJoon, vowing that she would be the one to defeat him and prove the superiority of mages in a real fight. Nearby, Jin Dongmin snarled, promising to make SeoJoon regret ever agreeing to participate in the event. Kim Gangchul joined the chorus of threats, roaring that SeoJoon was undoubtedly going down. SeoJoon, however, was focused on the new $1 million prize, realizing that winning this event would bring his total earnings to a staggering $2 million. System windows materialized before him, displaying potential lectures he could purchase, including God's Strength and Heaven Ascending Ladder. He calculated that after buying a necessary book, he would have $1.5 million left, bringing the far more expensive classes his mentor recommended tantalizingly within reach, provided he won. As he considered his odds, he confidently dismissed the elite trio of Gangchul, Dongmin, and Doan, certain that he would never lose to any of them. But his confidence faltered when he thought of one specific person who he knew would not be an easy opponent. His attention was then drawn to the arena, where an announcer cried out in surprise as Lee Minyeol suddenly tossed his sword aside and drew a bow. This shocked the onlookers, as conventional wisdom dictated that a hunter should master one primary weapon, and certainly no more than 3. Minyeol's eyes began to glow with a menacing light as he drew back the string of the large bow, a grin spreading across his face. SeoJoon counted at least 8 different weapons on Minyeol's back, forcing him to wonder if the prodigy was actually proficient with every single one. In the stands, Jin Dongmin cursed in disbelief, having mistakenly assumed that Minyeol's main weapon was a sword, only to discover it was a bow. Down in the arena, Minyeol's opponent desperately dodged a zigzagging beam of light fired from the arrow. Minyeol taunted his foe, asking if he really thought he could just stand there and absorb his attacks without consequence. With a fierce grin and intensely glowing eyes, Minyeol knocked another arrow, preparing his next assault. His opponent's eyes widened in sheer terror. A moment later, the cadet cried out in pain as the attack found its mark. Watching intently, SeoJoon murmured Lee Minyeol's name, his mind racing. He analyzed Minyeol's style, recognizing it as crude yet unrestricted, a brawling method that was characteristic of someone who had never received formal hunter training. In that moment, a shocking realization struck him: Minyeol's style was just like his own. The thought seemed impossible, but he couldn't help but wonder if Minyeol was also a secret cadet of the Transcension Academy. He recalled that some dimensions had as many as 4 cadets from the Academy, meaning it was entirely possible that Earth was one of them. SeoJoon suddenly connected this to Minyeol's bizarre statement about having a master who didn't know he was his disciple. It made perfect sense if he was learning through Academy lectures. After all, the instructors had no way of knowing exactly which cadets were viewing their lessons, a thought that was interrupted by the announcer declaring Lee Minyeol the winner. As Minyeol giggled victoriously, SeoJoon conceded that it was more likely he wasn't from the Academy after all. Still, the mounting evidence gave him a clear and undeniable reason to be suspicious. The announcer lavished praise on the second-place cadet, calling his unique fighting style and overwhelming victory exactly what one would expect from a top contender. His voice then boomed with renewed excitement as he prepared to announce the combatants for the next match. He hyped up the crowd, proclaiming that this was the pairing everyone had been waiting for, the moment of truth. He began the introductions by presenting a talent acknowledged by the Magic Saint's own apprentice, a cadet hailed as the bright future of Korea's mages. With a flourish, he announced the first fighter, Lee Do-eun of Hunter Academy. The crowd held its breath as the announcer turned to introduce her highly anticipated opponent. He described the next contestant as a supernova who had achieved a perfect score and a record that would likely never be repeated in history. Finally, he bellowed the name that was on everyone's mind, Kim SeoJoon from Hunter Academy, who greeted the roaring crowd with a casual wave. Lee Do-eun was widely considered a genius, a label that still felt insufficient to describe her profound talent. As one of the top 5 cadets at Academy, her skills were even acknowledged by Young Jimin, the genius mage following in the magic saint's footsteps, and for her, the concept of impossibility had never existed. She rationalized her lower ranking in the Hunter Mills mock exam as a simple disadvantage for mages. In her mind, she was certain that if the test had been the ALE mock exam or the actual Pro Hunter exam, the results would have been entirely different. That confidence was shattered by the sound of her own magic being effortlessly dispersed. A wave of utter disbelief washed over her as she stared at her opponent. SeoJoon stood perfectly calm as 2 powerful arcs of fire harmlessly parted around him. Across the arena, the fiery projectile that was supposed to decide the match arced uselessly through the air. The spectators were stunned into silence by the impossible sight before them. A murmur rippled through the crowd as they exclaimed that what they were seeing made no sense. They watched in awe, questioning how he had managed to cut magic itself apart. Experts knew this meant he either suppressed her spell with overwhelming mana or used a dispel, a feat requiring a complete understanding of her magic's laws, something a non-mage should never be able to do in an instant. SeoJoon himself was surprised, having only swung his weapon out of curiosity to see what would happen to the spell. He deduced that the Lance of Longinus must have a special ability, a thought that was cut short by a sudden jolt of alarm as another attack came. For a brief moment, he even considered using his prize money to purchase a spare weapon just to start comparison testing. In a desperate gambit, Lee Do-eun unleashed a furious barrage of fiery arrows toward him. The initial volley escalated into a massive storm of magical projectiles intended to completely overwhelm her target. Through it all, SeoJoon simply stared forward, his expression locked in serious, unbreakable focus. He remained perfectly still as an array of magical spears manifested around him, forming an impenetrable defensive shield. Do-eun screamed in her mind, desperately willing even one of her attacks to hit its mark. Her frustration mounted into a furious, silent roar, demanding that her magic finally land. Unfazed by the magical onslaught, SeoJoon calmly closed his eyes, as if entering a state of complete tranquility. In the next instant, the entire battlefield changed in a shocking reversal. A single, crystal-tipped spear suddenly materialized and embedded itself in the ground just inches from Do-eun. The prodigy mage fell to her knees, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated surprise. A soul-crushing thought invaded her mind as she realized she could never, ever win against him. She was then immediately horrified, wondering what had just possessed her to think something so defeatist. SeoJoon, meanwhile, calmly wondered to himself if this display meant the match was finally won. The announcer stammered, his voice trembling as he tried to find words. He finally managed to declare that the monstrous winner was Hunter Academy's Kim SeoJoon. In the next match, the clang of an axe meeting a massive wrench-like weapon echoed through the arena. The announcer's voice boomed, declaring the contest between Lee Min-yeol and Jin Dongmin had unexpectedly become an intense, close-quarters slugfest that defied all predictions. Lee Min-yeol believed his opponent's confusion meant the battle was already completely in his favor. A fierce, confident grin spread across Min-yeol's face as he clutched his mace, relishing the chaos. Jin Dongmin gritted his teeth, successfully blocking a heavy mace attack from the unorthodox fighter. A flicker of surprise crossed Dongmin's face as the battle took another unexpected turn. He cried out in shock as Min-yeol playfully taunted him before suddenly revealing another weapon that had been hidden up his sleeve. Min-yeol let out a triumphant, mischievous chuckle at his successful ploy. Jin Dongmin furiously shouted that such maneuvers were nothing more than petty tricks. Yet Dongmin found himself unable to get a read on Minyo, who simply giggled and readied his next unpredictable move. Dongmin grew frantic, realizing that if this continued, he would be completely dragged into his opponent's bizarre and chaotic pace. In a final, desperate clash, both men leaped through the air, one wielding a shield and the other with dual weapons. The exchange ended abruptly as Jin Dongmin was slammed backward by a large metal shield. Lee Minyo stood ready and victorious as his heavily armored opponent stumbled and fell to the ground. The announcer declared Lee Minyo the winner, a result that was met with a gleeful giggle from the victor. Jin Dongmin erupted in protest, screaming that Minyo was cheating and questioning why such tactics were even allowed. He vehemently refused to accept the outcome, demanding that the entire match be declared invalid. Watching from the side, other cadets mused that while it was a form of tactics, it wasn't an elegant fighting style, though they admitted Dongmin's frustration was understandable. As Dongmin was restrained, still yelling about cheap tricks, SeoJoon knew the truth: even without the tricks, Dongmin would have lost anyway. SeoJoon was certain that even if Lee Minyo had not constantly swapped weapons, his victory would have been unchanged. Then, with a chilling certainty, he thought he finally understood why the Order of Truth had gone to such great lengths. He realized with dawning horror that the Order wasn't just watching him, they were keeping a close eye on both him and Lee Minyo. SeoJoon recalled their strange instructions, that Kim Gangchul only needed to observe his actions and that he himself didn't have to do anything at all. It all clicked into place. The Order's true goal was to orchestrate a fight between him and Minyo, which led him to wonder if Minyo was somehow linked to the organization. The theory made perfect sense. A self-taught cadet couldn't possibly crush students from the top 3 academies, but the announcer's voice pulled him from his thoughts, hyping the final match. The next fighter was introduced as a man with the power and force of steel, the one who would protect the pride of Hunter Mills. As the crowd cheered for Hunter Mills' Kim Gangchul, SeoJoon's mind raced, recalling how he was told just to watch. His own introduction painted him as the main character of an overwhelming sweep, and he finally understood he was being used as a foil from the very beginning. The announcer bellowed the name Kim SeoJoon, and his thoughts turned grimly towards the manipulative Order of Truth. He hardened his resolve, vowing that he had absolutely no intention of letting things go their way. The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium, declaring that the event matches were finally reaching their climactic final stages. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed the name of Hunter Mills' champion, Kim Gangchul. The announcer then turned to his opponent, lauding him as the main character of an overwhelming sweep, confirming SeoJoon's grim realization that he had been cast as a mere foil from the very beginning. As his name, Kim SeoJoon of Dream Hunter Academy, echoed through the arena, his thoughts turned darkly toward the manipulative Order of Truth. He hardened his resolve, vowing that he had absolutely no intention of letting their scheme unfold as planned. The battle ignited as Kim Gangchul, his eyes glowing with power, swung a great sword that crackled with arcs of blue lightning. In response, SeoJoon met the ferocious attack with his own glowing blue spear, his expression a mask of pure determination. Their weapons collided with immense force, unleashing a brilliant blue shockwave that pulsed outwards from the point of impact. The resulting explosion of raw energy tore through the arena floor, shattering the ground around them in a violent display of power. Gangchul pressed his advantage, leaping into the air and bringing his massive sword down in a devastating overhead strike. SeoJoon reacted with incredible speed, dropping into a low crouch to narrowly evade the crushing blow from above. The sword slammed into the ground where SeoJoon had been a moment before, carving out a massive crater and sending both fighters reeling from the aftershock. Undeterred, the two warriors immediately squared off once more, their weapons held at the ready as they prepared for the next exchange. Gangchul breathed heavily, his mind fixated on SeoJoon's peculiar weapon. He realized with a jolt that the spear, despite not being imbued with the aura spear technique, had effortlessly nullified his aura sword as if its power didn't even exist. Gangchul concluded that the weapon was clearly abnormal and was most likely the true source of SeoJoon's surprising mock exam results. A spark of confidence returned as he reasoned that if he simply remained cautious of that strange spear, his own superior skills would undoubtedly carry him to victory. With renewed determination, Gangchul lunged forward, his eyes glowing fiercely as he unleashed another attack with his lightning-charged blade. He roared with absolute certainty, convinced that he would be the one to emerge triumphant. The announcer excitedly noted that Gangchul was launching a relentless barrage, skillfully preventing his opponent from finding an opening, and praised the immense strength that allowed him to wield the heavy sword with such astonishing speed. As he parried the blows, SeoJoon inwardly acknowledged that his opponent's skill was clearly a cut above all the other cadets he had faced. Then, seizing a momentary gap in the assault, SeoJoon expertly hooked Gangchul with his spear and threw him clean over his shoulder. Before Gangchul could recover, SeoJoon slammed the butt of his spear into the ground, triggering another massive explosion of blue energy that engulfed his opponent. As the dust settled, a look of grim understanding crossed SeoJoon's face. He now understood that Gangchul's reputation as one of Hunter Mill's top 3 cadets was no mere bluff. SeoJoon raised his spear once more, his posture shifting as he prepared to re-engage. He decided that if his opponent was truly this capable, then the time for holding back was over. With a newfound resolve, SeoJoon resolved to finally fight seriously, a decision that caused Gangchul to flinch in sudden alarm. Gangchul felt a sudden shift in the air, wondering what this ominous change could possibly mean. In a flash of movement, SeoJoon brought his boot down, aiming to pin his opponent's sword to the ground. As Gangchul lunged forward with his glowing sword, SeoJoon acrobatically vaulted clean over him, twisting in mid-air for a counterattack. Their faces were inches apart as their weapons clashed again, the sheer intensity of the fight etched in their expressions. Gangchul let out a pained grunt, struggling against the unexpected force of SeoJoon's offensive. SeoJoon, however, remained a picture of calm focus, his grip steady and his expression unyielding. It was then that Gangchul sensed it, SeoJoon's aura had suddenly and completely transformed. What had once felt like calm, gentle waves now raged with the fiery, eruptive power of a volcano. The announcer gasped in astonishment, pointing out that Kim Gangchul, who had been dominating the fight just moments ago, was now being forcefully pushed back. Indeed, the tide had turned completely, with SeoJoon now pressing the attack and driving the retreating Gangchul across the arena. Every brutal clash of their glowing weapons sent violent bursts of blue light scattering into the air. Gangchul analyzed SeoJoon's new fighting style, finding it to be rough and rigid, yet undeniably forceful. He quickly concluded that, in other words, the technique was far too simple. When compared to the sophisticated swordplay and refined mana cultivation he was used to, SeoJoon's movements were nothing more than basic spear swings. And yet, despite their apparent simplicity, there was something terribly wrong. Gangchul looked up in sheer shock as SeoJoon brought his spear down, the weapon glowing with an overwhelming energy. The impact resulted in a massive explosion of white energy that obliterated a huge section of the arena floor. Dazed, Gangchul found himself standing on a precarious, shattered piece of rubble, his sword held defensively. He couldn't comprehend why these simple, unrefined swings felt so incredibly heavy and burdensome to block. An old, humiliating memory surfaced of a man in a blue sweater standing over his defeated, kneeling form. He realized this wasn't merely an issue of the physical weight behind the attacks. It dawned on him that SeoJoon hadn't even utilized his aura spear technique from the very beginning of the fight. The horrifying possibility then struck him, if SeoJoon was this strong without it, his power would be unimaginable if he actually could use aura spear. The entire situation felt impossible and didn't make any sense, but it felt chillingly familiar, just like a memory he had long suppressed. His eyes widened in horror as he remembered exactly what this feeling reminded him of. It was just like that time. A cold, condescending voice from his past echoed in his mind, questioning if this was truly the extent of his abilities. The voice had mocked him, wondering how such paltry skills could have possibly earned him a spot in the Academy's top 3. He could never forget it, the nightmare of his first, humiliating encounter with the prodigy, Lee Hae-un. The memory brought back the same feeling of overwhelming hopelessness, a sensation he never expected to feel again. A surge of rage burned through him as he questioned how someone as lowly as SeoJoon could possibly evoke that same feeling within him. Blue electricity crackled violently around his hand as he gripped the hilt of his greatsword with furious strength. He seethed with indignation, incensed that two different people now dared to look down on him. His pride roared in defiance. He was Kim Gangchul, and he would not be humiliated again. Channeling all of his fury, Gangchul became a living tempest, descending upon his opponent in a massive surge of blue lightning. He screamed a single, murderous command, intent on obliterating his foe. But SeoJoon stood his ground, his expression deadly serious as he met the oncoming storm, his own weapon glowing with calm, concentrated energy. The crowd gasped collectively as SeoJoon's spear projected a colossal blade of pure aura to meet the desperate attack. The two titanic forces collided, and a large piece of Gangchul's shattered blue sword was sent flying through the air. More shards followed, the remnants of the once mighty weapon scattering uselessly against a stark white background. The light faded to reveal SeoJoon standing tall over his defeated opponent, who knelt in disbelief before the broken hilt of his sword. The last of Gangchul's strength gave out, and he collapsed completely onto the ruined ground at SeoJoon's feet. The announcer stammered, momentarily rendered speechless by the shocking conclusion. He quickly recovered, his voice filled with a mixture of relief and awe as he declared Kim SeoJoon the winner. The declaration was met with a thunderous roar from the crowd as he confirmed that contestant Kim SeoJoon would be moving on to the final match. Amidst the chaos and cheers, a confident, triumphant grin spread across SeoJoon's face. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their initial skepticism about Kim SeoJoon completely shattered as they marveled at how his insane skills matched his powerful gear. Spectators wondered aloud who SeoJoon's final opponent would be, though one fan pointed out the obvious answer was Lee Min-yeol, as all other major threats had already been eliminated. The announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, electrifying the atmosphere as he declared the long-awaited final match was about to begin. He praised the two unexpected supernovas who had surpassed all expectations, and as they stood opposite each other, Lee Min-yeol calmly expressed that he had been hoping for this very matchup. SeoJoon observed his opponent's demeanor, sensing that Min-yeol had a lot he wanted to ask him. Min-yeol began his inquiry, asking SeoJoon to confirm the rumor that he had no specific mentor, which SeoJoon affirmed was correct. Pushing further, Min-yeol recalled that SeoJoon had still claimed to have a master, prompting SeoJoon to clarify that while true, his master was completely unaware of his discipleship. Intrigued, Min-yeol then directly asked for the identity of this mysterious, unwitting master. A flicker of suspicion crossed SeoJoon's face as he questioned Min-yeol's motives. He pressed the point, openly wondering why Min-yeol was so intensely curious about the subject. Min-yeol offered a cryptic explanation, suggesting that he might already know the master in question, a revelation that visibly startled SeoJoon. Internally, SeoJoon immediately branded the claim a lie, his mind racing as he contemplated whether he should reveal his knowledge of the Transcension Academy. He carefully considered the implications, realizing that if Min-yeol was a cadet from the same academy, their relationship was not one of camaraderie but of intense rivalry. In fact, he concluded it would be far more accurate to view one another as direct competitors. Wary of his opponent's potential reactions, SeoJoon decided against revealing his hand and instead considered dropping a subtle hint to gauge Min-yeol's response. Meanwhile, as the announcer's voice filled the arena, Min-yeol gave a hint of his own, describing SeoJoon's master as possessing power beyond imagination, which left SeoJoon stunned by its accuracy. With the final matchup officially set, Lee Min-yeol's friendly demeanor vanished as he aggressively demanded to know SeoJoon's true identity. SeoJoon mirrored the sentiment, and seeing they were at an impasse, he proposed a wager. The loser of the match would be obligated to truthfully answer all of the winner's questions. As the announcer began the final countdown, Min-yeol shrewdly questioned the bet's integrity, wondering aloud what guarantee they had of receiving honest answers. The starting bell roared to life, and SeoJoon simply replied that trusting the answers would be a judgment Min-yeol had to make for himself. A deafening roar erupted from the center of the arena as the two fighters instantly engaged. Clad in his dark tunic, SeoJoon lunged forward with his spear, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The two warriors became blurs of motion, charging directly at one another in a collision course for their opening exchange. But then, to the announcer's surprise, both combatants abruptly halted, locking themselves in a tense standoff as they glared at one another. SeoJoon internally acknowledged that to the spectators, their motionless confrontation must have seemed incredibly awkward. In reality, he was meticulously scanning his opponent for an opening, only to find that Minhyul's stance was utterly flawless. Breaking the stalemate, Minhyul initiated the attack with a swift, probing kick aimed at SeoJoon's leg. SeoJoon mentally conceded that his opponent was indeed as formidable as he appeared. He reasoned that given Minhyul's unpredictable battle tactics, the sword in his hand was likely more than it seemed, compelling SeoJoon to unleash his full power from the very start. With a burst of energy, SeoJoon thrust his spear forward, executing his piercing attack. To Minhyul's utter shock, his glowing blue sword unexpectedly shattered upon impact with SeoJoon's defense. Seizing the opening, SeoJoon followed through with a powerful kick that sent his off-balance opponent flipping through the air. A sharp cry of pain escaped Minhyul's lips as he absorbed the force of the blow. SeoJoon noted his opponent's quick thinking, recognizing that Minhyul's split-second decision to abandon his broken weapon and retreat had saved him from an instant defeat. But just as quickly, a flicker of confusion crossed SeoJoon's mind. His opponent had already recovered, now wielding a long staff and gracefully dodging a sudden volley of magical arrows that rained down from above. Minhyul let out a defiant grunt as he effortlessly weaved through the barrage. The announcer shouted in amazement at the spectacle, while Minhyul casually commented on his own curiosity regarding SeoJoon's mysterious weapon. He then added another condition to their wager, asking if a victory would also grant him answers about the spear. Without hesitation, SeoJoon agreed to the new terms. Minhyul then smugly reminded him that this was, of course, entirely contingent on him actually winning the match. SeoJoon laughed, retorting that Minhyul's attitude only gave him more motivation to secure a decisive victory. The battle resumed, with one fighter attempting to create distance while the other pursued relentlessly with a newly formed sword and shield. Once again, SeoJoon found himself observing his opponent with a deep sense of puzzlement. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Lee Minhyul was truly an incredible fighter. Yet, a nagging sense of incongruity about Minhyul's fighting style continued to bother him. He noted how Minhyul employed methods that bordered on cheating without a second thought. Despite these underhanded tactics, SeoJoon couldn't detect any genuine desperation to win, especially when Minhyul casually taunted him after a near miss. It seemed Minhyul was completely unfazed by the crowd's insults or the easy deflection of his own attacks, creating a bizarre impression. SeoJoon finally voiced his confusion, directly asking if Minhyul even wanted to win, to which Minhyul replied that of course he did, as he had many things to ask. Unsatisfied, SeoJoon questioned why he couldn't sense any of that winning intent, a question that left Minhyul looking genuinely perplexed. Minhyul insisted that while he didn't know what SeoJoon was talking about, defeating him was his primary goal, a statement that only deepened SeoJoon's confusion. Then, Minhyul casually added that it would be perfectly alright if he lost, a contradiction that made no sense to SeoJoon. Completely bewildered, SeoJoon demanded to know why he was resorting to every cheap trick in the book if he didn't care about losing, but Minhyul simply explained with a smirk that this was just his way of trying his best. SeoJoon began to argue that what Minhyul considered his best was viewed very differently by others, but he trailed off, deciding the point was moot. Minhyul confidently declared that the opinions and insults of other people had absolutely no bearing on his own self-worth. The profound simplicity of that statement struck SeoJoon with unexpected force. He stood in stunned silence for a moment, processing the radical perspective. Minhyul watched him, a questioning look on his face as the fight paused once more. The two opponents faced each other across the arena, the dynamic between them having fundamentally shifted. Breaking the silence, Minhyul clarified that he hoped SeoJoon hadn't misinterpreted his carefree approach as a form of disrespect. Minhyul's words echoed in SeoJoon's mind, painting a picture of a world that was far from wonderful. He had described it as a place ruled by the laws of nature, where the strong relentlessly preyed upon the weak. Within this harsh reality, one was forced to constantly whip themselves into shape. The driving fear was the threat of being weeded out or falling behind everyone else. Every day demanded improvement over the last, an endless cycle of striving for more. As SeoJoon processed Minyol's philosophy, he was suddenly reminded of a lecture given by Siddhartha Gautama. The enlightened one had once posed a profound question, asking if anyone had ever truly escaped their own way of thinking. He had challenged them to try, just for a single moment. The task was to transcend their own thoughts and view the world from a slightly different perspective. To illustrate his point, Gautama had shared an anecdote from his time training on a realm called Earth. He recounted a story from when he was still a human known as Siddhartha Gautama. It was a memory from his youth, long before he had attained enlightenment and become the Buddha. One day, the young Shakyamuni happened upon a group of children who were racing. The scene was simple yet captivating, set against a backdrop of a clear sky. For some reason, the children kept repeating the race, eagerly calling for another round each time. With every single race, the very same child would inevitably finish in last place. But despite his repeated losses, a bright and genuine smile never once left the young boy's face. Shakyamuni's curiosity was piqued, so he approached the child to ask a question. He gently inquired why the boy was running at all. The child responded with pure, unadulterated joy that he ran simply because he liked it. When asked if he enjoyed it and didn't get tired, the boy cheerfully confirmed he did, adding that he could always walk for a bit if needed. Shakyamuni then wondered aloud what would happen if the other children caught up to him. The child exclaimed with startling clarity that since his finish line was different from theirs, it was impossible for them to catch up to him. Confused, Shakyamuni asked about the finish line that was clearly visible in the distance. The boy explained that while that might be the finish line decided upon by other people, to him, it was merely a checkpoint on his own personal journey. The memory shifted back to the lecture, where two disciples listened intently as the robed Gautama stood in a sunlit field. He revealed that this same child, who always came in last, would one day win the nation's largest race with a record-breaking time. Gautama confessed that he once believed life was about building a single, perfect tower with all of one's effort. He thought that this constant, self-centered effort was the sole purpose of existence, a belief that drove him into even more intense training. However, after reflecting on the child's simple words, a new thought dawned on him: it wasn't necessary to pour all of his effort into one tower, it was also perfectly fine to let it collapse. He was left to wonder why such a simple, liberating idea had never occurred to him before. This profound enlightenment, gifted to him by a small child, contrasted sharply with the conflict-driven society SeoJoon knew. He had internalized the belief that if you didn't improve every day, you would be eliminated and left to disappear. The principles of survival of the fittest and the strong preying on the weak had become his creed. Because of this, SeoJoon had worked himself to the bone every single day. And as he looked at the image of himself constantly improving, the only thought that brought him comfort was that he wasn't falling behind the pack. But this mindset had a hidden cost. As he relentlessly pushed forward, a deep-seated anxiety began to take root within him. He found himself becoming more and more obsessed with his standing at the Transcension Academy. SeoJoon had been completely swept away by the current of competition, driven only by the desperate need to survive and not be overtaken. Suddenly, the child's words echoed in his mind, reminding him that what others decided was a finish line didn't have to be his own. This thought merged with Minyol's defiant stance, that others' opinions were just checkpoints, incapable of defining his true worth. In a striking mental image, SeoJoon saw the wooden blocks of his rigid beliefs come crashing down all around him. In that moment, he finally began to truly understand the lesson Siddhartha Gautama had tried to teach so long ago. A wave of clarity washed over him as he questioned why he had never been able to see things from this new perspective. Minyol watched him from across the arena, his expression filled with confusion at SeoJoon's prolonged silence. SeoJoon realized then that no matter what tricks Minyol employed, he had the power to simply break through them all. His ultimate goal of achieving victory had not wavered in the slightest, and he accepted that the difference in their equipment was a valid part of skill. Yet, for some reason, in this particular match, Minhyul's declaration about his own self-worth resonated deeply. He reasoned that if insults from others couldn't lower Minhyul's worth, then by the same logic, the applause of others couldn't raise his own, and he no longer wanted it to. From this point forward, SeoJoon decided that he alone would be the one to determine his own value. Minhyul simply stared, a complex mix of surprise and understanding dawning on his face. A small, genuine smile appeared as he admitted that SeoJoon was a far better person than he had initially judged him to be. A decisive metallic click echoed through the arena as SeoJoon began to disengage his armor. The heavy, divine pieces of his equipment crashed loudly onto the stone floor one by one. With a final motion, he removed his gauntlet, clarifying that he hoped Minhyul didn't misinterpret this as an act of disrespect. He explained that what remained was the only thing his master had ever taught him, and it was the skill in which he held the most confidence. Minhyul calmly assured him that he didn't see it that way in the slightest. A faint, powerful energy began to swirl and condense around SeoJoon's now unprotected fist. The very ground beneath them fractured violently, cracking outward from the sheer pressure of his concentrated power. His resolve was now absolute, stripping away all advantages. He knew he just had to win. The very ground beneath them erupted in a violent explosion of fractured stone and flying debris. With his resolve now absolute, SeoJoon knew he had to emerge victorious no matter the cost. Gripping the simple spear, the dark-haired warrior settled into a focused and deadly serious stance. Across the arena, Minhyul simply smirked, cheekily beckoning his opponent to make the first move. Brimming with confidence, the brown-haired cadet flashed a grin, readying his own weapon for the impending clash. The battle ignited as SeoJoon lunged forward with a powerful downward swing, which Minhyul skillfully dodged. A jolt of surprise shot through SeoJoon as he adjusted to his opponent's speed. Minhyul retaliated with a wicked grin, unleashing a blinding flurry of attacks with his twin blades. While SeoJoon managed to parry the main thrust, a sharp pain flared as one of the blades sliced into his shoulder. He was shocked by the sheer weight and force behind each of Minhyul's strikes. SeoJoon reflected that if he were still wielding the lance of Longinus, a single casual swing would have shattered this assault, but now, the danger felt terrifyingly real. Furthermore, an additional element of Minhyul's style left him completely caught off guard. In the next moment, their weapons locked together in a fierce and grinding struggle for dominance. SeoJoon realized that Minhyul's specialty, a constantly shifting and unpredictable attack pattern, was incredibly difficult to counter. In a desperate maneuver, SeoJoon grabbed the cold steel of the blade, his hand immediately being cut open for his efforts. After the powerful exchange, the two fighters broke apart, standing panting on the heavily cracked arena floor. But strangely, a newfound acceptance of potential defeat washed over SeoJoon, making his body feel incredibly light. He embraced the idea that it was okay not to win, but he still vowed to fight with every ounce of his being to achieve victory. For the first time, he wondered if combat had always been this profoundly enjoyable. Minhyul observed that it seemed true that the spear was the only weapon SeoJoon had ever properly learned from his master. He then warned SeoJoon with a knowing smile that it was far too early to be surprised by what he had seen so far. As SeoJoon launched a low sweeping attack, Minhyul effortlessly flipped backward to evade the strike. A memory of a different battle surfaced, where two other figures were blasted apart by a massive explosion of ice. One of the fighters choked on the thick cloud of dust and ice crystals that filled the air. He was suddenly startled by an almost imperceptible flicker of movement within the haze. From the swirling icy mist, a young man with two-toned hair named Jo Minju emerged with an unsettling calm. The first fighter's eyes widened in sheer disbelief at his opponent's sudden appearance. He then realized with a jolt of panic that Jo Minju had completely vanished from his sight. He questioned if Jo Minju was capable of using something as advanced as stealth arts. SeoJoon, recalling the fight, noted that while impressive, the technique's execution was not yet perfect. Even so, he knew that a momentary lapse in concentration was all it would take for Zhou Minju to escape his perception entirely. Convinced this was his opponent's ultimate trump card, SeoJoon had resolved to unleash the power of Merlin's mana. He began to chant the incantation for his own powerful attack. Another memory flashed through his mind, this time of his master calmly deflecting a hail of arrows while he ran for his life. In that instant, a crucial realization struck SeoJoon with the force of a physical blow. He pictured his master's firm grip on the simple wooden staff that held more wisdom than any divine weapon. SeoJoon began to deeply question whether his own approach to combat had been the right way all along. It wasn't that his self-belief had faltered, but seeing Minyo's free-willed fighting style made him aware of a great flaw. He finally came to terms with how painfully rigid and inflexible his combat style had been until that moment. He remembered his master's lesson, that learning in itself was a truly great endeavor. But he also recalled the warning that if learning from others becomes a habit, it can become a cage that prevents true self-expression. The voice of his mentor echoed in his thoughts, asking how long he would be content merely displaying the expressions of others. SeoJoon understood that he should not be drawing out Merlin's mana, but instead, his very own. His master's final teaching became clear: learning was just a method to discover one's own unique way of being. He focused his mind, synthesizing the intelligence of Merlin, the senses of Ch1, the power of Seoju, and the imperturbable mind of Siddhartha. He sought to create something that did not belong to any of his teachers. In a surge of immense power, his eyes began to glow with an intense, golden energy. He would wield a power that belonged to no one but himself. SeoJoon roared, unleashing a colossal wave of pure golden energy that erupted from the tip of his spear. A member of the audience screamed in utter shock, recognizing the legendary and impossible technique as an aura blade. Others shouted in disbelief, exclaiming that even master-level hunters rarely manifest such power, making it unheard of for a mere cadet. Minyo could only stare, frozen in a state of profound shock at the unbelievable sight before him. SeoJoon gracefully swung the glowing spear, its golden light painting a brilliant and deadly arc in the air. He then took a firm stance, the radiant weapon held perfectly steady as he prepared to end the fight. A close-up showed Minyo's eyes wide with astonishment, the golden light of the spear reflected in them. A look of pure shock crossed Minyo's face as the impossibly bright tip of the spear closed in on him. In a breathtaking display of speed, SeoJoon descended from above, plunging his golden spear downwards. Their weapons met in a final, cataclysmic clash, creating a blinding shockwave of golden light and raw power. As the dust began to settle, SeoJoon stood victorious, a faint, confident smirk playing on his lips. A slow, heavy beat began to thrum through the now silent arena, signaling the decisive end of the duel. Minyo, looking down at the ground in acceptance, quietly admitted his defeat. The official announcement declared that Kim SeoJoon had won overall first place in the competition. In a secure location, an operative on the phone questioned the outcome of the match. He asked his contact if they had noticed any distortions during the fight. The contact on the other end explained that something akin to a distortion had occurred, but its true nature was difficult to determine. They reported that Kim SeoJoon had not only swapped weapons mid-fight but had also unexpectedly manifested an aura blade. The operative ordered them to continue monitoring SeoJoon and stated he would report this to the apostle. After a moment of silence, the man on the other end of the line questioned if there was a real reason to go to such lengths. The operative, whose name was Calcus, asked what he was trying to suggest, acknowledging that SeoJoon was indeed worthy of scrutiny. The man protested, pointing out that the recent 10-star dungeon break had already set back their long-term plans and he wasn't sure a single cadet warranted this level of attention. He began to question what the Apostle of Temperance had said to justify their actions but was cut off as a woman furiously shouted his name. A formidable female knight named Kalia stood and stared down at the seated man with a grave expression. The man, Calcus, immediately apologized for his insubordination. An uneasy silence filled the room following the stern rebuke. Elsewhere, Kalia was on a call, confirming for a powerful voice that a distortion had indeed occurred in Korea. The voice on the line acknowledged that the distortion was resolved and then shrewdly asked who had been the one to solve it. Kalia's mind raced, wondering why he would ask who resolved it, realizing he already understood the situation far more deeply than she expected. The voice then gave a direct command: she was to keep a close watch on all of Kim SeoJoon's actions. Kalia hesitated, daring to ask for the reason behind this sudden and intense focus. An immense, unseen pressure immediately slammed into her, forcing a strangled gasp from her lips. The voice on the call coldly reminded Kalia that while she was the most likely successor to the Apostle of Chastity, she was not the Apostle yet. Overwhelmed by the display of power, she quickly begged for his forgiveness. Her eyes widened in a moment of shocking realization. She caught her breath, her heart pounding as the implications of the conversation became clear. The voice clarified that this order did not come from his own will. Kalia stuttered, understanding that this meant the command came from someone even higher. She knew the Apostle of Temperance was one of the 7 most powerful figures in the world, whom no one would ever dare disrespect. The voice continued, stating that while her unsanctioned work had been tolerated, any and all information regarding Kim SeoJoon must now be reported without exception. The thought that someone was using the Apostle of Temperance as a mere messenger was almost inconceivable. In fact, as she considered it, she realized there was only one person in the entire world who could wield such authority. Meanwhile, in the arena, recruiters buzzed with excitement over SeoJoon's performance, eager to get in touch with him before the Pro Hunter exam. SeoJoon walked beside SeoJoon, playfully asking if he was gradually becoming more and more of a monster. SeoJoon laughed it off, but SeoJoon insisted that anyone who saw him use an aura blade would surely agree with her. She pressed him on where he learned such a technique, but SeoJoon awkwardly dodged the question, claiming he just got lucky. After a bit more playful banter, SeoJoon suggested they head home, but then mentioned he had to meet someone first. SeoJoon immediately assumed he was meeting her, and she emphatically stated that she wasn't interested. Nearby, a recruiter from another academy was aggressively trying to persuade Minhyul to join them, promising the best treatment and facilities. SeoJoon clarified that the person he was supposed to meet was Minhyul, though he was currently being swarmed by scouts. SeoJoon looked over, remarking on how everyone was now clinging to Minhyul after his impressive showing. She noted that his self-taught status made him an extremely attractive prospect for the academies, who were practically drooling over him. Minhyul, annoyed by the persistent recruiters, spotted SeoJoon and complained about him showing up with his own crowd. A recruiter noticed Minhyul's attention shift and turned to see SeoJoon approaching. In a sudden burst of inspiration, Minhyul shouted that he had decided to go to Dream Academy. The declaration completely stunned the recruiters who had been surrounding him. Minhyul then grabbed SeoJoon, urging him to run away amidst the confusion he had just created. The recruiters were left scrambling, yelling in frustration as they realized their target had slipped away. After finding a quiet spot, SeoJoon let out a sigh of relief, commenting that they had managed to give everyone the slip. SeoJoon immediately demanded to know what Minhyul was thinking, and he sheepishly apologized, explaining he just blurted it out to get away. Minhyul then slyly added that his sudden declaration wasn't entirely thoughtless, hinting at a hidden motive. He admitted that he had, in fact, considered joining the same Hunter Academy as SeoJoon. The ambiguous double negative of his statement left SeoJoon utterly bewildered. SeoJoon internally debated how to respond, feeling he had no grounds to argue since Minhyul was choosing the academy himself. Changing the subject back to their original purpose, SeoJoon asked Minhyul if he remembered their promise. Minhyul confirmed without hesitation that he remembered it perfectly. SeoJoon got straight to the point, demanding to know the identity of the person Minhyul had called his master. Minhyul let out a soft sigh before preparing to answer. A vision of a determined young man armed with a sword and a quiver flashed through SeoJoon's mind. Minhyul looked him in the eye and plainly stated that he did not know who his master was. The simple, unbelievable answer left SeoJoon momentarily speechless. SeoJoon's patience snapped as he threatened to beat the truth out of him, but Minhyul insisted he truly didn't know. Minhyul pleaded with him to trust him, reiterating his earlier claim that his master didn't even know he was his disciple. SeoJoon countered this, recalling how Minhyul had previously claimed to have received his master's teaching for using daggers. Minhyul struggled to explain, describing his learning process as something more akin to observing from a distance. He clarified that he had never once received direct teaching from anyone. SeoJoon thought about the term self-taught, which was usually reserved for aspiring hunters with neither money nor talent. He understood, however, that Minhyul's case was different. He had chosen this path purely because he didn't want to be tied down. Minhyul explained that he had trained by himself in the mountains, enjoying the freedom from any academy's strict curriculum. He then began to recount the story of how, one day during his usual training, he felt the sudden presence of someone else. A powerful, overwhelming energy had startled him, stopping him in his tracks. Looking up, he saw a man standing before him, calmly asking if he was all right. Minhyul's voice trailed off as he recalled the profound memory. That moment, he explained to SeoJoon, was his very first meeting with the man he considered his master. Minhyul recalled how the man had shouted out, asking if he was all right. The memory of that shocking encounter was still vivid in his mind. The stranger had immediately noticed the severity of his injuries and insisted on taking him to a hospital right away. Despite the man's warning that he would die otherwise, Minhyul had frantically refused, pleading that he could not go down the mountain. He had simply repeated that it was impossible for him to leave. Minhyul explained to SeoJoon that the sheer desperation in the injured man's voice forced him to give up on the idea of a hospital. With no other choice, he took the man to an abandoned mountain house to treat him. There, Minhyul had painstakingly nursed the mysterious elder back to health. He recounted how the man's condition was initially so critical that he was on the verge of death, but with time, he began a steady recovery. After a full month of care, Minhyul had been deeply hoping that would be the day the old man finally regained consciousness. But then, the memory shifted as an unknown voice commented on how the elder had not only survived but had also gone into hiding. The intruder mocked the newly arrived man, suggesting that becoming an elder must have left him with far too much free time to chase after one old man. In response, the now conscious elder deflected questions about his recovery and demanded to know what was happening. One of the assailants let out a derisive laugh at the old man's dismissive tone. The attacker then directed his attention towards Minhyul's hiding spot, causing the young man to freeze in terror. A jolt of pure panic shot through Minhyul as he realized he had been discovered. In a blur of motion, the elder unsheathed his sword and cut through multiple opponents with blinding speed. An enemy let out a final, choked gasp as he fell to the ground. The remaining attackers screamed at each other to kill the old swordsman. Amidst the chaos, the elder stood perfectly still, his expression unreadable. Minhyul confessed to SeoJoon that it was the most incredible display of swordsmanship he had ever witnessed. One of the surviving enemies stammered in disbelief, realizing this powerful resistance was never part of their plan. The elder then cryptically told his foes that they seemed to have forgotten their inability to truly perceive him. Turning his attention to Minhyul, he commanded the boy to leave immediately and never come back. Another one of the assailants grunted in agony as he was struck down. The others looked around in confusion, shocked to find that their target had seemingly vanished. Minhyul continued his story, explaining that while he was confused, his instinct screamed at him to obey the elder's command, so he quickly packed his things. While gathering his belongings, he noticed a manuscript that the old man had apparently left behind in his hurry and decided to take it with him. He had hoped to return it one day, but he had never seen the man again after that incident. SeoJoon questioned why he called the man his master if he had never been taught, which led Minhyul to reveal the manuscript was the man's sacred text. He shamefully admitted that he had read the text and discovered it contained the master's secret dagger and stealth techniques. The story suddenly made sense to SeoJoon. Minhyul had taught himself using the sacred text, meaning his supposed master had no idea he even existed. Acknowledging how unbelievable it sounded, Minhyul passionately insisted that every word was true. SeoJoon privately conceded that while the tale was wild, it at least confirmed Minhyul wasn't from the Transcension Academy. Minhyul desperately swore on the heavens that he was telling the truth. He then admitted to SeoJoon that he didn't know the old man's identity and had entered the mock exam hoping it would be a big enough stage for his master to find him. After listening to the whole story, SeoJoon suddenly proposed a shocking theory, asking if his master could be the Dark Saint. She explained that the Dark Saint was one of Korea's 5 great heroes, alongside the Sword Saint, and was known for being the most mysterious of them all. SeoJoon then asked SeoJoon if she had ever met him, and she confirmed the Dark Saint used to visit her grandfather when she was young, though they often argued. Seizing the opportunity, SeoJoon suggested she ask her grandfather to examine Minhyul's sacred text to confirm its origin, a request she cautiously agreed to. She fell silent for a moment, lost in thought about how to approach her grandfather with such a request. The next day, the group prepared to put their new plan into action. Meanwhile, SeoJoon browsed the Academy's virtual shop, scoffing at the absurd $500,000 price for a single weapon. He lamented the Academy's bottomless need for money but took comfort in the $1 million prize money that had just been deposited into his account. His thoughts turned back to Minhyul, recalling the boy's utter astonishment upon learning SeoJoon was the Sword Saint's granddaughter. Minhyul had then begged SeoJoon for help finding his master, and despite his initial hesitation to show the manuscript, she had agreed to try. They had ultimately agreed that Minhyul would visit the Sword Saint with them that day to demonstrate his skills, leaving SeoJoon to wonder why Minhyul was so formal with SeoJoon. While waiting for the others, SeoJoon decided it was finally time to purchase the lecture-free pass. To his utter surprise, upon opening the interface, several lecture progress bars instantly filled to 100%, as he realized the system had been tracking his progress all along. A system window confirmed that his Ch1 lecture progress was now complete. He paused as the incredible implication of this sudden completion dawned on him. A notification then formally announced that he had completed the introductory course and had fully obtained the metamorphosis ability. An immense wave of energy suddenly flooded his body, causing him to cry out. The overwhelming sensation continued to surge through him as he felt his very essence being rewritten. Then, as quickly as it had begun, the torrent of power subsided into silence. He looked himself over, completely baffled, as he couldn't feel any discernible difference. Unlike the tangible flow of chi he gained from Seong-ye's lecture, this transformation lacked any of the dramatic physical changes often described in Murim novels. He tried to brush off his slight disappointment, confident that the completed course had surely given him some kind of advantage. In that exact moment, his senses flared with a sudden, inexplicable warning. An icy chill snaked down his spine, alerting him to an unseen presence. A voice materialized from thin air, expressing its disbelief at having been detected and likening the feeling to a blade held against SeoJoon's throat. The hidden figure observed that SeoJoon couldn't see it, marveling that his natural senses were so sharp. The entity told him to relax, assuring him it meant no harm, but SeoJoon immediately demanded to know who it was. The stranger dodged the question, instead commenting that SeoJoon would prove to be a troublesome opponent for that stripling. SeoJoon's mind raced as he connected the clues, a wild but plausible theory forming in his mind. He took a chance and asked the invisible presence if it was the legendary Dark Saint. SeoJoon's mind raced as he came to a stunning conclusion: this invisible entity was none other than the legendary Dark Saint, a genius of assassination and master of stealth. The disembodied voice confirmed his identity with a hint of approval, acknowledging that SeoJoon was indeed quick on the uptake. The Dark Saint expressed his astonishment, demanding to know how SeoJoon had managed to perceive him, a question SeoJoon himself could only answer by speculating it was due to the metamorphosis ability he had just acquired. Musing that SeoJoon's ability felt more like superhuman senses, the Saint wondered about its other properties before SeoJoon asked if he had come because of Minhyul, to which the assassin gave an evasive answer. SeoJoon voiced his suspicion that the Saint had intentionally left the sacred text for Minhyul, which prompted the invisible master to curse his disciple for being so talkative. However, SeoJoon clarified that Minhyul had been completely unaware of his master's true identity, a revelation that caused the Dark Saint to erupt in frustration at his disciple's ignorance. When SeoJoon mentioned that Minhyul was on his way and suggested a reunion, the Dark Saint suddenly realized his available time had just become critically short. SeoJoon questioned this sudden urgency, but the saint explained that he could not, under any circumstances, meet his disciple at that moment, and this very problem was the reason he had sought SeoJoon out. Cutting to the chase, the Dark Saint directly questioned SeoJoon about his connection to the Order of Truth, a link SeoJoon denied, admitting only to a brief encounter with Sir Kalia. The saint noted Kalia's role as the successor to the Apostle of Chastity, a fact that seemed to make some larger, unseen puzzle piece click into place for him. He then revealed he had been actively investigating the Order of Truth, a disclosure that surprised SeoJoon and made him question the assassin's motives. The Dark Saint's reasoning was brutally simple and direct: he did not trust those bastards in the slightest. He explained that while the world lauded the Order as heroes who stopped the catastrophe, he perceived a different, darker truth, his thoughts punctuated by the menacing image of a great monster. The Master of Shadows then dropped a bombshell revelation: the fearsome monster known as Berserk had never truly been defeated. SeoJoon recalled the official history where Berserk's fall marked the end of the cataclysm, but the Dark Saint insisted that the creature had never been something that could be killed in the first place. He pointed out the suspicious lack of any evidence, questioning why no corpse, photograph, or record of Berserk's defeat existed, deeming it unnaturally strange even for such a chaotic time. The truth, he explained, was that Berserk had not been killed but had instead mysteriously and completely disappeared. SeoJoon struggled to understand how the Order could be hailed as saviors if they hadn't killed the beast, leading the saint to clarify that while the Grand Voice had done something to Berserk, it had not been a fatal blow. The saint continued, explaining that his initial inkling of this conspiracy had become a certainty a few years prior after a particular incident occurred. He then directed SeoJoon's thoughts toward the vacant seat of the Apostle of Chastity, a position officially empty due to the previous apostle's death from old age. With dawning horror, SeoJoon began to connect the dots as the Dark Saint confirmed that the Apostle of Chastity had also vanished suddenly, in the exact same manner as the great monster Berserk. The legendary assassin scoffed at the official story, finding it absurd that only one member of the notoriously long-lived 7 apostles would conveniently die of old age. He stated his belief in a direct link between the two disappearances and revealed his investigation had yielded 2 critical facts: the Order was trying to kill him, and they had orchestrated the recent 10-star dungeon break specifically to target SeoJoon. SeoJoon was left reeling, questioning why he would be a target, but the Dark Saint admitted he didn't know the exact reason, only that the Order was undeniably watching him. Finally understanding the weight of the information, SeoJoon asked why he was being told all this, to which the saint replied that he had come to ask a favor. The assassin's request was a heavy one: he needed SeoJoon to take care of his young disciple in his stead. After SeoJoon confirmed he was speaking of Minhyul, the Dark Saint explained that the constant surveillance from the Order of Truth made it impossible for him to nurture his student himself. He elaborated on the Order's special method of surveillance, an ability they called watching, which allowed them to perceive the results of any action taken by their targets. Since he was a target, any direct contact he made would leave a trace, forcing SeoJoon to act as a bridge, a fact that made SeoJoon realize with a jolt of panic that he must now be marked as well. The Dark Saint, however, immediately assured him that he was the sole exception to this rule. He explained that although the Order was already observing SeoJoon, their unique watching ability was mysteriously ineffective on him, which meant the saint could act through him without detection, leaving SeoJoon to wonder what made him so special. In response to SeoJoon's silent question, the Dark Saint simply admitted that he had no idea why. The saint revealed that his own method of evasion involved entering a state of non-existence, but SeoJoon's innate immunity to the Order's gaze remained a complete and frustrating mystery. As SeoJoon privately theorized a link between this immunity and the Academy's lack of data on him, the Dark Saint announced that his time had officially run out. An object then materialized from thin air as the saint instructed SeoJoon to deliver it to Minhyul. He explained this was a more detailed version of his arts, prompting SeoJoon to question why the legendary assassin would place so much trust in him. The Dark Saint delivered a thinly veiled threat, reminding SeoJoon that his inability to interfere only applied to those outside the order's watch, implying SeoJoon was fair game if he betrayed him. Following the warning, he offered another item, describing it as more than adequate compensation for his troubles. Despite the saint insisting that the recorded art would be immensely helpful, SeoJoon shocked him by flatly refusing the priceless treasure. Instead of the sacred text, SeoJoon audaciously requested something else as payment. The dark saint was internally floored, baffled that anyone would turn down his arts, and cautiously inquired as to what SeoJoon could possibly want more. SeoJoon then made his bizarre counteroffer, casually asking the legendary assassin if he was familiar with the term child support. In utter disbelief, the dark saint questioned if he had heard correctly, finding it impossible to believe that one of the 5 heroes was being asked for common money in exchange for his sacred arts. SeoJoon confirmed the demand by threatening to refuse the entire deal, solidifying the saint's realization that he was genuinely being extorted for cash. After the saint reluctantly asked for his price, SeoJoon boldly named his fee, a staggering $3 million. The outrageous demand was met with an explosion of rage from the assassin, but SeoJoon quickly urged him to calm down and listen to his justification. He began his argument by pointing out his unique position as the only person capable of acting as an intermediary without alerting the order of truth. He then added that his established familiarity with Minyo made him a far more trustworthy messenger than any random stranger appearing with a secret text. Furthermore, he argued that this was a long-term responsibility, as Minyo's solitary nature required consistent guidance to ensure he didn't simply become a hermit. For his final point, SeoJoon reminded the saint of the immense personal risk he was taking, as all the results of these actions would draw even more of the order's suspicion directly onto him. He concluded his well-reasoned presentation by declaring that $3 million was therefore a perfectly reasonable fee for his services. To SeoJoon's complete surprise, the dark saint agreed almost instantly, a swift acceptance that made him briefly wish he had asked for $10 million before wisely suppressing the thought. The saint confirmed he would wire the money and clarified that it was a one-time payment, a condition SeoJoon happily accepted, feigning a lack of shamelessness. SeoJoon then pushed his luck one last time, cheekily requesting that the $3 million be the post-tax amount, a move that led the saint to remark on his truly non-existent level of shame. As the saint explained the funds would be routed through the association for discretion and began to depart, SeoJoon asked if he was permitted to tell Minyo his master's true identity. The assassin granted permission, noting SeoJoon's immunity, but firmly instructed him to ensure Minyo told no one else about their connection. Left alone, SeoJoon contemplated the disturbing reality that he was being watched by a powerful organization, his thoughts interrupted by Minyo's timely arrival. After a quick explanation, Minyo stood in shocked silence, trying to process the monumental revelation that his master was in fact the legendary Dark Saint. SeoJoon mentally noted that Minyo was far more fixated on his master's identity than the threat from the order, and after carefully omitting the details of his financial negotiation, he presented the artifact the saint had left for him. Minyo's eyes widened with a mix of awe and reverence as he took the item from SeoJoon's hand. His mission accomplished and his payment secured, SeoJoon began happily contemplating how to spend his newfound fortune, oblivious to Minyo's lingering thoughtful silence. Minyo finally spoke, asking why SeoJoon was giving him the valuable item, prompting a confused SeoJoon to simply restate that he was following his master's orders. Seeing his confusion, Minyo clarified his question with brutal honesty, asking why SeoJoon hadn't just stolen the priceless techniques for himself. This put SeoJoon in an awkward bind, as he struggled to find an answer that wouldn't insult the Dark Saint's arts or betray the existence of the Transcension Academy. He took a moment to carefully consider his response under Minyo's intense scrutiny. Ultimately, he decided on a simple and disarming truth, stating that betraying a trust like that would have been a mean and dishonorable thing to do. Minyo fell quiet once more, his expression unreadable as he absorbed SeoJoon's unexpectedly moral reasoning. Then, his eyes lit up with sudden conviction as he announced he had made a decision, leaving SeoJoon completely baffled. To SeoJoon's utter disbelief, Minyo passionately declared his intention to enroll in the Dream Hunter Academy alongside him. Visibly moved by SeoJoon's perceived integrity, Minhyul declared him a truly good person, his loyalty seemingly won over in that single moment. SeoJoon could only stare back in bewildered silence, caught in what felt like a blindingly bright and wholly undeserved light of infinite trust. As Minhyul eagerly sought his approval, SeoJoon's mind screamed in protest, convinced that his new companion was operating under a colossal misunderstanding of his true character. The storyteller concluded the chapter with warm holiday wishes from the creative team. Minhyul concluded his impassioned speech by firmly announcing his decision to enroll in the Dream Hunter Academy. Inwardly, SeoJoon rejoiced, thinking to himself that this was not just good news, but fantastic news. He considered the situation perfect, certain that even Ms. SeoJoon would have no objections to Minhyul joining him. While initially surprised, SeoJoon realized the convenience this offered. He would no longer have to waste time searching for Minhyul whenever the Dark Saint had an item or a message to be delivered. Then, a far more lucrative possibility struck him. Sticking close to Minhyul meant more opportunities to extract money from the Dark Saint, effectively making Minhyul his golden egg-laying goose. SeoJoon expressed his delight aloud, prompting a happy but slightly suspicious response from Minhyul, who felt something was a little off about SeoJoon's extreme enthusiasm. Quickly masking his greedy thoughts, SeoJoon pivoted, suggesting that with Minhyul enrolled, they could now participate in team-based contests together. SeoJoon elaborated on the idea, explaining that team contests drew many participants and therefore offered significantly larger rewards. She enthusiastically declared that with SeoJoon and Minhyul working together, they would be an unstoppable force, capable of sweeping every competition. Visualizing a future paved with prize money, SeoJoon turned to Minhyul with a grand, welcoming gesture, his mind firmly set on his new golden goose. Minhyul, slightly taken aback by the overwhelming welcome, simply offered his thanks. The scene shifted to 3 days later, finding SeoJoon in the middle of a grueling workout, his breathing heavy with exertion. He continued to pant, pushing his body to its absolute limit. SeoJoon mentally coached himself, determined to fight through the pain and finish one last set. Since Minhyul's arrival 3 days prior, SeoJoon had been investing his 4 million in prize money and payments from the Dark Saint into his training, a fact made evident by his impressive new physique. He was following a video that promised godlike power and S-rank skills, such as infrared vision and void walk, through a specific exercise regimen. Later, in an academy lecture, a powerfully built instructor with blonde hair kept his introduction brief, simply stating his name was Hercules. Hercules, who was an apprentice of the legendary Ch1, made it clear that he expected all his students to have already completed his master's prerequisite lectures. He began his lesson on the importance of strength for a warrior, directly addressing the common myth that bigger muscles lead to slower movement. A hearty laugh boomed from Hercules as he completely dismissed this notion as a baseless prejudice. He passionately argued that true speed, strength, and reflexes all fundamentally stemmed from the power of one's muscles. SeoJoon watched, stunned, as Hercules flexed slightly, causing his muscles to swell to an even more immense size before he commanded the class to observe. The instructor then unleashed a devastating punch, so fast that it became a blur of motion. Hercules explained that this blinding speed was a direct result of the power cultivated in his lower limb muscles. He continued the demonstration, declaring that his sky-shattering strength originated from the muscles in his upper limbs. The lecture climaxed with Hercules attributing his superhuman reflexes and seemingly infinite stamina to the beautifully sculpted muscles that covered his entire body. SeoJoon could only stare, his mind reeling in awe at the incredible display of raw power. Hercules hammered his point home, insisting that all combat prowess was built on a foundation of muscle, and SeoJoon found himself wondering if he too could one day achieve such a form. Just then, his daily personal mission notification arrived. At first glance, SeoJoon was relieved, as the exercises seemed similar to Ch1's lessons. His relief evaporated, however, when he read the fine print, which stated that the mission only counted repetitions performed with a weight of over 1 ton, a requirement that would increase with his level. SeoJoon was left utterly aghast by the seemingly impossible condition. A frantic sound effect underscored his rising panic. In stark contrast, the scene cut to Minhyul, who was calmly looking at his own phone with a pleasant smile. SeoJoon's mind raced as he questioned the very sanity of the Academy's training methods. He frantically scrolled through the instructional video, hoping it was some kind of elaborate joke, and began to dread what horrors the foot technique lecture might hold. Later, in a different class, an elderly instructor named Jang Sambong began his lesson by defining foot technique as the complete, synchronized movement of the entire body during combat. SeoJoon silently compared the two instructors, thinking that if Hercules was a gym-obsessed maniac, then Jang Sambong was a true immortal from the legends. Jang Sambong then announced it was time for a practical demonstration. The master proceeded to walk on thin air, explaining the technique as literally stepping on the sky itself. He elaborated that this feat was possible by using one's inner energy to manifest solid footholds in the air. As SeoJoon watched, mesmerized by the potential for unrestricted movement, the instructor reassured the class that the underlying principles would be explained in time. The daily mission for this lecture then appeared, and SeoJoon's desperate hope for a reasonable task was crushed by requirements like maintaining a speed of 300 km per hour and falling from a 30-meter height 20 times. He stared at the unbelievable tasks on his screen with a look of pure shock. Despite the absurdity, a wild thought crossed SeoJoon's mind: he might actually be able to do this. He immediately berated himself for even considering it, worried that he was going crazy from the Academy's impossible demands. His spiraling thoughts were interrupted by a young woman's voice asking if SeoJoon was there. He turned to find Suyin, who greeted him with a bright, familiar smile. A surprised SeoJoon asked her why she was there and how she had managed to find him. Suyin explained that her father, Manhwa, had worked with SeoJoon before and had told her about him. She then inquired if he had spoken with her father recently, and SeoJoon recalled talking to him during his hunter exam application. Sensing her concern, SeoJoon asked why she was looking for him, but Suyin paused before answering. She revealed that she had suddenly lost contact with her father and came to SeoJoon as a last resort, hoping he might have some information. The news caught SeoJoon completely off guard. He asked when she had last heard from him, and Suyin confirmed it had been since the previous day, right after her father left for work. Trying to be reassuring, SeoJoon suggested that Manhwa might have just gotten drunk and passed out somewhere, a scenario she clung to with hope. He gently asked if anything unusual had happened that might have led to this. Suyin confessed that she and her father had gotten into a fight the day before he vanished. She explained the argument was about her desire to become a professional hunter, which prompted a confused SeoJoon to ask how, since he thought she was powerless. Suyin clarified that she had awakened her abilities about a month ago. The fight, she continued, had escalated when she told her father she planned to attend a hunter academy instead of a traditional college, an idea he vehemently rejected. She tried to brush it off, but SeoJoon understood. Manhwa, knowing the dangers of the hunter world firsthand, would never want his daughter involved in such a perilous career. He offered what comfort he could, telling her to be careful and to call him if anything changed as he wished her luck. As Suyin departed, she glanced back one last time at SeoJoon waving from the doorway. SeoJoon stood in the now empty doorway, lost in troubled thought. He tried calling Manhwa himself, but the call went straight to voicemail. Mumbling to himself, SeoJoon wondered what the old man was up to, thinking of how worried his daughter was. Elsewhere, Manhwa's phone screen lit up with SeoJoon's incoming call, but it was deliberately ignored. SeoJoon decided not to panic just yet, reasoning that this kind of disappearance wasn't entirely out of character for Manhwa. He resolved to wait another day before worrying, unaware that in a darkened room, a shadowy figure reported their belief that the evil star had taken notice of their activities. Another figure in the darkness acknowledged the mention of the evil star and the dark saint, then demanded an update on their search for Kim SeoJoon. An underling regretfully reported that they still had no trace of SeoJoon's location and awaited further orders. A man in a position of authority gave a strict command: under no circumstances could the truth about the 10-star dungeon break be revealed. With a final, chilling tone, he gave the order to proceed with the plan. SeoJoon reviewed his new daily mission, which now demanded an astounding 1-ton weight be added to every single repetition. He instantly regretted having sold the monster carcasses, realizing he was also stuck in a situation where he couldn't simply go out on a raid. Fortunately, he remembered his recent purchase of the kibisis, an item he never thought he would be using for mere exercise. With a strained grunt, he began the arduous task of loading the storage device to meet the extreme weight requirement. He felt confident that with everything packed inside, the weight should now easily surpass the 1-ton threshold. However, the moment he attempted a squat, the immense pressure overwhelmed him and sent him crashing violently to the floor. He determined that raw physical strength was insufficient and that he would have to use mana, wondering if this was truly exercise or just a new form of torture. Deciding to check again, he called forth the mission status window, which mockingly displayed his complete lack of progress. A thunderous slam echoed as the impossible weight flattened him against the ground once more. He lay there on his back utterly defeated, his head turned away with his eyes squeezed shut. At that moment, SeoJoon appeared above him and asked what he was doing, prompting him to weakly plead for her to save him. Barely able to speak, he desperately urged her to get the object off of him before it crushed him to death. With an exasperated sigh, she casually wondered just how much he had managed to stuff into the kibisis. SeoJoon could only stare up in stunned disbelief as she approached the impossibly heavy item. A visible aura of power flared around her as she strained to lift the immense weight from his chest. She panted heavily from the exertion after finally heaving the massive object to the side. With the crushing burden finally removed, SeoJoon was at last able to breathe freely. He immediately expressed his profound gratitude, admitting that he genuinely thought he was about to die. He then abruptly changed the subject, asking SeoJoon for her estimate on the building's height, guessing it was about 15 meters tall. She considered his question, replying that 15 meters wasn't quite enough before asking why he suddenly wanted to know. He calmly announced to her that he wanted to jump off the roof. Mumbling to himself about whether 15 meters was a sufficient height, he told a bewildered SeoJoon to wait right there while he went to try it out. A piercing scream then echoed from outside as he took a leap of faith from the rooftop. A heavy thud resounded from the ground below, leaving SeoJoon utterly speechless and confused. SeoJoon landed perfectly unharmed and shouted in pleasant surprise that he was, in fact, able to do it, which only deepened her bafflement. He then cheerfully announced he would try it again, leaping with another scream as SeoJoon internally concluded that he was completely insane. She sighed in despair, worrying what any new students might think and questioning if they could even recruit anyone with him acting like this. The sheer absurdity of the situation left her feeling completely lost and overwhelmed. Just then, another person arrived on the scene, twitching in sheer shock at the bizarre sight before him. The newcomer asked SeoJoon what in the world was going on, to which she could only reply that she wished she knew herself. When he asked if this behavior was normal, she admitted SeoJoon had been like this since they met, before her thoughts drifted back to her still missing uncle. She voiced her escalating worry, explaining that 4 days had passed without contact, an unprecedented silence in the 10 years she had known Manchul. After seeing a message from Ch1 about involving the police, SeoJoon's expression hardened with the certainty that something was terribly wrong and that he had to investigate it personally. He announced to SeoJoon that he was heading out, prompting her to frantically ask if he was going to jump off the roof again, reminding him of the bizarre police reports he had caused. He quickly reassured her that he was not, explaining that he was going out to look for Manchul. A look of concern crossed SeoJoon's face as she immediately asked if something bad had happened to the old man. SeoJoon replied that he was not yet sure, promising to tell her everything after he had confirmed the situation himself. Later, at the Monster Transport Company, a group of workers immediately recognized him as the famous hunter, Kim SeoJoon. He warmly greeted his old colleagues, who recalled his spectacular performance at the mock exam and advised the young prodigy to stay safe. Another man praised him, adding that he knew SeoJoon would be a success from the moment he had seen him performing insane feats while carrying monster corpses. They asked why he had visited and if he needed their services, but he simply stated he had come to see how they were all doing. The men reported that business was great, crediting SeoJoon for getting their abusive supervisor fired after Manchul told them the story. He humbly deferred the credit to SeoJoon before finally asking if anyone had seen Manchul, but they all confirmed they had not. One of them suggested that Manchul had probably just passed out drunk somewhere, a common occurrence that offered SeoJoon no comfort. Just as hope seemed lost, another worker spoke up, questioning if Manchul hadn't disappeared right after following a particular individual. SeoJoon immediately pressed for more information, and the man recounted how a strange person had visited a few days ago specifically to meet with Manchul. Another colleague confirmed the story, adding that the mysterious client offered a commission so large that it had tempted everyone there. When asked if anyone accompanied him, they regretfully informed SeoJoon that Manchul had gone completely alone. A porter added that the request was suspicious because it bypassed official channels, a red flag for dangerous or illegal work that made SeoJoon wonder why Manchul accepted. The answer came immediately: he was in desperate need of money to pay for his daughter's tuition. SeoJoon pleaded to know where they went, but tragically, it was a detail that none of the workers knew. One of them helpfully suggested that the Hunters Association would have official records of all transport and raid missions. Thanking them for the crucial lead, SeoJoon hastily departed, explaining that he was now in a great hurry. His hopes were dashed at the association, where a receptionist flatly informed him that she could not legally disclose a person's whereabouts to an unrelated party. She further clarified that even if a person was officially reported missing, privacy laws prevented them from sharing information with anyone but direct family. The employee offered a final, polite apology, making it clear that the discussion was over. Defeated, SeoJoon walked away from the building, trying to figure out what his next move could possibly be. He pieced together the facts: Manchul had vanished with a suspicious person, yet with no hard evidence. He could only rely on his gut feeling that the two events were connected. An unsettling and deeply ominous feeling washed over him as the gravity of the situation began to set in. His mind was filled with worried thoughts of Manchul, the kind man who had been like a father to him. He was suddenly lost in a memory of Manchul visiting him in the hospital, holding out a white envelope. In the flashback, a much younger, heavily bandaged SeoJoon looked up from his bed at his friend and mentor. He had asked what was inside the envelope, and Manchul had explained it was 3 million won that he wanted SeoJoon to have. SeoJoon remembered trying to refuse the money, knowing of Suyun's upcoming college fees, but Manchul had insisted that he accept the gift. The older man had simply patted his arm and told the little brat to focus on getting well again. He recalled with deep emotion how Manchul was the one who had comforted and cared for him after an accident cost him 9 years of savings. In his memory, he thanked the older man for the money, which he had used to pay the entrance fee for the prestigious Transcension Academy. He realized in that moment that Manchul's selfless act of kindness was what had ultimately made him who he was today. Snapping back to the present, a fierce determination burned within him. He knew he could not sit by and do nothing. With his mind made up, he approached SeoJoon and formally requested her assistance with a serious matter. He declared that the time for waiting was over and that he needed to arrange an immediate meeting with the Sword Saint. Soon after, SeoJoon found himself standing across from the legendary, bearded master himself. The Sword Saint began the conversation by acknowledging that he had already been informed of SeoJoon's dire situation. He then cut straight to the point, directly offering the young man his formidable assistance. However, to the Sword Saint's visible surprise, SeoJoon respectfully but firmly declined his offer of help. Instead, looking the legend straight in the eye, SeoJoon issued a bold and unexpected challenge for a duel. SeoJoon looked the legendary warrior in the eye and boldly proposed they have a duel. The outrageous suggestion left both the Sword Saint and SeoJoon completely stunned and speechless. After a moment of disbelief, the master questioned if he had heard the young man correctly. SeoJoon then laid out his terms, explaining that if he won, he would require the Sword Saint's full and active intervention in Manchul's case. Conversely, he declared that if he were to lose, he would quit Dream Academy, a condition that made SeoJoon cry out his name in alarm. He conceded that a straightforward victory was impossible, proposing instead that landing even a single scratch on the master would count as his win. He justified his gamble by explaining that the organization was withholding information, but they wouldn't dare refuse a formal request from the Sword Saint, one of Korea's 5 great heroes. A palpable aura of power radiated from the Sword Saint as he clenched his fists, weighing the young man's incredibly audacious offer. While SeoJoon steeled himself for this desperate gambit, the master privately acknowledged the boy's immense bravery. At last, the Sword Saint accepted the terms and instructed SeoJoon to follow him, ignoring SeoJoon's worried protest. They stopped before a pair of imposing, traditional doors that concealed the dueling grounds. With a powerful and decisive motion, the Sword Saint flung the heavy doors open. Inside, a magnificent sword rested on a ceremonial stand, shimmering with a faint, ethereal blue light. SeoJoon's breath caught in her throat as she recognized the legendary weapon before them. She uttered its name in a shocked whisper, the Azure Dragon Sword. The blade was a fabled masterpiece, a national treasure crafted by Korea's greatest blacksmith, said to be modeled after a divine sword from ancient legends. SeoJoon knew with chilling certainty that there was only one reason her grandfather would ever unsheath this particular sword. She recalled in terror that he only drew the Azure Dragon's sword when he fully intended to kill his opponent. Overcome with fear, she demanded to know what he was planning to do to SeoJoon. As a nearby attendant tried to calm her, the Sword Saint cut him off with a single, sharp command to be silent. The master mused that although SeoJoon was still just a student, no one would issue such a challenge without an extraordinary level of determination. He therefore concluded that such incredible resolve deserved to be met with his own full, unrestrained power. SeoJoon turned to SeoJoon, desperately pleading with him to stop this suicidal course of action. She offered to beg her grandfather to reconsider, but SeoJoon simply shook his head, rejecting her kind offer. He calmly thanked her but insisted that this fight was necessary to prevent those he cared about from being targeted in the future. He confessed his dark suspicion that he was the reason for Manchul's disappearance and that unless he acted, this pattern of his loved ones getting hurt would continue. He admitted that he currently lacked the strength and authority required to truly protect the people around him. He revealed his true goal was to make the world believe that the Sword Saint himself would retaliate if anyone harmed SeoJoon, and with a confident look, he promised he would return after securing his victory. With his resolve solidified, SeoJoon turned away, his expression grim and utterly serious. SeoJoon watched him walk toward the duel, a soft gasp of understanding escaping her lips. In a quiet whisper, she offered her heartfelt prayer that he would somehow emerge victorious. Moments later, SeoJoon stood ready with his spear, facing the legendary master who now held the Azure Dragon Sword. The Sword Saint began with a cold warning, telling SeoJoon not to expect any mercy on account of his granddaughter, SeoJoon. SeoJoon coolly replied that he expected none, only that the Sword Saint would honor their agreement. Impressed, the master gave a slight nod, acknowledging the young man's unshakable spirit. The legendary sword hissed as it was drawn from its sheath, its polished steel reflecting the grim determination in the master's eyes. As a sign of respect for his challenger's courage, the Sword Saint offered SeoJoon the first move. SeoJoon leaned forward, his entire body coiling like a spring as he prepared to launch his attack. He believed that with his current strength, he should at least be able to survive the opening exchange with the legendary hero. He planted his foot firmly on the wooden floor, the sharp stomp echoing his resolve. A brilliant blue aura immediately erupted around SeoJoon as he channeled his power into his spear. He decided he had no choice but to go all out right from the very beginning. SeoJoon unleashed his full power in a single, massive horizontal wave of crackling blue energy. His eyes glowed with an intense light, focusing his entire being into that one powerful strike. In response, the Sword Saint merely tightened his grip on the hilt, causing the Azure Dragon's sword to hum with its own dormant power. The master calmly asked if that meager attack was truly the best the boy could muster. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he sent a blinding slash of white energy to meet the incoming attack. SeoJoon was forced onto the defensive, bracing his spear with all his might against the overwhelming force of the master's blow. A pained grunt escaped his lips as the sheer pressure of the impact sent shockwaves through his body. His eyes widened in disbelief at the immense, insurmountable gap in their power. The duel erupted into a furious exchange, with massive blasts of energy from their clashing weapons tearing through the chamber. SeoJoon's face was a mask of pure concentration as he desperately tried to read the master's flawless movements. Their weapons met in another explosive collision, creating a blinding flash of light at the point of impact. The two fighters moved like phantoms, their high-speed combat leaving behind shimmering arcs of blue light. A chilling realization dawned on SeoJoon: the Sword Saint was not holding back at all. The master's ancient eyes began to glow ominously, his expression becoming sterner as he increased the intensity of his assault. SeoJoon felt hopelessly trapped, recognizing that every single one of the Sword Saint's attacks was being delivered with the precision of a final, killing blow. The legendary warrior then began the fluid motions of one of his signature techniques, the sword dance. He swung his blade in a wide arc, unleashing a devastating wave of energy that crashed toward SeoJoon. SeoJoon cried out as the attack found its mark, the sound of his pain drowned out by a terrified scream. SeoJoon shrieked his name from the sidelines, watching in absolute horror as he was struck down. In that moment of agony, SeoJoon finally grasped the true, terrifying power of a hero of the Cataclysm, an elite even among the world's strongest S-class hunters. This was the overwhelming might of the living legend known only as the Sword Saint. A desperate scream echoed through the chamber as SeoJoon cried out her brother's name in terror. In that moment of defeat, SeoJoon finally understood the title of an S-class among S-classes, an elite even among the world's most powerful elites. This was the overwhelming power of the living legend known as the Sword Saint. The master's blade moved faster than thought, leaving behind a flurry of lethal blue energy arcs in the air. Their weapons met again in a furious mid-air clash, the impact sending a shower of brilliant sparks across the dojo. The Sword Saint internally remarked on the boy's audacity, labeling him a rascal. He reflected on how, only a few months prior, SeoJoon had been nothing more than an immature brat. The master recalled sensing the boy's potential during their last meeting, though he had judged it to be merely outstanding for a typical student. But the Sword Saint realized that what he was witnessing now was something entirely different. The truth of the situation was becoming undeniably clear to the legendary warrior. The master's glowing blue eye widened ever so slightly as a profound realization struck him. The old man channeled his azure aura into his sword, recognizing the true nature of his opponent's growth. He understood that with each passing moment of their duel, SeoJoon was actively evolving and developing himself. SeoJoon let out a choked gasp, completely caught off guard by the sudden shift in the master's pressure. A pained grunt escaped his lips as he struggled to withstand the renewed assault. With newfound intensity, the Sword Saint swung his glowing blade in a devastatingly powerful arc. A close-up on the master's eye revealed a gaze filled with cold, analytical focus. The Sword Saint noted that SeoJoon's spear had felt unusual from the start, marveling at its ability to withstand his powerful aura. He admitted to himself that the duel would have concluded much sooner if not for that remarkable weapon. The master conceded that he hadn't planned to exert himself, but the circumstances were forcing his hand. He then cynically wondered if perhaps it was time to put in just a little bit of actual effort. The two combatants crashed together once more, the collision of their glowing weapons illuminating the entire training hall. SeoJoon cried out in agony as the Sword Saint's attack broke through his defenses. The overwhelming blast of blue energy sent him flying backward across the chamber floor. He landed hard, coughing violently as the impact knocked the wind from his lungs. As he struggled to his feet, SeoJoon cursed his own foolish overconfidence. He lamented thinking that a few victories against prospective students could prepare him for the harsh reality of a true battle. The crushing defeat forced him to confront the reality he had so desperately failed to see. For the first time, SeoJoon truly comprehended the immeasurable difference in power between himself and the Sword Saint. A wave of frustration washed over him, realizing with a sigh that the master still hadn't gone all out. Another powerful swing from the master's sword swept SeoJoon off his feet, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, from the depths of his defeat, a new, burning desire began to form within him. The Sword Saint stood over him and coldly asked why he would issue a challenge when this was the full extent of his power. SeoJoon now yearned for a strength so absolute that the mere mention of his name could suppress any enemy. In the face of such overwhelming might, he could not help but finally acknowledge his own shortcomings. He admitted to himself that he had always looked up to the Sword Saint, revering not just his strength, but the discipline he used to attain it. However, his recent arrogance, fueled by the empty title of Transcendent, had caused him to unconsciously look down on the very man he admired. Their weapons met in a final, cataclysmic clash, erupting into a massive pillar of pure blue energy. SeoJoon accepted the harsh truth: he was still far, far weaker than the Sword Saint. With newfound resolve, he slammed his foot down, the force of his conviction cracking the very floor beneath him. He understood that this humiliating defeat was a necessary chance to objectively evaluate his own level. But as he faced the master, SeoJoon silently vowed that one day, he would reach heights even greater than the legend before him. His ultimate ambition was now solidified: he wanted to surpass the Sword Saint himself. The Sword Saint's eyes widened in genuine surprise, sensing the boy's unyielding spirit flare up once more. With a final surge of will, the two warriors leaped toward each other, spear and sword destined to collide one last time. As he lunged forward, SeoJoon realized he could no longer feel his hands gripping his weapon. Something felt terribly wrong as he noted the strange, clumsy way his feet moved forward. Each step felt incredibly awkward, as if his body was no longer obeying his commands. A chilling premonition washed over him just before the final blow landed. The Sword Saint's glowing blue blade sliced across his face, a definitive and final strike. SeoJoon's face contorted in a mask of shock and gritting pain as his consciousness began to fade. From the sidelines, SeoJoon's horrified shriek of her brother's name echoed once again. An observer acknowledged that while the outcome was expected, SeoJoon's performance was splendid for having held out so long against the headmaster. As darkness consumed his vision, SeoJoon's final thoughts drifted to a promise he had made. He desperately hoped that the person on the other end would be able to keep it. The Sword Saint stood motionless, his silent figure looming over his defeated opponent on the dojo floor. His stern, white-haired visage remained impassive as he observed the fallen boy. But then, his eyes shot open, a flicker of shock registering on his face as he noticed something unexpected. A heavy silence filled the room as the master processed what he was witnessing. Meanwhile, in a dark and dangerous place, a man was panting heavily, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. He cursed his situation, complaining to his companion that he never would have followed if he'd known the danger, admitting he was foolishly tempted by money. His companion apologized, explaining that he never expected a sudden distortion to appear, while the other man brushed it off, certain that rescue teams were already on their way. The first man grimly informed his hopeful companion that rescue would not be coming for them. He confessed his foolish mistake of asking the association president to keep their mission a secret, a choice that had now led to their dire situation. With a heavy heart, he admitted that it would be nearly impossible for them to make it out alive. Despite the hopeless predicament, a confident smirk slowly spread across the other man's face. He calmly stated his certainty that a particular guy he knew would have somehow struggled his way out of this, leaving his companion to ask who he was referring to. The confident man began to explain that there was someone he had in mind. He then described this mysterious individual as a very silly, yet capable, guy. The scene then faded to an end-of-chapter message, wishing everyone a happy new year in the year of the Black Rabbit from the creator. Another playful message appeared, continuing the New Year's greetings with a bit of humor to close out the episode. In a sterile-looking room, SeoJoon's eyes shot open as he woke with a sudden, startled gasp. A voice nearby immediately inquired if he had finally come to his senses. SeoJoon groggily asked how long he had been unconscious, only to be told that while it wasn't long, he no longer had the luxury of resting. The attendant's voice lowered with grim importance as he began to speak of the Sword Saint. At the dojo, the white-haired headmaster looked on with a stern and unreadable expression. Elsewhere, a powerfully built man gazed down with surprise at a woman who had just spoken. The headmaster's eyes remained tightly shut, masking the thoughts racing behind them. With a quiet command, the sword saint instructed SeoJoon to take what he was offering. SeoJoon stared in disbelief, recognizing the legendary Azure Dragon sword. He stammered, addressing the man not only as headmaster but also as his grandfather. The sword saint curtly told him to stop making a fuss, explaining that he was simply upholding a promise he had made. He continued, stating that if SeoJoon took the sword as a token, the association would know how to proceed, as had rather SeoJoon deal with the matter himself. With a final, quiet command, the sword saint simply told him to do his best. SeoJoon asked if he was truly being given the legendary weapon, and his grandfather simply told him to bring it back when he was finished. His destination was the Pro-Hunter Association, a government agency that both managed hunters and served as a for-profit organization for their elite members. There, Lee Tae-bum, the president of the Korean branch, sat pondering a difficult situation. Before him rested the ornate, glowing Azure Dragon sword, still in its magnificent scabbard. SeoJoon's mind raced with anxiety, wondering why the sword saint's personal weapon was here and feeling the pressure of meeting the association president. He formally introduced himself to the president, explaining his unannounced visit and mentioning how the Dark Saint had recently requested a 3 billion won transfer to him, leaving the president to ponder the strange series of events. The president reeled in shock at the mention of the Dark Saint and the immense sum of money. He frantically wondered just who in the world this Kim SeoJoon person was to be involved with two of the world's most powerful figures. SeoJoon got straight to the point, explaining that 4 days prior, a man named Suk Manchul had gone missing after entering a dungeon on a private request. Citing association rules, he politely demanded to know which dungeon Manchul had entered and who had accompanied him. The president recalled Manchul's voice from that day, pleading with him not to tell anyone about his mission. He attempted to stall, suggesting they verify the sword's authenticity first, but SeoJoon, while agreeing, urged him to answer quickly. The president pushed back, insisting that confirming the legendary weapon's authenticity took priority over all else. With a sharp tone, SeoJoon challenged him, asking if he was prepared to take responsibility for any consequences caused by the delay. Internally, the president cursed his predicament. He reluctantly conceded, admitting to himself that he couldn't argue if the sword saint was involved. SeoJoon then asked for confirmation, questioning if it was the magic saint who had taken his friend Manchul into the dungeon. The president affirmed this, explaining that the magic saint was secretly investigating a lead on the 10-star dungeon break inside a 6-star dungeon. This new information conflicted with what SeoJoon already knew, as he recalled the Dark Saint blaming the Order of Truth for that very incident. Realizing something was deeply wrong, he thanked the president for the crucial information. Before leaving, however, he paused as if struck by a sudden thought, mentioning he had one more question. He then boldly asked if it would be possible to use the legendary Azure Dragon sword as collateral for a loan from the association. Later, SeoJoon answered a call from a frantic Suyin, who asked if he had heard from her father. He told her he hadn't, but gently reassured her that he had a rough idea of where her father was. SeoJoon carefully explained that it seemed a problem had occurred within the dungeon her father had entered for a mission. Suyin's voice filled with panic as she asked what they should do, her mind flashing back to how her mother had died in a dungeon break years ago. Her mother's sacrifice to save her was the very reason she had wanted to become a hunter, hoping to prevent anyone else from suffering the same loss. Overwhelmed with grief, she wondered aloud how she could possibly go on living by herself if she lost her father too. With unwavering resolve, SeoJoon made a firm promise that he would definitely bring her father back safely. After ending the call, he reviewed the facts. The magic saint and Manchul were trapped in a 6-star dungeon filled with dryad monsters. He reasoned that for a legendary hero like the magic saint to be trapped, even in his old age, something must be terribly wrong. His suspicion fell on the Order of Truth, believing they had set a trap and were monitoring the situation, preventing any official rescue attempts. This meant he was the only one who could intervene, a thought that was immediately followed by a notification confirming a deposit of 500 million won from the Hunter Association. He recalled the president's shocked reaction when he had seriously proposed selling the Azure Dragon sword as collateral, a proposal so absurd the president finally agreed just to get him to leave. While the sum was a pittance for such a legendary artifact, SeoJoon knew it would be enough to buy the equipment he needed from the Transcension shop to face a place even the magic saint couldn't escape. Calculating the price based on causality, he made his purchase, selecting an item he had been eyeing for some time. With the transaction complete, he acquired a copy of the mythical weapon, Gungnir. Now fully equipped, SeoJoon declared himself ready to enter the perilous dungeon. Inside the dense forest, he grimaced at the sheer number of dryads lurking amongst the trees. He knew that while they were only 6-star monsters, their perfect camouflage made them incredibly difficult and dangerous to hunt, especially in large numbers. Deciding against blindly searching, he chose to rely on a different method, preparing to sense their presence instead. A grimace of intense focus twisted his features as a brilliant blue energy began to radiate from his body. In an instant, his senses flared, alerting him to a specific location. He focused on the target, perceiving a subtle yet indescribable feeling of foreignness emanating from it. He observed that visually, the creature was indistinguishable from the ordinary trees surrounding it. A smirk crossed his face as he decided it was time to test his newfound perception. This also presented the perfect opportunity to check the power of his brand new weapon. A glowing blue spear materialized and shot through the air with incredible speed toward the hidden enemy. Clad in shimmering blue armor, SeoJoon followed up with a powerful downward swing of his massive weapon. He then pointed his glowing blue blade upwards, facing off against a towering, dark silhouette that had emerged from the woods. The monster let out a piercing, unearthly shriek that echoed through the forest. His glowing weapon successfully plunged into the chest of the dark, red-eyed creature. Yet, to his astonishment, he realized the monster had somehow managed to dodge the fatal blow at the last second. In response, he thrust his massive blue sword into the ground, unleashing a brilliant, vertical beam of pure energy. The sheer force of his own attack left him breathless as he exclaimed in awe at its incredible power. He contemplated the legendary weapon in his possession, Gungnir, the spear that Odin himself had used to rip apart the body of the first giant, Ymir. It was this mythical spear that had been instrumental in the very creation of the 9 worlds from the giants' remains. He knew its power would be immense, but he tempered his expectations, reasoning that its strength must be limited since it was merely a copy. Still, considering its sheer destructive force, he figured such power was to be expected from an item crafted by a transcendent, which then reminded him of the Spear of Longinus and its famous recall ability. As he focused his energy, he began to wonder if his attempt to summon the weapon back to him was actually working. He decided to push just a little more mana into the effort, determined to complete the recall. High in the night sky, the ornate spear materialized from thin air, floating ominously as it pulsed with a brilliant blue aura. With a final, sharp grunt of exertion, he successfully completed the taxing maneuver. He panted heavily, realizing just how tough the recall was. He had now learned of the function, but its immense mana cost meant he could only use it once in the heat of battle. He recalled the legends claiming that the true Gungnir returned on its own, resigning himself to the unavoidable limitations of a copied item. Acknowledging he could only perform the recall once at his current level, he felt he was holding a ticking time bomb until he grew stronger, which made him profoundly grateful for having put the Azure Dragon sword up as collateral. He strategized that if the Sword Saint ever tried to kill him, he could throw Gungnir to buy himself just enough time to escape. Elsewhere, a chaotic battle raged on, its intensity marked by a blinding flurry of blue, purple, and red energy slashes that tore through the landscape. Amidst the violence, a young man desperately called out for a person he referred to as a Jussi. The man he was calling for, his face a mask of pain, struggled to carry an unconscious older gentleman on his back. A guttural cry of agony was ripped from his throat as the strain became nearly unbearable. Meanwhile, a mysterious cloaked figure dashed through the forest, shrouded in swirling crimson energy. A choked gasp of pain echoed as another combatant was struck down in the fray. On the forest floor, a man was violently ensnared and assaulted by shadowy tendrils that descended from above. In another part of the battle, a character was completely engulfed by a powerful and devastating explosion of purple energy. The injured man selflessly urged the elder to leave him behind and run, vowing that he would hold off their pursuers alone. The old man vehemently questioned this sacrifice, arguing that he was old and close to death anyway. The younger man's jaw tightened, his expression hardening with fierce and unwavering determination. He declared that this tragedy was all his fault for bringing the old man there in the first place, and again implored him to run away quickly. With a final, desperate roar, he commanded the elder to escape at that very moment. The old man cried out, his voice filled with anguish as he refused to abandon his friend. Frustrated and seeing no other way, the younger man cursed their hopeless situation. He then offered a solemn apology to someone named SeoJoon, blaming himself for everything as he clenched his fist in grim resolve. The immense strain was visible on his face as he held the injured person protectively in his arms. Suddenly, their dire confrontation was interrupted by an unexpected presence. A radiant figure wielding a massive scythe had materialized behind the two exhausted men. The newcomer addressed the man as a Jussi, informing him just how desperately SeoJoon had been searching for him. The man looked over his shoulder, muttering a gruff acknowledgement of the young punk who had just arrived. SeoJoon stated they could talk later and urgently instructed the man to take the magic saint and fall back immediately. As they spoke, dark and jagged shadows began to gather ominously in the surrounding area. SeoJoon noted internally that his plan was working, as he had successfully drawn the entity's full attention to himself. His next critical objective was to locate the creature's main body as quickly as possible. A powerful impact suddenly erupted in a blinding flash of light, sending concussive force radiating outwards. A streak of glowing blue energy, the edge of his powerful blade, sliced through the darkness at incredible speed. He then executed a nimble mid-air flip, swinging his glowing blue polearm in a devastatingly wide arc. A frustrated curse escaped his lips as he saw his attacks were having little effect. He realized that no matter how many times he struck the enemy, it was constantly regenerating, which prevented him from getting any closer. He knew he had to use Gungnir to aim for its main body. Concentrating his will, SeoJoon began to summon the legendary power of Gungnir. In an instant, his eyes locked onto a vulnerability, and he triumphantly declared that he had found it. Seizing the opportune moment, he prepared to unleash his final, decisive attack. He swore under his breath as a sudden complication threatened his plan. His eyes darted over to see that a Jussi and the magic saint had not yet retreated to a safe distance. Nearby, a pink-haired individual watched the unfolding chaos, their expression a mask of pure shock and horror. SeoJoon grit his teeth against the immense feedback from the battle, feeling as though his entire body was being ripped apart. His worried gaze shifted back to the two retreating figures he was trying so hard to protect. After a tense moment, he determined with relief that they had finally gotten far enough away. With a powerful war cry, he hurled the glowing spear, sending it flying through the dark forest at blinding speed. The ornate, glowing spearhead filled the frame as it hurtled unstoppably toward its intended target. In a shocking turn, a hand shot out and firmly gripped the spear's shaft, halting its momentum. SeoJoon immediately followed up by unleashing a sweeping attack of brilliant blue energy. The monstrous entity let loose a piercing, unearthly shriek of rage and pain in response. The force of the enemy's counterattack was overwhelming, sending a figure flying backward in a massive blast of crimson energy. He let out a sharp grunt of pain as he absorbed the force of the powerful blow. Elsewhere, a man in a formal suit was seen expertly dodging and weaving through sweeping slashes of blue energy. In that split second of combat, his eyes widened with a sudden, crucial realization. He shouted in triumph, announcing that he had at last found what he was looking for. A tremendous crashing sound reverberated through the forest as his attack found its mark. He grunted with immense strain as he commanded his weapon to come to him. A sickening crackle filled the air as the enemy's core was crushed under immense pressure. The final, deafening sound of utter destruction signaled the end of the harrowing confrontation. Following the harrowing battle, the true nature of the dungeon's threat was about to be revealed. A sudden, shocking realization struck the gray-haired man. He roared in triumph, declaring that he had finally found his target. With a grunt of immense strain, he commanded the weapon to come to him as a sickening crackle filled the air. A tremendous, deafening boom signaled the absolute destruction of his foe's core. Under the cloak of night, the gray-haired man readied his massive spear for another powerful strike. A close-up revealed his determined expression, his eye blazing with a brilliant blue light. He aimed his formidable weapon at the remaining group of monstrous, roaring trees. He noted with contempt that the cowardly creatures were attempting to sneak away. He mused that they must have finally learned how dangerous he was after being hit a few times. With a sing-song taunt, he called out to the foolishly retreating monsters. He then gleefully singled out one specific creature, much to its terrified surprise. A glowing blue projectile shot forth, striking a monster tree directly in its core. The monster reeled in shock from the devastating impact. Its dark, shadowy form trembled violently as its life force was extinguished. SeoJoon let out a satisfied sigh as he observed the remaining entities. He surmised they were attempting to prevent him from retrieving his spear, Gungnir. He sarcastically thanked them for coming to him, noting that their branches had been the most annoying part of the fight. In an instant, one of the remaining figures was completely engulfed in a massive, vertical pillar of blue light. He coolly reminded the creatures that Gungnir was not the only legendary weapon in his arsenal. The ornate, glowing spearhead of his other weapon gleamed menacingly in the darkness. Sometime later, a pink-haired girl called out to Ajusi, telling him to come over to her. She berated him for his tardiness and questioned why he had brought Suyu to the Hunter Academy in the first place. She dismissed his internal squabbles as none of her business. Her attention then shifted to the magic saint, asking Ajusi about the older man's poor condition and noting how he had pushed himself for her sake. She commented with deep concern on just how horrible the magic saint looked. Decisively, she decided to use the emergency medicine she always carried with her. She explained that while it was only a temporary measure, it should provide him some relief. She asked the groaning man if he had finally regained his senses. The magic saint weakly identified SeoJoon as the young man Ajusi had told him about previously. Ajusi confirmed this, clarifying that SeoJoon was indeed the student from the Hunter Academy. The magic saint then asked in disbelief how SeoJoon had managed to find them and what had happened to the dryads, to which SeoJoon replied that he had taken care of them. Stunned, the old man questioned how SeoJoon could have defeated them all alone before asking why Ajusi was brought to such a dangerous place. The magic saint explained that he needed help transporting monster corpses for his research and his old body couldn't handle it alone. He further elaborated that he had to move in secret, fearing a carrier would draw unwanted attention, which is why he sought someone discreet. SeoJoon astutely deduced that their secrecy was an attempt to avoid being discovered by the Order of Truth. The magic saint was utterly shocked, stammering about how SeoJoon could possibly know something he hadn't even told the association president. But before he could get an answer, the ground began to tremble violently. Ajusi immediately recognized the rumbling, identifying it as the work of the monstrous bastard they had fought earlier. He confirmed that this was the very monster responsible for putting the magic saint in his current, critical state. The magic saint confessed that even if their situation was a trap, he was now certain there was a being in this dungeon that even he couldn't defeat. He told SeoJoon that while he was grateful, he never should have come to this place. A massive form began to rise in the distance, initially mistaken for a mountain. Deep within the dark forest, a colossal, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes stared out from the gloom. The magic saint struggled to classify the deformed creature, suggesting it was some unknown kind of mutation he had never seen before. SeoJoon observed that aside from its immense size, it resembled the other dryads, and thankfully, it hadn't noticed them yet. He proposed they stay hidden and escape the dungeon, but Ajusi informed him that escape was impossible. He explained that any attempt to leave the dungeon instantly drew the monster's attention, which was precisely how the magic saint had been so grievously wounded. The magic saint elaborated on the monster's impossibly hard outer skin and incredible regenerative abilities. He admitted that his magic had been completely ineffective against the beast, which seemed to be an evolved form with no weaknesses. He lamented his old and weakened state, stating that while he could use his magic to weaken its shell and suppress its regeneration, he couldn't maintain it. Moreover, he concluded that even with its defenses weakened, they lacked the overwhelming power needed to destroy its core. SeoJoon seized on this, confirming that a single, powerful attack was all that they truly needed to succeed. He then boldly declared that while the saint weakened the monster, he would be the one to shatter its core. The older men looked on in stunned silence at the student's confident proclamation. The magic saint cautioned him that a normal attack would never be enough and that his magic could only weaken the creature, not incapacitate it. He grimly warned SeoJoon that if they were to fail this attempt, they would never get a second chance. SeoJoon agreed, noting the saint's fragile condition meant they only had one shot at this. Ajusi offered to act as a decoy so the other two could escape. However, SeoJoon confidently dismissed this notion, stating that their success was completely possible. He presented a spectacular spear, explaining it would deliver the powerful hit they needed and cautioning them about its owner recognition ability. The magic saint's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he beheld the legendary weapon. He was completely dumbfounded by the sight before him. He marveled at how such complex, unentangled magic circuits could exist on a weapon, some of which even he couldn't interpret, all while it pulsed with an unknown energy. Ajusi dryly observed that he had never seen the old man talk so much, finding him to be a perfect match for his equally inquisitive apprentice. The magic saint excitedly declared the weapon was so overwhelmingly powerful that his own weakening magic might not even be necessary. He then urgently asked SeoJoon where he had acquired such a magnificent item. SeoJoon calmly replied that the sword saint had purchased it for him. He privately mused that a cover story about selling the Azure Dragon sword to save the magic saint would likely be convincing enough. As their plan formed, the dark night sky began to transition into the vibrant colors of early morning. The first light of a red and orange dawn spread across the river-laced landscape. With their strategy set and a powerful weapon in hand, SeoJoon announced that it was now time. He declared with grim determination that they would now begin the hunt for the boss monster. In a brief, fleeting memory, the pink-haired girl recalled her admiration for SeoJoon's incredible capabilities. The 49th chapter of Transcension Academy began with a tense air of anticipation. With their legendary weapon secured, the heroes prepared to execute their final, desperate gambit. SeoJoon laid out their strategy, emphasizing its straightforward, high-stakes nature. He explained that once the magic saint cast his weakening spell, he would plunge the spear directly into the monster's core. When asked if he could cast the spell immediately, the magic saint admitted it would be less potent but declared he was willing to sacrifice his life to ensure its effectiveness. SeoJoon immediately dismissed this notion of self-sacrifice, instructing the elder to prepare the spell at full power while he lured their foe away. He then clarified the first step of the plan: he would personally antagonize the beast, drawing its full attention and buying them precious time. During this diversion, the magic saint was to channel all his remaining strength into preparing the most powerful weakening curse he could muster. For the final step, once the monster was vulnerable, SeoJoon would use the legendary spear, Gungnir, to shatter its core completely. However, SeoJoon acknowledged there were two critical variables that could lead to their plan's failure. The first was the possibility of his own death during the diversion, and the second, more dangerous variable was the monster ignoring him and targeting the defenseless magic saint during his casting. He expressed confidence in his ability to handle the first risk, but admitted he couldn't guarantee the monster's actions, leaving the magic saint exposed. He then placed the elder's safety squarely in Ajusi's hands, who grimly promised he wouldn't let them die, driven by the thought of his daughter, SeoJoon. Ajusi then turned to the old mage, telling him to cast aside his fear and trust him completely, vowing to carry him to safety if need be before announcing it was time to move. A grim vision of a blood-soaked forest, with one figure standing over a fallen comrade, hinted at the lethal stakes of their mission. Back in the present, SeoJoon noted that the creature's immense size, at least, made it easy to track down. He ordered both of his companions to stay back, warning that getting too close risked exposing the magic saint's spell preparation. SeoJoon firmly insisted that he alone had the agility to survive the encounter and that this was their only viable path, despite the personal risk. The magic saint reluctantly agreed, and with the plan finalized, he declared it was time for them to finally win their freedom. As he departed, both older men wished him luck, calling out for him to be careful. SeoJoon held up a hand, signaling for them to proceed no further as he ventured on alone. As he approached the monster, he was struck by its sheer scale, which was far more intimidating up close. Taking a deep breath, he let out a powerful shout to draw the creature's attention. The colossus loomed over him, its size seeming to defy all logic, dwarfing everything in the landscape. He could feel an immense, thrilling energy radiating from it, finally understanding the source of the magic saint's struggle. Fortunately, he saw that the beast's destructive path had cleared the area of lesser monsters, ensuring he would face no interruptions. His boot pressed firmly into the earth as he grounded himself for the battle to come. He focused his mind, knowing that even a single misstep would result in his immediate death. The young warrior tilted his head back, taking a sharp, determined breath before the clash. He unleashed another defiant cry, a direct challenge to the ancient guardian of the forest. The colossal wooden face turned towards him, its glowing white eyes locking onto the source of the noise. An ancient, guttural rumble echoed through the trees as the monster responded to the provocation. Suddenly, SeoJoon found himself caught in a swirling vortex of raw, chaotic magical energy. He cursed in frustration, shocked by the overwhelming power the creature had unleashed so quickly. The lone hero stood against a torrent of destruction as massive pillars of energy rained down around him. A violent blast of red and purple magic slammed into the ground, tearing the earth asunder. With nimble feet, he leaped clear of a massive, shadowy tendril that whipped through the air where he just stood. A sharp jolt of adrenaline shot through him as he narrowly avoided the devastating attack. He began to realize with growing dread that the creature's assault was unending. The monster gave him absolutely no respite, its powerful stem striking relentlessly and without pause. The sheer ferocity of the attacks had forced him further and further away from his allies' hiding spot. A sliver of doubt crept in as he wondered if the magic saint's spell was ready yet. His eyes shot wide with alarm as a great red claw descended from above, intent on crushing him. He threw himself to the side, narrowly evading the massive limb as it pulverized the ground. A dark premonition of failure flashed in his mind, the image of a fallen warrior and his broken weapon. Pushing off the ground, he soared high into the air, leaping above a thicket of dark, grasping tendrils. His focus was absolute as he navigated the storm of attacks with breathtaking agility. He swung Gungnir in a wide, defensive arc, its azure light creating a shield against the darkness. Gathering his power, SeoJoon brought the glowing spear down in a powerful counterstrike. He landed with such force that the ground cracked and splintered beneath his feet. A strained grunt escaped his lips as he braced against the oppressive, crushing aura of the beast. The sheer pressure was suffocating, making the very air tremble, and he knew he couldn't withstand it much longer. He grimaced, realizing that a technique he had hoped to save was now his only option. Just then, a brilliant flash of light erupted in the distance, a beacon from his companions. SeoJoon instantly recognized it for what it was, the signal. A wave of relief washed over him as he knew the weakening spell was finally ready. He gave a silent nod of gratitude to the magic saint for his perfect timing. From the forest, a vast shockwave of debilitating magic expanded outwards, enveloping the area. The giant monster let out a confused, pained growl as the unfamiliar magic washed over it. Seizing the moment of weakness, SeoJoon roared and charged toward his staggered foe. Hidden nearby, Ajusi could only stare, his expression a mixture of shock and awe. Despite a fresh cut on his cheek, SeoJoon flashed a smirk filled with unwavering confidence. He boldly gestured to the weakened giant, inviting it to face him one last time. In a fleeting glimpse, another warrior with distinct two-toned hair was seen dodging an attack with fluid grace. Far from the fight, the magic saint remained in his casting stance, stubbornly refusing to lower his arms as SeoJoon prepared for the climactic finale. Elsewhere, another warrior's legs pumped furiously, a desperate blur as he raced through the corrupted land. He let out a strained, desperate cry as he pushed himself to his absolute limit. With a sharp grunt, he hurled himself forward, narrowly avoiding a lethal strike. The man expertly weaved through a storm of massive, crimson energy slashes that tore through the air around him. The brown-haired warrior stared ahead, his expression a mask of pure, unyielding determination. He noted with grim satisfaction that the monstrous entity was still giving chase. Internally, he calculated that he would soon reach the planned rendezvous point. His only remaining task was to successfully lure the beast to their designated trap. Meanwhile, SeoJoon continued his own frantic retreat as sinister tentacles erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare him. Not far away, the magic saint also sprinted for his life, dark tendrils clawing at his heels. The saint's face was a portrait of focus as the shadowy appendages closed in from all sides. In that critical moment, a subtle magical trigger was activated. With a brilliant flash, glowing blue chains of pure mana burst forth, wrapping tightly around their unseen target. The great beast was caught completely off guard, its rampage brought to a sudden halt. Unaware of this, its massive foot continued its descent, threatening to crush the kneeling magic saint. A wave of relief washed over SeoJoon, who knew their gambit had finally paid off. He could sense that the monster's movements had slowed and its power was severely diminished by the saint's potent magic. He realized that if they could just destroy its core now, victory would be theirs. But just as hope began to bloom, his eyes widened in sudden alarm. A wave of shock and disbelief washed over him as he processed the creature's next move. He deduced with horror that the beast had ignored him and instead decided to target the magic saint who cast the debilitating spell. A cold dread filled him as he recalled the saint was nearly out of mana, and Ajusi was merely an unawakened civilian. He grimly assessed that Ajusi could only evade once or twice while carrying the exhausted mage on his back. With no other options left, SeoJoon knew this was his one and only chance to end it. He resolved to pour every last shred of his remaining strength into his spear, Gungnir. He focused his mind, preparing to strike with absolute calm and deadly precision. The glowing blue chains tightened their grip, constricting around the dark, monstrous form. Up close, the magical bindings pulsed with raw, untamed energy. SeoJoon's eyes glowed with an ethereal blue light as he glared at a single red orb hovering in the chaos. He locked onto his target, identifying the perfect moment to unleash his final attack. At his command, the blue magical chains constricted with overwhelming force. A violent tempest of bright blue and white energy slashes erupted, filling the battlefield with blinding light. A sharp, definitive cracking sound echoed across the desolate landscape. The monstrous entity's overwhelming presence seemed to flicker and then shut down entirely. In the aftermath, SeoJoon stood in a ready stance, his spear held firmly as he surveyed the scene. A close view revealed his determined face, slick with sweat from the immense exertion. A deep, shuddering breath of exhaustion escaped his lips. He felt a profound wave of dizziness, recognizing it as the consequence of channeling all his power into that one attack. Believing he had finally destroyed the core, he accepted he was too weak to retrieve Gungnir and turned his thoughts to his friend's safety. Raising his voice, he called out to Ajusi and the magic saint, asking if they were all right while assuring them of his own well-being. He heard Ajusi cry out in pain before quickly insisting that he had only suffered a minor flesh wound. SeoJoon reasoned that even with the beast weakened, a normal human like Ajusi would have struggled to dodge its last attack completely. He felt a surge of relief that the injury wasn't fatal but insisted on getting it treated, noting with admiration that the magic saint was completely unscathed. Ajusi quipped that in his youth he could have carried them both for days, a shared laugh revealing the close bond they had formed during their ordeal. The magic saint confirmed their next step was simple, stating that with the core shattered, their escape should be easy. SeoJoon announced he was going to retrieve his spear, prompting a gruff reply from Ajusi to worry about himself first. His resolve steeled, SeoJoon pointed forward, his mind focused on his two allies and the path out. His legs carried him swiftly across the eerie, red-tinted ground. But as he approached the monster's remains, a hint of confusion began to cloud his features. He struggled to make sense of what he was seeing. He had been so certain that Gungnir had struck the core, but now he wondered if it had failed to destroy it after all. An immense, terrifying force washed over him as the horrifying truth dawned: there had been a second core. Before he could react, a crushing power began to grip his very soul. His vision dissolved into a chaotic swirl of abstract black and colorful streaks. In a disorienting flash, he saw himself standing at the ready once more, his companion stalwart behind him. Determination reignited on his face as he clenched his fist, which began to pulse with a familiar blue energy. The very fabric of his reality seemed to fracture, symbolized by a stylus violently breaking through a white surface. From beyond, a voice declared that the creature had fallen and the current story arc was finally complete. Yet, a feeling of deep unease lingered, hinting that there was still much more of the story left to tell. A solemn apology was offered, as if to brace the audience for the hardships yet to come. The storyteller then explained that this long and arduous arc was essential for SeoJoon's growth, a necessary trial for the grander narrative that was about to unfold.